shack at? The bottles getting empty, I'm the Kraken, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated, pump sports radio. Time to get educated, Bouquett produced, fade the juice, letting loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call the truth. They get slaughtered, can't forget Jeff and low baggers in the chat. That's a legal weapon, cause we lead. Oh yeah, pubbing. We be pubbing!
Love that California sound by my guy, Jay Peasy. What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, April 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. A lot of work ahead of us in the show. Got to keep focused. Got to stay on pace. The prepping for this card, I mean, this is as hard as prep gets in our industry for me, you know, because baseball, NHL, NBA, they're so important to me. They're all going on at the same time, and it is a battle to the highest degree to be prepared, do your due diligence, and get that cash. Getting that cash, this was my first, losing day since pub. We've had a couple days where we, broke even, lost a tiny bit of vig, but actual losing day, 1-3 in NHL, 0-1 in college basketball, which was disappointing. 1-1 in NBA, but did get the Clippers live at plus 10.5. Did bet the under full game as soon as that lucky seeing eye goal scored by the Penguins with a minute into the game. I lost that first period under 1.5. Of course, the full game cashed. God, capping gods can be fickle. Lightning came through for me. They're a really good hockey team too. They are such a good hockey team, man. It's so crazy the difference a month makes. Hurricanes -1, was terrible. The Boston Bruins looked excellent, but I'm going to get that money back today with the Hurricanes -1.5. I'm going to get every cent of it back, every single cent of it. It's too bad that they lost, but I'm going to get it all back here this evening from the Carolina Hurricanes, and I'll send them a thank you note afterwards. So much work to do. Let's stay focused. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Viper MB in the house. Detroit -1.5, Atlanta -1.5 in MLB, Carolina -1.5. There we go. And Vegas -1 NHL. I looked for a long time at that Vegas game with the plan to be on that same bed as you on the Vegas -1. I couldn't get there. I couldn't quite get there. It just feels. But I don't like the spot for Arizona. Game 7 of a 7-game homestand. Now they're not. And they have a 5-game trip. Maybe after we talk it out, maybe I get there. Maybe it's akin to that New York Rangers spot on Wednesday where I didn't really think it was that kind of a slam dunk spot just because the Devils were a really hungry team. Now the Coyotes aren't a hungry team. And then it just ended up pushing anyways. We'll get into that. I have made 3 moves in NHL. Great to see all of you guys. So here is the way the show breaks down today. So we have Bobano joining us. We're going to hammer these 6 NHL games. It's a pretty nice Friday night hockey card. We don't get them often. Really nice Friday night hockey card. So much on the line with the playoffs. Not Tuesday coming up, but the one after that. Then we're going to cap the Final Four. Bobano and Daby Cab are joining us. We're capping the Final Four. And we have a big live stream for the NCAA Finals. Jose, I don't know if you have the thumbnail for our big live stream show, but if you could pull it up at some point here during our or get it ready to go before our college basketball breakdown. We have a giant live stream show for the national championship on Monday, 8:30 p.m., which we're really excited about. So we're going to break down those 2 games. Now, we have tight timelines. So that all that has to be done by 12:30. We'd prefer if it was done by 12:20. These are Eastern times, because then we have MLB with Jose Bouquett. 1-1 in MLB, made a little bit of money just because the Tigers' first 5 in game 2 was plus 110. How about Matty Manning? How about that breakdown from Jose Bouquett about Matty Manning? I mean, I already liked Matt Manning, but after Jose's breakdown, I mean, that was a really nice spot. Nationals was Josiah Gray. Look, he's been bad in the preseason, bad in this first start and then bad again in the second start. So that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Nothing. I can't say nothing I can do about it. I can do something about it. I shouldn't just I'm going to play God and expect this pitcher with potential to finally pitch well for the first time in 2024. I mean, I don't need to do that, but that was a mistake. So we're going to get an MLB. Remember, we have two games at 1:10 p.m. 1:05 p.m. We have a huge game. We have the Yankees home opener in the Bronx at 1:05 p.m. At 1:10 p.m. we have the Tigers home opener at Comerica. Which shout out to Detroit right now. Detroit right now at 11:08 a.m. is popping off. It's a holiday in Detroit. You can drink in front of policemen. You can pour all over your hot girlfriend. You can do whatever you want. It's a celebration in Detroit, and it's a city that needs celebrations. So Detroit's going to be going off. So we have these two huge games, 1:05 and 1:10 p.m. respectively. So we have to be done the college basketball side of things by 12:30. And then we just go forth and attack. And we close with Billy Brisbane, Brizzy in NBA, Brizzy rolling with us in NBA. And Brizzy put together a 10 bet winning streak here on the show. So we got to be very fast. I'm going to copy and paste here. I got Vipes action. We got to get Bobano up here in 2 minutes. Let's get him up here in 2 minutes. Joe T in the house. Bets Dodgers, Cubs over 7.5, and Orioles Pirates over 8. Let's get that copied and pasted here above the MLB. Here we go. Thank you for sharing that with us, Joe T. There's Joey Harb in the house. Strategic Investments, Miami 0-8. Wow. Perky says 5.2 magnitude earthquake in New York City, New Jersey area. Wow. It says best pick of the day is New York Yankees money line, decent price, hoping it doesn't get held up. Stroman should shine. Yanks should rock. Kikuchi, says Perky. Now our guy Wine Time's on the other side of that, and we'll break that spot down. All the tickets and all the cash on the Yankees, and the line's moving towards the Jays. It's fishy, and Kikuchi's not look good in the spring. And we have a rich history with Marcus Stroman. I had to put on some Stroman hip-hop videos this morning just to get pumped up. So Swiggy also saying earthquake in New York City. I hope everybody's safe there. J-Dub in the house. Stacks play of the day. Justin Turner over 1.5 bases minus 109. And we have off a nice winner yesterday. So Stacks moving in this game here on Justin Turner. Yankees home opener in the Bronx, baby. Brent Cook says Miami pissed me off. 8 minutes, no basket. It was such a, I didn't bet the Heat. I couldn't get there. And but there was times where I was like, leaving money on the table, and then huge relief. It's tricky, man. Julian Cesario backing the Yankees money line, the O's money line, A's plus 1.5, Sprinkle money line, Houston money line coming up a 3 in 1 day for Julian Cesario. That's $500 a unit too for our guy Julian. So that's a big winning day. Great work. Brent Cook, Miami and Indiana State 77-70, and the lose 79-77. That was tough to watch. That was hard. Gerald Jones ready to get to work. We got Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper. Strategic Investments, Michael Johnson, Jay Smooth, Serious Business, Troy Torrance, LJ from H-Town says Astros versus Lefty Day, team total over 4.5, and Jordan over 1.5, and Sprinkle on the home run. That's from our guy LJ from H-Town. Must have been a tough watching your boys against the Warriors last night. And those of you who were, because I came close, you guys have really led me well in NBA, and I was so close to moving on the Rockets last night, and you guys just hammering home what the Warriors have been doing on the road, how much is on the line, and how the Warriors just changed their game. And Clay looks so good. Smooth Balls plays today. Oakland A's money line at plus 200. Look at that from Jay Smooth. Look at that. Let's copy and paste that for a Smooth Balls play of the day. Swiggy said NHL Canes bounce back day. I believe that. Jay Peasy says 0-2 yesterday. That's unacceptable. The stakes are high. I agree, Jay Peasy. We'll get you right back into the winners column today. Rocco Rogers ready to go says Avs bounce back. Smash spot comes through. That you're absolutely right. It did. Now, Noonan was spectacular. 44 saves. He was absolutely unbelievable. I still fear fading the Wild at home, but probably should have been on that spot. There is Slatsy says threw $5 on Yoel Armia to score the first goal plus 1,600, which hit to save the day. Says useless trend Blues Preds over also wins. It sure did. And today's useless trend Avs Oilers have gone to OT in 5 out of the last 5 meetings. Troy Torrance ready to lock in. There's Wine Time Sports ready to go. Best bet from BJ is in. It is Houston Astros and the Suns money line. Let's copy and paste that here. Astros and Suns. Yes, Dan Kelly rocking the Padre hat today. Yes, and the King Richard Pryor on my chest. Feels good. Feels like we're gonna have a great day. Seton Hall team total over 78. Man, dude, that was such a crazy last couple of minutes, dude. I didn't even want to talk about it. Joe T says every game hit the first period over last night. Yes, much to my chagrin, as I was on the first period under in Washington, Pittsburgh, and that period had there's no reason that, I mean, those were should have cashed if you were watching the flow of the game. JP says, I really did feel funny fading the Bruins. I should have learned after I faded them versus the Preds. Look, they have a ton of character. But trust your gut, trust your instinct. You know, you're a great capper, Jay, and I apologize for leading you in the wrong direction. I did think that was a great spot for the Hurricanes, and just look, the Bruins have a ton of character. All right, Rodney Barton in the house. Great to see you, Rodney. Joey Harb says Tampa Bay, Colorado over 12.5. Says that's crazy. Panger Life saying Coors Field, baby, flies over. And Dan Kelly says, I was looking at remaining schedules and odds. Cavs, even though they're playing horrible right now, are pretty good value to win the Central at 6-1. He got in on it last night. Wow. All right, it's time to get to work. Slat says Lightning looks so impressive, but check next game is Hagel and Cirelli both left last night with injuries. Yes. Now, Hagel would have stayed in. He was pulled off the ice by the spotters. But they are so important to the hockey team. So very, very crucial information. And that's a really tough spot for the Lightning. It's probably a good spot to fade them, right? It's the afternoon game. So tomorrow's after. So that, you know, it's important to look ahead. WT says Costa Rica salutes you. I just miss Costa Rica so much. And so thankful for those 3 years that I had down there. And miss it very much. Dan Clay says Bucks could easily lose their last 5 games. Check out the schedule. And JP says the check Coors Field 23-mile-per-hour winds blowing out. All right, Von Polo in the house. Proof bets. Bo Jackson. There is Sharpie. The odds bunch says, hope you got some of that Paco Lopez under. I love it. And the only bet before his show cracks at 3 p.m. Eastern, a Sharpie show on the Odds Bunch channel, is Scooble over 7.5. 8 right-handed bats means death is coming to the A's by way of strikeouts, says Sharpie. That's great stuff, Sharpie. Let me copy and paste all that here. Very, very, very important information. Okay, I said we'd be 2 minutes and we'd be in 7 minutes. I just know how important it is to copy and paste all this. Slatsy on the Sabres minus 120. You know, I could have got in on the Sabres at a really low price. But BetOnline didn't change their line, so I got minus 116. And I was so close to taking them on the -1 line, and I did not. All right, it is time. Oh yeah, the Naylor Bros are from Mississauga, man. Yeah, man, we're proud. We're proud of the Naylor boys, man. DC Capper coming off a great night. Great to see all of you guys. Guillermo Zertucci. There we go. We have the Santa Anita pick of the day from our Guillermo Zertucci. Race 8. The number 8, Speed Grazy, 4-1. Says, I'll have the pleasure to be sitting in Mark Glatt's box tomorrow. Wow, that's cool. That's cool, G. Wow, that's dope. Copied and pasted. And that's number 3. I should have had the record up there. I'll have the record going here as we move forward. It is in the black, though. The pick of the day at Santa Anita, I'll be on it. Sportsman of the Year, my guy, Lucky Lefty in the house. Antoine Seymour and Dominique Jackson checking in together. Fuel your fire. Respect. Love capping with you guys. Respect. Rocco Rogers, Troy Torrance, Bo Jackson, Johnny Guns, Rez Mob, Craig Wood, Philly Eagle Flyer, Gerald Jones. Occupancy in the house says I should not have faded Nashville. Too many pipes and missed open cages for the Blues in the first made them pay. Nashville's a really good hockey team, but I did think that St. Louis will play a little stronger defensively, Binner and all them. But let's get to work here. Polo this, polo that. Marcus McCarthy, thank you guys all for joining us. Nasty Nate Ness. And there's Sammy Comer with the $13.99 dono to bless our Friday, bless our action. Thank you so much, Sammy Comer. That means a ton. And I thought I copied and pasted Stacks play today. Did I? So we have double Stacks plays of the day here. We got Trey Turner and Oh, it's Trey Turner. Why did I think it was Justin Turner? Thank you. Sorry, it's again the amount of hours it takes to cap all of this is, there's just no time for sleep. How can you possibly sleep? There's just no time for sleep. All right, let's get to work. Chrissy Hink, welcome back. DeQuincy, welcome back to our show. Let's get to work, fellas. Let's get to work. Men and women, cappers of all kinds. Let's get to work here. We have a huge, huge card, and we have just the cappers to lead us to the cash. Please welcome your first guest, your star of Fridays here on Betting with the Bag, coming to us from Canada's black and yellow, Steel Town. Please welcome Mr. Ian Cameron. Bobano, how are you, my friend?
I'm great. Joseph's on to something. I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but I don't care if it's -4 degrees Celsius and a blizzard going on at Wrigley Field today. You can't put a Dodgers game out there with a total of 7 right now, okay? You just can't do it.
It is. I mean, I love unders in cold weather, but that 1, 2, 3 lineup's the scariest in my lifetime by far. I can't even tell you who in my lifetime could compete with that 1, 2, 3. I mean, what do we have to go back to the Oakland A's in the early
Big
90s?
Red Machine in the 70s. I'm really dating myself now saying that.
I mean,
the Reds.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And Craig Wood says Trey Turner, Jose's favorite shortstop. Yes, Jose does not utter that name. Let's get right to work, Bobano. We would like to be done NHL in college basketball in an hour and 2 minutes, but we can stretch it to an hour and 12 minutes.
We'll keep a good pace. We've been doing that lately. Yep.
Let's get to work. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Philadelphia Flyers 36-29-11, 17-13-7 on the road. At the Buffalo Sabres 36-35-5, 19-19-1 at home. KeyBank Center in Buffalo, New York. Now, I say we need to keep a quick pace, and I can't do it on this game. I've got a lot to say, and I'll try to keep it as tight as possible. Right now, the Sabres are at -124. There was a move. I could have got on the Sabres at -111. Last week, there was a couple spots where I was like, I know this is wrong, and I'm going to bet it at this number. This time, I was like, how wrong am I? How wrong am I? I wanted to wait, and then, of course, it comes back to the Sabres. They get up to -124. They're now -122. There's been a 2-cent move towards the Buffalo Sabres. From a total side of things here, we are dealing with a 6. It's -102 to the under. It opened up at +101 to the under. So we've had, it's not really a move to the over because the over has gone from -115 to -110. It's become an 8-cent vig situation. So they just kind of shortened both sides. So there really has been no change in the total. So let's go. We have Samuel Ersson, 21, 16, and 7, 2.81 goals against average, 891 save percentage, 3 shutouts. I will talk about him here in a second. There's Red Girl in the house, Dan Kelly as well. Great to see all you guys. Gary Tenebra. Then we have UP Luokinen, 25, 20, and 3, 2.57 goals against average, 910 save percentage, 5 shutouts. Philadelphia power play at 12.9%. That will also come up here in a second. 83.7% penalty killing. Buffalo, 16.4% power play, 79.3% penalty killing. It's a very tightly bunched Eastern Conference wildcard situation, and it's so exciting. And it means so much to my action because I've got big plus lines on the Flyers not to make the playoffs. And I've got big plus lines on the Islanders to make the playoffs. This is very, very, very exciting for me. Philadelphia comes in off its 5th straight loss, falling 4-3 in overtime at home to the Islanders on Monday. So I don't like John Tortorella. You guys know that. I especially don't like what he's done this year. Now, you could say, look at how the Flyers have overachieved. I think the Flyers have a real high character group with a real tough, talented young forwards. And I don't think it's because of Tortorella that they have been better than we expected. This team, now you could say, look at how many shots they block. I mean, Tortorella is the one pushing them to that because no team blocks more shots than the Flyers. So I just want to go over what Torts has done here. He says there are certain people that don't have a clue how to play. He said, or just don't have it in them to play in those types of situations, meaning the big games. So now every player in that room is questioning, is he talking about me? Is he talking about me? What Tortorella does is he strips players down and he breaks them down mentally, and then he builds them up in his own image. You know who else does that? Cults. Cults do that. Couturier was named captain, demoted to the fourth line, and then benched. Gives Couturier's place back on the top line against the Islanders, and Couturier gets hurt 3 minutes in. That made me happy. Now, I don't want Couturier to get hurt, but just the fucking mind games that Tortorella is playing with this great high character captain made me so angry that I was like, good. I mean, obviously, that Noah Cates, Couturier, Denis Gurianov have come together in that 5-1 loss to Chicago, and they don't play very long together, and they played phenomenal together. If you look at their monkey puck, their expected goals percentage, they were phenomenal together. What does Tortorella do? He takes Gurianov off and puts on Cam Atkinson. Cam Atkinson, another guy he's played head games with for the last 10 years. Atkinson hasn't scored in 18 games. And he puts him on the power play, puts him on that line. Bobby Brink, a healthy scratch over and over again. Now, Bobby Brink has to play because of Couturier's injury. The Flyers are 11-15-5 in 30 games since Carter Hart started for the team on January 20th. So Urson is 9-11-4 since then. Urson has played in 26 of those 30 games. I mean, this is a rookie that you are sending to the slaughter. No, he's never. Tortorella has never played a goaltender this much in his entire coaching career. This guy, what you want to play a rookie on a 73 or 74 game over an 82 game season? It's prorated to 71 games. Unheard of in today's NHL. The power play has been atrocious all season long. Dead last in the league, 12.92%, 2% lower than the second worst Blue Jackets. No creativity in this department. Nothing. He's just sitting there saying, you guys blaming on the players. Why don't you put something together to give these guys a chance to succeed? Over the past 3 weeks, he's scratched Couturier for 2 games. He's walked out when they asked him about Felix Sandstrom. Walked out of a press conference. He's called his whole team soft. He didn't leave the bench when he was ejected, just sat there smiling. That was a game they lost 6-0 because of his fucking antics. And then he says, it comes down to, are they going to quit on him? It follows me around, and so be it. If a player's going to quit on me or players are going to quit on me because I'm trying to make them better people or better athletes, you got the wrong damn coach here. You got the wrong damn people here. My job is I'm going to push these athletes. This antiquated coaching techniques, getting in the head of these young players who need confidence and need hope in their lives in this very, very, very difficult competitive league. And he hasn't done a goddamn thing successfully since 2004. And I am going to fade his hockey team tonight. And if I'm right, I'm going to fade them again against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sabres coming off their second win in 3 games, 6-2 at home versus Capitals on Tuesday. This is the final game of 5-game homestand. This is a healthy group. 6 points behind the Flyers with 6 games left. They're going to try their hardest tonight. Now, they could beat the Flyers tonight, and they still have to leapfrog 3 teams that aren't including the Flyers. So it's not like the Sabres are going to make the playoffs, but they're going to try tonight. And fuck Tortorella. Take it away, Bobano. The floor is yours. Flyers, Sabres.
Yeah, he's been the star of the NHL the last week with the tirade after the Islander game. I actually loved his press conference on Wednesday. I thought what he said was great because he actually said, you know what, he actually did take some responsibility. He said, I haven't done a good enough job getting them ready and getting this team to the level they need to play at, because there's a different level at this time of year if you're going to make the playoffs. The games are more important. There's more critical ways of going about it right now. And you're right. They have not gotten to that next level, the Philadelphia Flyers. There's no question about that. We'll see how they fare here because, look, Buffalo is a team that is clearly not given up yet. That was an impressive win against Washington the other night. But what I feel about that Washington win is I'm not as impressed anymore with what Buffalo did against Washington, because Washington looks like they are running on fumes right now. They were awful last night against Pittsburgh. Their offense has disappeared. You know, if not for a 5-on-3 and Ovechkin finally scoring a goal in that game last night against Pittsburgh, they were going to get shut out in that game. So Washington's kind of fading right now, and I was waiting for it to happen, you know, pretty much all season. It finally is. And now they got a brutal spot tonight. So can Buffalo put good games together 2 in a row? That's been their issue all season long. That's been the problem. That's been the issue all season long here for this Buffalo Sabres team. For Philadelphia here, they come into this game, obviously, with the loss to the Islanders. They know they're slipping. They know their grip on a wild card is very, very thin right now. But I think tonight you're going to get a response from them that's positive. And I actually like that Torts is going with Ivan Fedotov in net. Samuel Erson's hit a wall. You cannot start him right now in games of this magnitude.
And that's all Tortorella's fault.
Well, I don't know if it's all his fault. The Carter Hart situation is not something he brought on. That's just something that happened.
And he sure filled Sandstrom with confidence.
Yeah,
playing these fucking
not
head
ready
games
either.
with these kids.
I mean, he's in a tough spot with the goaltending because no one thought Carter Hart was going to be gone from the team, and obviously he is because of his involvement with the scandal from a few years ago. So he's basically got to roll with Ersson and play him a shit ton of games at the NHL level, which clearly he's not ready for because he's hit a wall and he's struggled a lot the last little bit. Sandstrom has not played consistent enough at any point. So he's stuck now. You put in Ersson, you're worried. Can he deliver a good game for me? Sandstrom, he can't deliver a good game for me because we've seen enough out of him. He's not ready. Peterson was a disaster. That's why they put him on waivers earlier this year, Cal Peterson. So they're in a tough spot with their goaltending. I say put this young Russian kid in because one thing I will say about Fedotov is that he came out of the gate in that start in a tough spot. You're against an Islander team in a huge game, and he was phenomenal in a second period where the Philadelphia Flyers were horse shit. And he was the only reason the Islanders didn't score more than one goal in that period. I think it's actually a positive he's in net. I don't know if I trust the Flyers for the full game, but I sure as hell think you're going to get a good opening period from them. I like Philadelphia here, first period in this game. And I don't trust Buffalo. Last time Buffalo had a good game, came back home, and they were down 5-0 to the Ottawa Senators in the first period. I don't trust this Buffalo
That was their
team.
first game back from a 5-game road trip. Now there's no excuse for how bad they looked, but that is a possible one.
I mean, Buffalo should be coming to play, but Philly should be. Philly's off a loss. Philly's had 2 days now, 3 days, because they haven't played since Monday, to basically get some practice in, work in Fedotov, deal with, have the airing of grievances with Torts. And I'm sure he's had a lot of discussions with the team behind the scenes the last few days. And that's what I've seen. I think in the first period, and knowing Buffalo struggles to start the game well, they have a little bit of positive shit happen to them, Buffalo. And they come out in the next game and it's like, well, last game was just such a great game for him. We can just screw around and get off to a slow start. It's been I've seen this movie from Buffalo way too much. And I think Philly has a good start. Do I think Philly wins the game? I'm not sure. But I think in the first 20 minutes, you get Philadelphia responding in the right way. So I'll take Philly first period. I like the over in this game as well. Over 6, I'm going to add that to the card as well. I think we're going to see both teams being able to find the back of the net here a little bit. With Fedotov, I've still got those question marks with him in between the pipes for a full game. So I like over 6 -110. And I'm going to go Philadelphia first period money line here, plus 105.
You got it. And I could easily not bet the Sabres just because of the big money I get if the Flyers don't make the playoffs. But
I've also got memories of the last time Philly played in Buffalo. I remember that game. Buffalo was a fucking disgrace in the first period. Disgrace. I mean, what was the score? I think what was that game? It was 3-0 Philly after the first period. I'm not saying it's going to be 3-0 Philly after the first period tonight, but I've just seen, I know this Buffalo team. I grew up cheering for them. I've seen it enough. I know when not to trust them. And at least early in this game tonight, I don't trust them.
And if Richie Rich is on your side, Luigi's on your side, if the Flyers, roll here with Torts antics, I'll be the first to say, look, I was wrong, and he did what it took to get them into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'll be the first to say I was wrong. He did what it took to get them in the playoffs. If they lose tonight, I'm going to fade that guy again on Saturday against Columbus Blue Jackets. All right, I'm on the Sabres.
If they look bad tonight, let's say the response is terrible, and Buffalo wins and maybe wins handily, that's time to just maybe that's it for Philly. I don't want to say stick a fork in them, but if this is not a spot for Philly to respond in a positive manner and they get lit up tonight, that's a big time red flag. That's a big issue. That's a big problem.
My dislike for how he's handling this is going to make me so uncomfortable watching this hockey game. Like, I'm just going to be so uncomfortable. Okay, let's move on. Okay.
They're both erratic teams. That's why they're in the spots they're in. Philly hanging on for a spot. Buffalo not even in one.
We move on to 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the New York Rangers. And that rant and all that stuff. We're going to go quicker now, and I apologize. Rangers 51-21-4, 24-11-4 on the road at the Detroit Red Wings 51-21. Oh, I copied that twice. It's just no sleep and just capping for hour after hour after hour after hour. Little season, but I like it. It's just this is the toughest 2 weeks of the year for me, and I'm just a little frantic. I love it. I love what we do. I love it so much. It's just, the stress and the pressure. Igor Shesterkin, 33-16-2, 2.65 goals against average, 911 save percentage, 3 shots. Alex Lyon, 19-16-4, 3 goals against average, 907 save percentage, 2 shots. I really like that he's bounced back. I cheer for these journeymen. It looked like he couldn't handle being the number one, for an elongated period. And he looked very good against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Rangers power play 25.8%, penalty killing 83.7%. Detroit power play 22.8%, penalty killing at 80%. I have a similar feeling to the Devils game. And that's just, yes, I know the Rangers are a very good hockey team. Yes, they should be able to beat almost any hockey team except, the top 8 or 7 in the league in both conferences, maybe 4 in each conference. And on any given night, it doesn't matter where they play, in their barn, in the opposition barn, doesn't matter. They're a very good hockey team. But this is just a hungry Red Wings hockey team. And I just like that Devil spot, you guys talked me into the Rangers -1. I got the push. I don't want to get talked into this one. This total is sitting here at 6. Yes, I think the Rangers are the most likely team to win this hockey game, but risk reward here, is it worth it? This under opened up at -103. It's now -104, so the over is still slightly juiced. Then from a money line standpoint here, we have the Rangers sitting at -138. That's exactly where they opened at 1:10 p.m. yesterday. The Rangers coming off their 6th win in 7 games, 4-3 at home over the Devils on Wednesday. They're a healthy group. They have Wheeler, and then, of course, Hedl out till next year and Wheeler out till maybe the playoffs if they need him. I think he might be an energy guy at some point if they come off a loss. Red Wings coming off snapping their 4-game losing streak with a 4-2 win at Tampa on Monday night. They were outplayed, but they took advantage of opportunities, and Alex Lyon played very well. I watched every second of that game. Now, they have real deal snipers playing around Dylan Larkin, who I think should be nominated for most valuable player, but it's just a pretty tough group to get in, and he won't get in. But he should. He's probably the most valuable player to his team in the entire league. But that's a different conversation. But they have snipers around him. Patrick Kane, Lucas Raymond, Robbie Fabry, David Perron, Alex DeBrincat. They have accountable defensive forwards in JT Convert and Andrew Kopp. They have a star young defenseman in Moritz Seider. They are missing Michael Rasmussen. He's out of the lineup with an undisclosed injury. But, this is a good team. They deserve to be fighting for this. They deserve to have a sold-out Little Caesars Arena and have the Rangers come to town. And I can't wait to watch the game. But I don't want to fade these hungry teams. Take it away, Bobano. Rangers, Red Wings.
I like Detroit here. I think Detroit's live home dog. I like them here getting a plus price in this game. The Rangers are off. Look, the Rangers are off that emotional and physical New Jersey game, which went off the rails with the line brawl. Obviously, everything that stemmed from the previous meeting. I don't think you're going to get their absolute best tonight necessarily, coming off a game that emotional the other night against the New Jersey Devils. And Detroit's had a lot of rest. Detroit is coming off a road trip, but they have had enough time off where this is not that same tricky spot for them coming off the road trip. Detroit. I know it was a 5-gamer, but they haven't played since that Monday night win against Tampa. Not many teams are beating Tampa Bay right now, but the Detroit Red Wings did beat them on Monday night by a score of 4-2. I know they've been struggling. They had lost 4 in a row before that, but Nashville 1-0, Carolina, Florida, pretty tough games. They probably could have beat Florida. They lost in a shootout in that game, so it's not like they've been blown off the map here necessarily. Rangers are playing great. There's no question. I know they've beaten Detroit twice, but I think schedule and spot dictates that the Red Wings have more than a puncher's chance. This is a bit of a tricky situational spot here, in my opinion, for the Detroit Red Wings. So Detroit plus 125 at Pinnacle. I'm on it.
I love it. I love it. I really, really like it. I don't know if I don't have the balls. I don't have the balls, but I'm going to cheer it on, and I mean it. Like I will really. I want to. Obviously, I need the Flyers out. Okay, 7 p.m. Eastern, Washington Capitals 36-28 and 10, 16, 17 and 4 on the road at the Carolina Hurricanes 47-21.
And it's good Alex Lyon right now, by the way. He's turned it around.
Yeah,
He gave him that reset, Derek Lalonde. Sat him down for like a week, said, you know what, that's enough. You stink right now. You need a rest. You need a physical and mental rest. He's come back from that, and look at his numbers.
He's been great. Yeah, no, I agree. It's been great. And I love seeing it. Like, I want these character journeymen to have success. We're in PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay, so yes, I probably cost a lot of my friends cash. I know I did. I really liked the Hurricanes in the situation yesterday. But they're going to pay us back here today. To me, this is the best bet on the board, and it's on the puck line. -1.5 on the Carolina Hurricanes. Both teams coming in on the second half of a back-to-back after suffering 4-1 losses last night, but they're in much different situations rest-wise. Hurricanes have played once since Saturday night. Once. And they're champion. They just got to get back on the ice immediately after that horrific display. The Capitals fell 4-1 at home to the Penguins in a must-win game. This is their third game in 4 nights. They've been outscored 18-6 over a 4-game losing streak. TJ Oshie remains out for the Capitals. The Hurricanes laid this egg. They were down 3-0 before the game was 11 minutes old. This is a great bounce-back spot. This is a completely healthy squad. So this is where I expect to get that money back. Washington's power play is being electric. I mean, Ovi got another one last night to make it 3-1 to give them some hope. Now they face the best penalty kill in the league. I'm not saying that the Capitals power play can still get one. I mean, we watched Tampa Bay dominate the Leafs, and Austin Matthews still sniped one. So, but this is the best bet on the board to me. Hurricanes puck line. I got +102 at Pinnacle. Let me just give you the line history here quickly. From a line history standpoint, we have Carolina a -265. It opened up at -260, and you could say, well, it hasn't moved. I think this is lined appropriately. I think this is a right line. I you know how in baseball we're trying to get an edge on the price. This is an X's and O's thing. The Hurricanes probably beat the Capitals 5-1 tonight, and so this is just the right line, and it still moved 5 cents towards the Hurricanes. And then from a total side of things here, we're sitting at it's moved to 5.5. It opened up at 6. I did look at the Capitals under 2.5. Maybe I should look a little harder. Take it away, Bobano. Capitals Hurricanes.
Yeah, I'm going to be right there with you in some form in this game because Washington is fading. They're not playing well. The offense is dormant. It's a back-to-back. And if you look at the ice time last night against Pittsburgh, trailing 4-1 in that game, I mean, you're talking about there's a lot of tread on the tires of some of these Capitals. Ovechkin in his 30s. John Carlson's not a spring chicken anymore. These guys played 22, 25 minutes last night for this Capitals team. Big minutes in that game. And now you got to come back. It's your back-to-back spot for them. Against a Carolina team that's rested. Carolina actually lost that crazy game in a shootout 7-6 to the Capitals a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, they'll be wanting to earn some redemption for that. If you look, the Carolina Hurricanes have scored 4 more goals in 3 of the last 4 meetings between these two teams coming into this game here tonight. So what I'm going to do here is something a little bit different. You can get I'm going to do 2 bets on Carolina. I'm going to be a little safer here and go with Carolina -1, -126 with the puck line. That's at Pinnacle. Carolina -1, -126. Again, a little bit cheaper there. And I'm also going to go with the team total for Carolina, over 3.5 +100 in this game. I think there's a good chance they score 4. I assume Spencer Carberry is petrified of Darcy Kemper right now because Darcy Kemper's been a disaster, an unmitigated disaster this year for Washington, but he's got no other option. Charlie Lindgren, you've put that guy through the ringer. He's running on fumes. Charlie Lindgren is hitting a wall. He has not been sharp. This is a back-to-back. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but I assume it's going to be Darcy Kemper. And if it is Darcy Kemper, floodgates could open here for Carolina. He's been that bad. I remember the goal he gave up the recent start he had. I think he got pulled against this same Carolina team. I think that's the last time we saw him start. That 7-6 game. It was terrible. So yeah, it's a bounce back spot for Carolina. I think Washington's kind of running out of gas. So for me, Carolina -1, -126, full game puck line, and also the team total over 3.5 plus 100.
Oh, team total over 3.5 plus 100. Hurricanes -1, -126.
That's right. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah. Okay. I like it. I like it. And I guess if I had to realize, like, I was just so caught up in the smash spot. If I could have got a -1, -126, I probably, looking back, I see why that's an appealing opportunity. Okay, we roll on. Next up for us, 9 p.m. Eastern, Colorado Avalanche 48, 22-6, 19, 15-5 on the road. And that's an important number. I know they've been playing so well of late, but still, they've lost, or they've won less than 50% of their road games in regulation. Rogers plays in Edmonton, Alberta. We got Alexander Georgiev. Anunin was spectacular last night. Georgiev in that here, 37-15-4, 2.85 goals against average, 901 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Stuart Skinner, 33-14-5, 2.63 goals against average, 906 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Colorado, 24.7% power play, 82.3% penalty killing. And Slatsy is going with you on that Canes team total over, and Fanatical Jim on the -2.5 at +160. Sweet talking about the Oilers coming off getting shut out. It was embarrassing. Now, I know they hit 2 posts in the first period, but still, Dallas has shown that, they are the, I guess I shouldn't, I mean, Colorado is so good, but Dallas looks like an absolute juggernaut right now. Edmonton power play 27, Colorado 24.7. Both teams have really strong penalty killing. Colorado 82.3, penalty killing for Edmonton 79.4. I watched the Oilers and I'm watching McDavid, and he's still electric, but he doesn't have that. And things change from year to year. Like Austin Matthews has so much confidence right now. He just knows he's going to score. He knows he's going to score all the time. It's like McDavid feels like he's going to hear the post. It's like he just doesn't have that swagger that I'm used to. Now Hyman's gone for 50 plus, but let's get into the line history here. And another thing, the Sabres and the Oilers, who I'm on both of them, I'm not taking them on the -1s, and I'm going to spend a little. It's going to cost me a little bit more money here over this next week and a half because it's playoff time. The game's going to be so close. There's going to be a lot of 1-goal games. There's going to be a lot of unders, and I don't need the -1s as much. And I decided against the -1 on the Sabres and on the Oilers here. From a total side of things, this is sitting at 6.5, -120 to the over, open at -123 to the over. As Slatsy said, the last 5 times these teams have met, it's gone to overtime. I guess that probably, in my head about why I would want the money line as well. And that was a phenomenal goal. That was a phenomenal game last time these two teams met in Edmonton. It was one of the most fun games I've watched all year. Now, I got lucky to get in on the over at 3.5 and 4.5, or 4.5 first and then 3.5 later. So it was all, gravy in the third period when they started scoring. But these teams sort of follow I feel like when they play each other, it goes low scoring, high scoring, low scoring, high scoring. But I think that's simplifying things a little bit too much. Colorado on the second half, back-to-back after winning 5-2 Minnesota last night. Minnesota dominated the shots. Minnesota played really good. McKinnon had a goal and 2 assists, and then we have Jonathan Drouin scoring twice and adding an assist. What a I'm happy for the kid that he's found a place in the NHL. They bring in Drouin and Ryan Johansson. I expected them both to fail. Now one did fail, Ryan Johansson. Nichushkin's been out with a lower body injury. He's expected to return tonight. He's traveling with the team. Yakov Trenin, who they got from the Predators, right? I believe it's Predators. He missed the Wild game with an undisclosed injury. It's unclear if he'll be available tonight. Oilers return home after an ugly 2-game road trip. They lose 3-2 in overtime at St. Louis. Then they lose 5-0 at Dallas on Wednesday. They're a completely healthy group. And on the money line, the Oilers are up to -134. They opened up at -130. It's just a clear Oilers spot to me. There's my guy Schnizzle in the house, Mally Mal, ready to get to work. Take it away for us, Bobano, Avalanche, Oilers.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think it could be. I don't know. There's something that's a little off with Edmonton, but I certainly wouldn't bet against them in this spot. With Colorado on the back-to-back on the road, 5-2 win in Minnesota last night. Edmonton in revenge for the 3-2 overtime loss at home a month ago. It all adds up to be a nice little situational spot for Edmonton, but I don't love that price. What I do love, and 5 straight games have gone to overtime. I'm on the draw here. It's an easy no-brainer to me. I think I've been on the draw most recent meetings. I was on the draw in that March 16th game in Edmonton as well. What can you say? 5 straight games between these two teams have gone to overtime. going back to the final game of the playoff series a couple of years ago, but it's been 4 straight regular season meetings between the Avs and the Oilers that have gone past regulation. So it's a no-brainer for me to take plus 370 at FanDuel with the draw here in this game, Colorado and Edmonton. I think I might add the first period over as well. I don't know about the full game, and I know the last time these teams played, it was a scoreless first period. Sometimes I like the opposite to happen, the next time the teams play. And don't be fooled for a minute. That 3-2 game, it stayed under. No goals in the first period. The pace was off the charts. The pace was blistering. There were tons of chances. Goaltending was pretty good. I think we're going to see Georgiev in net for Colorado. Yes, because we saw Onanen last night. We should see Skinner in net for Edmonton. But I think you're going to get goals early. And I think especially from Edmonton. Edmonton, after a rare shutout loss to Dallas, that doesn't happen to them very often. I think a fast start is going to be what they're looking for. So we'll take over 1.5 minus 145 Pinnacle first period.
You got it. Bobano on the draw plus 370. He's on the first period over 1.5 at minus 145. And I got the Oilers at minus 128. It's minus 134 now at Pinnacle. When I got it, it was minus 128 at Pinnacle. It was minus 129 at Bet Online. It was minus 130 at Bet 365. Right now it's minus 130 still at Bet 365. So if you're looking,
what I might end up, I won't make this an official play, but I'll probably sprinkle on this because I think this will make the idea of betting Edmonton a little bit more appealing. Pinnacle's great with this, the combo bet. You can get Edmonton in over 5.5 plus 160. That's tickling my fancy right there.
Bobano's fancy being tickled. We move on. 10 p.m. Eastern. Vegas Golden Knights 42-25-8, 18-14-6 on the road to the Arizona Coyotes 31-39-5, 2019-0 at home at Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona. Logan Thompson, they're miracle workers. I can't know who can explain how they turn these average goaltenders that nobody wants into clear number ones that can lead you to the Stanley Cup final. I have no explanation for it. Logan Thompson's didn't look good. He didn't look good.
No.
And then he's forced into the number one role, and he's just lights out. Carol Vommelka, 11-18-2, 3.33 goals against average, 8.99 save percentage, 1 shutout. Vegas power play, 18.9%. It's dropping like a rock, And I thought it would change when Eichel came back. It hasn't. Maybe Stone is. Well, we know what Stone is. I mean, this guy's a captain, a Stanley Cup winning captain. He's a leader. He's just everything. Arizona power play 22.4%. Who would have thought that Arizona's power play, would be better than the Canucks power play and better than Vegas's power play? I mean, it's just nuts. 75.7% penalty killing, though, has held them back. So look, I get it. The Vegas is appealing. I get it. But something just doesn't feel right. And I don't like backing a team on the final game of a homestand, which Arizona's on, 7-game homestand. They go off on a big 5-game road trip in here now. There's been a 3-cent move to Vegas, and it just doesn't feel right. I think it's hard here when you have the Canucks come to town and Vegas smashes them. And then, you got to go out to Mullet Arena in front of 5,000 people. I mean, that arena was electric before the game. I had friends at the game, and it was just like, they were like, there's nothing more exciting than seeing your team play the Knights in Vegas, sold out, everyone going bananas. This total sitting at 6, it's minus 102 to the under, open up minus 107. So it had a 3-cent move, 107 to 110 on the over. The Knights coming off their third straight win, sixth in 7 games, 6-3 at home over Vancouver on Tuesday night. Nicholas Waugh is dealing with an undisclosed injury and will be unavailable versus Arizona. And I love them. Chandler Stevenson and Nicholas Waugh on the same line. I mean, that's just your power play dream line. Your playoff dream line. That size and
Great
speed
chemistry.
and toughness. Yeah. Oh God, and so Nicholas Waugh being out, I think it hurts them. When I went over their line combinations, I think I still have it up here. I was just, it's a loss. It's like you take Mark Stone and Nicholas Waugh off. Now, I don't think necessarily that Nicholas Waugh should be a top 6 in the NHL. Like, he'd probably be better on the third line on your whatever. But it's a loss. And they also have William Carrier out. So you have William. So now they're bringing up Brendan Brisson from the minors. We know Stone is out. The Coyotes coming off their second straight loss, 2-1 at home to the Canucks on Wednesday. They begin the 5-game road trip at San Jose on Sunday. It's just, let me hear your take on it. Do you think I'm leaving money on the table, not backing Vegas here? It's just something just doesn't feel quite right.
That's kind of the way I see it. I don't want to step in front of Vegas. They're playing well. 3 wins in a row, 6-1 their last 7. Logan Thompson's been phenomenal. He's at the point now where if Aiden Hill's healthy and ready to return for the playoffs, it's still a question mark whether you go with him. It's a legit question right now because, I know last year phenomenal, and it's almost like, gosh, after everything he did for us last year, getting us to a Stanley Cup, how do we say, you know what, you're not our game 1 starter this year? But if you're basing it off this season's body of work, and especially the recent body of work, Logan Thompson's been the better goalie, the last stretch of games. So that's going to be a tough decision. He's been excellent. What's he on now? 4-game win streak for this Golden Knights team. And to actually go back further, he's on a 6-start win streak. He's won each of his last 6 starts. He's given up 3 goals or less in all 6. He's given up 1 goal in 5 of those last 6 starts for the Vegas Golden Knights. So he's been excellent. I'd actually lean under in this game as far as a total goes, and especially because the series history has been kind of trending under as well. 7-3 to the under. The last 3 meetings have all gone under. Earlier this year, 2 meetings, it was 2-0 Arizona in Vegas, and it was 3-2 Vegas here in Arizona. Both of those games stayed under the total. So no official plays, but lean to Vegas, maybe in regulation, and lean to the under.
Yes, it's just I'm comfortable not being on it. And I was like, God, I guess I'm so excited about having a nice big card for Friday night, when I don't have to cap an entire card the next day and I can just actually.
And I know their next game's Vancouver again in Vancouver, but it's not till Monday. Okay, it's not till Monday, and they just beat Vancouver. It's not like that's a major look ahead, in my opinion.
Well, the Canucks are starting a very good hockey team right now, so I don't think anybody's too concerned. Everybody wants to play them in the first round. They're dreaming about playing the Canucks in the first round, and then we get to rail on old toddler shoulders Pettersson, who everybody was saying, was an MVP in the first 30, 40 games of the year. Well, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And
he's been
Pettersson bothers me so much
lately. Yeah.
Okay, we roll on to our final spot on the board here, and by the way, I was saying,
thank God for Höglander and Garland and guys like that.
Connor Garland is getting rave reviews, and I was so against the Ekman-Larsson Garland trade. I hated it so much when it was made, and Garland is, he's made my dad's become a fan of Garland. He's playing his heart out there. Vegas Golden Knights, Arizona Coyotes. Seattle Kraken 31-13, 15-14, 7 on the road. Anaheim Ducks 25-47, 4 11-24 2 at home. We're at Honda Center in Anaheim, California. Philip Grubauer versus John Gibson. It's sad. It's sad watching Gibson out there. It's just sad. I mean, 890 save percentage, 3.48 goals against average. Nobody wants him. Ducks don't want him. Devils don't want him. Leafs don't want him. Nobody wants him. Grubauer has been a little bit better, but he's proven that even though, the Memorial Cup winner, right, with Windsor, I believe, and then the Stanley Cup winner with the Avs, and he just can't be number one. Seattle comes in off their second loss in 3 games, 5-2 at the Kings on Wednesday. We were all over the Kings on that spot, but I felt just so invested in the team that I had to, which is sort of the reason why I'm still going to fade the Flyers tonight, because I'm so invested in fading them, and I have to. And I'll deal with whatever consequences come. Seattle, 21.3% power play, 79.1% penalty killing. Anaheim, 17.9% power play, 72.7% penalty killing. Seattle's a healthy group, finally. We got to wait till game 75 for them to be a healthy group all year. It's too bad. But the market told us they weren't going to be very good this year. Minus 125 to make the playoffs when they're overtime away from making the Western Conference final. I mean, that just put it all on a silver platter. After losing the first 4 games of the road trip, the Ducks salvaged the last one, winning 5-3 at the Flames on Tuesday. Mason McTavish left with a lower body injury. Minchikov and Radko Gudas, who gives them toughness, they're both dealing day-to-day with injuries. Max Jones, now they've also out, so they've got 4 guys out. Brock McGinn not coming back till next year. Maybe won't come back. I hope he does, and our thoughts are with you, McGinn, and your back issues. But you have these 4 guys, now they're coming home, so maybe they return. Mason McTavish is hurt, though. He's been playing hurt. He went 10 games without a point. And you guys know how high I am on Mason McTavish. I tried to figure out a way to get on the Ducks, but I can't get on the Ducks on their first game back of this long road trip. So maybe it's Kraken or nothing, but Kraken just beat up on the Ducks Well, they beat them up badly on that first game. I just don't find this appealing. And there's other spots that I do find appealing. Mikey Money in the house. Sportsman of the Year, Kraken -1 first period. Let's hear what Bobano does, and then we get into college basketball. Take it away, Bobano.
Yeah, it's a very easy plan of attack here. John Gibson in net, I like over 5.5, and I think I like it anyway, even if it's Dostal. But I like it even more if Gibson's in net. I'm going to make that official regardless of the goaltending announcement for Anaheim. Obviously, I really like it if it's John Gibson, who's on a 6-start losing streak, and he's given up at least 4 goals in the majority of his recent starts. But I think I like the over anyway. Over 5.5 -108 at Pinnacle. 2 teams out of the playoffs. Nobody's blocking shots. Nobody has to, worry about doing that. A very lackadaisical defensive type of mindset is what I expect. And we've been seeing, look, for Seattle, we've been seeing more of that lately, where defensively they've just not been dialed in now that they're out of it. During this 3-7 run, they've gone over in each of their last 2 games against the Sharks and the Kings. Anaheim's gone over in 3 of their last 4 games. You're dealing with a 5.5, a very reasonable number, a low total here in this game. I think you just see a very, like I say, nobody's blocking shots. No team's going anywhere here. I think Seattle's offense, too, is better now with Vince Dunn back. They got Vince Dunn back a couple of games ago. That helped significantly. And look, all of a sudden with him back, they've scored 6 goals in 2 games, when they were just brutal offensively when he was out of the lineup. So that makes a difference. I think Seattle can score some. Anaheim should be able to score some goals as well, because I actually like what I've seen from them. They've scored 7 in the last 2 games. They've had a lot of shots as well. So I like over 5.5. I might move on Anaheim too if Dostal's in net. If Dostal's in net, I'll be very tempted to take Anaheim, because to me, Seattle, anytime they're this price this rest of the season, I'm interested fading them.
Yeah, no, well put. Well put. That was a very fun breakdown, although I did get a little emotional talking about Tortorella. I'm on the Sabres -116. Bobano's on the Flyers first period +105 and the over 6. Richie Rich on the Flyers first period -0.5 and Flyers full game. There are a lot of people that believe in Tortorella and believe in what he's doing. I'm not one of them. And I've been wrong before, and I could be wrong tonight. And trust me, I'll watch every goddamn second of this hockey game, and I'll feel it, and I'll lose money on it, or I'll win money.
Quick likely to start for the Rangers. Apparently, that looks like that again. Johnny Quick for the Rangers in net. Yep.
Oh, he's been bad.
I don't want to say he's been bad, but he's been not as good as he was early in the year. Last time we saw him, they beat Arizona, but he still gave up 5 goals in that game. Yep.
Oh, I got to fade Johnny Quick.
Oh, you're adding Detroit. Oh.
I'm not yet. I got to sit with it, but I got to fade Johnny Quick. Let's just do.
Market,
I know
it's moving. I see it's down to +116. I'm seeing a little.
Oh,
movement.
Damn. What? Yeah, I mean, I probably got to. Let me just go over this here. Johnny Quick. Oh, I guess you're right. He looked good at Boston. And he looked good at home versus the Devils. Like 5 goals at Arizona, 4 goals at Pittsburgh, 4 goals at the Blue Jackets. I guess I was a little harsh. So in March,
been terrible, but he's not been as good as he was. Lights out October to December. He's not been that lately.
In March, he had an .896 save percentage and a 3.02 goals against average. That's who he is. That's what he is. That's what he'll give you. Wow, the Red Wings become extreme. Is that confirmed?
That's confirmed. Yep.
Okay.
And it is back-to-back. They play Montreal tomorrow night.
Okay, I'm going to move on the Red Wings. God, it's I got to do this fast here. Okay. Or maybe I should wait. Do you think that the public's going to come in on the Rangers at 6 p.m.? Bobano?
I don't know. With Quick in net, I'm not sure that's as likely.
Okay, I gotta fade Johnny Quick here. Gotta fade him. Okay, so JT in the house. We're gonna get into our Final Four breakdown, and then we will get to MLB. And I'll promise you guys, we're gonna have 35 to 40 minutes before first pitch. Hurricanes -1.5 +102 for me. Bobano's on the Hurricanes -1 at -126, and a team total over 3.5 for Bobano. Bobano's on the draw.
Tack on a Detroit team total over 2.5 -134 for me at Pinnacle.
Oh, that's nice.
Little juice, but that -134 is actually not that bad at all. I'll happily lay -130 range for an over 2.5 with the team total. That's what I did last night with Montreal. I had Montreal team total over 2.5 -144. I didn't mind laying the juice. I said they can get 3 against Tompkins.
Yeah. Tompkins got shit on by the announcer all game long. It made me so angry. He played his heart out, and he made me
he's
money.
a journeyman goal. He's trying his best. Yeah,
but he was getting shit on by another. Like, oh, any shot's a good shot against Tompkins over and over and over and over again. I wanted to get a sharpened chopstick.
It's pretty harsh. Yeah,
I loved what
Let's
Tompkins did. He played his heart out there last
Yeah.
night. Fucking pissed me off, man. You're punching
Blue
down.
people, there's another one over 2. These over 2.5s, man. With some of these underdogs, I mean, they're good bets. Because do you know how many times, Jimmy, I've had an over 2.5 on an underdog? They get 3 goals, but they lose the game. That's happened so many times. The team total over 2.5. Don't shy away from that. I
love Tompkins played his heart out there last night. Then Bobano's on the draw in Colorado, Edmonton, first period over 1.5, minus 145. I'm on the Oilers at minus 128. Again, not taking the -1, which I usually would. And I'll see if that blows up. I'm tracking it very closely. I didn't do this last year. This year, the last week and a half, 2 weeks of the year, I just think these games are going to be close. Vegas, Arizona, we are off. Bobano's on the over 5.5 in Seattle, Kraken, Anaheim. And that is our NHL breakdown for today, Friday, April 5th. God, I feel so... it's when I don't sleep and I'm capping nonstop. I feel like I'm just emoting way too much. Everything just means more to me. And
you got lots of important games tonight. This is not your average Friday NHL.
Okay. It is time to cock. Oh, God, time to cock. That's what we're time to cock. Jesus. We are cutting this video out, so we won't start with that.
Time to suck cock? No. Time to talk. Yeah.
It's cock o'clock. Okay. Let's regroup here. Jesus Christ. Okay. It is time to talk college basketball.
There we go.
Final Four taking place in Phoenix, Arizona. This is very, very exciting. The 2 college basketball cappers with the best record of our guests this year, and they've all been great. We've had great NCAA basketball coverage, but our 2 best are here, or this year, record-wise, are here to cap this Final Four with you guys. We'll introduce first my first capper in 6 years of doing it to cap weekly a sport and hit over 60%. 51 wins, 32 losses, 61.4% plus 16.16 units, and ROI plus 19.47%, average line minus 110. Coming to us from Dallas, Texas. Please welcome Daby Cab to the show. Daby, how are you, my friend?
Jimmy, I'm good, man. Ready to talk Final Four. We got some MLB coming up too, but Final Four is up first. I'm excited, man. I got my bets in early. Some people wait to make their bets. As soon as these lines come out, I had to jump in on what I was ready for. So ready to get into it.
I'm looking forward to this very, very much. We also have Bobano joining us right now. He gave us NC State money line in the Elite 8, 123 wins, 102 losses on the show, 54.7% plus 7.04 units, ROI plus 3.13%, average line minus 114. You guys have both done a phenomenal job this year, and I'm very excited about capping this card with you guys. Also, we have our big live stream on Monday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The national championship live stream. It's going to be packed with cappers. It's going to be packed with fun. It's going to be packed with angles, and our live accounts are ready to rock, and they're loaded up, and we're going to get that cash. So please join us on Monday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Let's get to work here in the Final Four, and we have a couple big favorites here. We start Saturday, April 6th. 6:09 p.m. Eastern, the 11 seed Storybook NC State Wolfpack. Bobano's Wolfpack doing it again. It's wonderful. It's wonderful for sports.
Wonderful. Yeah.
26 and 4
for my bankroll. That's what it's wonderful.
You cashed that money line at plus 260 last Friday. Versus the number 1 seed Purdue Boilermakers 33 and 4. Purdue, my pick to win the national championship. Now, I was praying at this point I wouldn't look across and see the UConn Huskies. I was praying, and obviously they deserve to be the favorite in this tournament. They've been spectacular, but you stick with the girl that brought you to the dance, and Purdue is who brought me to the dance, and I will stick with them. But will I be betting them here? Let's go over line history and set this one up for you guys. Let's get this all rolling. So first off, NC State's been on an absolute magical run. 8 spots where if they lose, the season's over, and they've won and won and won and won and won. And who doesn't believe in this group? Unbelievable. Look, 9 and 11 in conference in the ACC. And here we are in the Final Four. They beat a tough group of teams. There's no getting around it. They beat a tough group of teams, and they deserve this opportunity. And it's going to be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult going up against Purdue. Purdue has taken care of business throughout this tournament very easily. The smash spot on Gonzaga, first half and full game. They just have looked dominant at times. Zach Edey's looked dominant at times. Let's pull up the line history here. We're going to be using Bet Online opening lines. If you're looking for a new account, we have a Bet Online link on our website, pubsportsradio.com. Gives you a 100% bonus up to $1,000, and it doesn't have to be Bitcoin. This total right now is sitting at 146.5. It's gone up a half point from its opener at Bet Online. It opened at 146. From a point spread analysis, we are sitting here with Purdue -9. Purdue -9. They opened up at 9.5. They're now 9. So we've had a half point move towards the NC State Wolfpack. 78% of the tickets and 78% of the cash are on NC State. Everybody's believing in them. From a total side of things, we know 80% of tickets are on the under. It's gone up a half point at Bet Online. We don't have cash flow at this point. We will start with you, Daby Cab. 61.4% on the season is spectacular. Take it away. Your thoughts. Final Four, Wolfpack, Boilermakers.
I mean, you said it for NC State. What is it? 9 straight win or go home games that they've showed up for, and that's after dropping 4 in a row to finish conference play. I mean, this was not a bet on team throughout the season. Obviously they've been winning, and covering spreads here on this run, which is all that matters. But on the season, 17-19-2 ATS, where you look across Purdue, 17-14 ATS. Purdue's been in this spot a lot. They've been a big, heavy favorite. They've been favored by nine or more points 19 times this year. They've covered 9 of those. NC State, on the other hand, they've been a 9 or more point underdog 3 times. They're 3-0 ATS here. So both teams are kind of in a spot they're comfortable here. This is going to be, out of the 2 games, it's the one I'm a little bit less interested in because it's going to be Burns versus Edey. That's what it is. Can Burns, can the big boy stop the giant? I don't think so. But one thing that bothers me when I bet with Purdue, if Edey gets in any kind of foul trouble early, he's going to be out of the game, and that will open a spot for NC State. Same thing, though, here with Burns. Both of these teams are going to slow this game down. It's a spot where they're both very comfortable. Neither of them are going to, get out there and push the tempo too much. The Boilermakers are 168th in adjusted tempo, and you look at NC State, they're 147th in adjusted tempo. So both of them are comfortable, waiting on their big guys to get down the court. So really where I'd probably look would just be at this total. And I think, even though we all like to see games go over in this situation, I'd be looking for the under. I have not bet this yet, but I'm very close to it. And I'll give it out as soon as I do.
Zach Edey has not got his 4th foul in 12 straight games.
Not yet.
He's now, is DJ Burns going to be able to force that? Zach Edey is playing with his head out there. He's not, and there's been some complaints that maybe he should have got a few fouls that he hasn't, but he has not been getting even close to foul trouble at this point. Now, of course, that would be your biggest concern. We have Daby leaning towards the under at this point. We want to hear from you guys in the chat. What your thoughts? Doug leaning to Purdue -9. Gerald Jones says Purdue first half -5 and Edey over 25.5 points. We have Troy saying, I think Purdue covers this number. NC State just won their Super Bowl. Troy Torrance says, I backed NC State in every round. Time to fade them. Chosen one leaning towards NC State first half +5.5. Let's hear what Bobano thinks of this spot after cashing NC State Wolfpack on the money line last Friday. Take it away for us, Bobano. Wolfpack, Boilermakers.
Oh, there's no way I'm getting off the bus. There's no way I'm getting off the train with this NC State team. I'm not going money line this time, though. I actually will sprinkle on it, but I do think Purdue might escape here, but I think it's a competitive game. I mean, the one thing about NC State, too, is Burns gets the attention. Burns and Edey, that's all you hear all week. I want to give some light, shine some light on the fact Purdue's guards have stepped up, and the fact that for NC State, DJ Horns had a phenomenal tournament, especially from long distance. What they've gotten from O'Connell, that guy's been tremendous, and they're not even here if he doesn't have that banked-in shot against Virginia in the ACC tournament. Think about that.
And that didn't even
have been done.
Smoothly.
The season should have been over for NC State that night. Over against Virginia. Not even in this damn tournament. And now here they are making this incredible run. But He's been good. Mohamed Diarra. Here's the thing with the Edey thing. Everyone's talking about Burns and Edey. NC State's got two pretty big guys down there with Mohamed Diarra as well. So unlike with Tennessee and some other teams, they're going to be able to actually rotate and throw multiple bigs at Edey. I don't know if it's going to make a damn bit of difference because, one, Edey's that good, and two, he gets every foul call known to man to go his way. But at the end of the day, at least there's multiple bigs that Kevin Keats will be able to kind of say, you know what, give him some different looks and maybe try to get him off his spot, get him off just feasting on the glass, which is probably the number one concern NC State has in this game because Purdue's a tremendous rebounding team, much of it Edey. NC State was a marginal, below-average rebounding team much of the season. So that's going to be an issue that they're going to have to overcome. But the heart of this team, the way Keats has had them ready to go each and every game. What I also like about NC State is they've had bad runs against them in this tournament. Oakland went on a run. I think that's probably the team that pushed them the most. Marquette made a run against them when they were down for most of that game. And it looked like, oh, maybe this game's going to get away from NC State. It never did. Anytime an opponent made a run against them, they responded. 9-2 run, 8-6, 8-1 run, that kind of thing, and they got the game back under control. That matters to me, especially when you're getting 9 points. We're not saying you've got to win the game. You're getting 9 points here. You've shown you haven't flinched. You've always put a run together when the other team is starting to make it interesting. They have responded to adversity in game. They're playing with great heart. They're moving the ball well. Everyone's getting involved. Like I said, now they've got a couple of bigs they can maybe pester Edey with in this game. So I think it's a great game. I don't know if they've got it in them to win again because Purdue, to me, they look like they're getting better and better with each game, quite honestly. And now that Painter and Purdue got through that glass ceiling and are finally in the Final Four, maybe they're going to relax a little bit and now go to another level. So I'm not going to be bold this time with NC State money line like I was against Marquette. See, part of that handicap last week, Jimmy, is I didn't trust Marquette flat out. I didn't trust Marquette fully in that game. I think I do trust Purdue a little bit more as far as the straight up component in this game is concerned. But you're going to give this NC State team that's been this dialed in, that's beaten Marquette, that's beaten Duke twice, that's 9-0 straight up, 7-2 against the spread in their last 9 games. You're going to give them this number of points once again. I'm going to take those points. So, yeah, NC State for me here in this one, plus the 9.
Plus 9. And what's the lowest vig you can find on
Actually,
that?
you know what? I'm trying to get BetStamp to open up for me, and it's not cooperating. But hold on just one sec.
Okay.
We'll
You can let me know when we set up our next game. Whew, gosh, Saturday night's going to be fun. 8:49 p.m. Eastern. We have the number 4 seed Alabama Crimson Tide 25-11 versus number 1 seed UConn Huskies 35-3. State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. A team in the Crimson Tide that I liked so much in the first half of the season, and then got off because they weren't playing defense. And now seeing them here is frustrating. But good for them. Good for them. They've looked good and better defensively than we imagined. College Charleston put up 96 against them, but then we saw Grand Canyon. We saw a much more focused group against Grand Canyon. Then they beat North Carolina by 2, very impressive fashion, and then took out Clemson by 7. We were, surprised that Clemson had made it to that point. UConn has steamrolled now for the second year in a row, just dominated every single foe that's being put in front of them. That 25-point victory over Illinois was a clinic. The 30-point victory over San Diego State. I mean, no one is coming even close. No one's coming even in the area code of the UConn Huskies, last year's champion and the number 1 seed overall in the tournament. Let's set this up here from a line perspective wise. This total sitting at 161. It opened up at 161.5, and it was at 160 yesterday. But about 3 hours ago, it's Friday morning. So 3 hours ago at 9:42 a.m., it moved up a point to 161. Still a half-point move to the under. Then from a spread perspective here, we have UConn moving to 11.5. Now, they have gone up to 12 at times. They opened up at 10.5, and they got up to 12. Then it dropped back to 11.5. Then it was at 12. And then yesterday, last night, just before midnight, it moved back to 11.5. But that 11.5 is juiced towards UConn. So we have a 1-point move and add 5 cents of juice towards the Huskies. And then when we get to the cash flow here, you have 73% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on the UConn Huskies. 73 and 87. Then you have 33% of the tickets and 82% of the cash on the under, which feels like sharp action. So it's a bit of a surprise that it went up this morning from 160 to 161 when we thought that was, where the sharp action lied. Here we go. Bobano, you get to start this one. Take it away for us. Crimson Tide, UConn Huskies to get to the national championship on Monday.
Plus 9.5, minus 114 at FanDuel for NC State in the last game. And you know what? Daby Cab will appreciate this because we were both at the very first Pubapalooza a couple of years ago in 2022. And we were both cheering on the same team. You know what NC State is to me this year? They're my Miami from 2 years ago in 2022. Remember that? Jimmy Larinaga. They took out the state of Houston when we were all down there in San Antonio. They beat Houston and they beat Texas back-to-back, Sweet 16 and Elite 8. And then it was, I think, who knocked them out in the Final Four that year? Wasn't it UConn? I think it was that knocked them out in the Final Four that year. Yeah.
But they still covered that first half in that game. Yep. I remember that all too well.
Yeah, but that I remember that event. We were just riding Miami, and that's exactly what I did with Miami in that tournament. Was what I've been doing with NC State basically in this tournament. So I don't know, something about the ACC. One of their teams makes a glorious run. This one's interesting. Look, I almost feel like I'm a complete and utter idiot if I step in front of UConn at this point. I mean, they've just been incredible. I mean, what's their average win margin in the tournament? 22 points by average. I mean, how do I get in front of that? Yet at the same point in time, there's a lot of points to be laying in a Final Four game against a team that can rain threes. And Mark Sears, if he's hitting shots like he did against Clemson, maybe they're in this game. But I'm telling you what, I've got to see it before I believe it, because UConn could turn a tie game like they did against Illinois. And Illinois was on fire. Illinois was as blistering hot as it gets until they played UConn. And UConn just rolls them in the second half, 30-0 run, and it turns into a blowout. I can't step in front of UConn. I won't step in front of UConn. Can't do it. So the question is, what do I do with this game? I don't want to lay 11.5, but here's the angle for me. I'm going to approach the team total here for UConn. I'm going to go with over 86.5 for the UConn Huskies team total, which is minus 115 at Bet Rivers. So that's over 86.5 for UConn's team total. This, to me, from Alabama's standpoint, and Nate Oates, they're going to play a very similar pace and style to St. John's. This reminds me of that Big East tournament game, St. John's and UConn. St. John's was going to play fast, push the pace, see if they could get UConn out of sorts in a full court transition style of game. That's what Alabama's going to do. UConn didn't have any issue, though. They made a shit ton of shots. Their offense was rolling against St. John's, and they scored 95 points in that Big East tournament game. That's why I think they can get into the 90s here against Alabama, because I know Alabama's defense has played better. I don't know if they've seen anything like this, though, in like what they're going to see here from this UConn team when it's all said and done, with the inside-outside balance they have with Spencer and with Newton, Caravan, everybody that can just burn you here on this UConn team. So I like UConn to score a lot. I could see Alabama scoring a bit too, but the thing is, I don't want to worry about 90-79, a final score like that in favor of UConn, and they win by 11. But they don't cover the number. I think the team total is the best approach, because I think this game reminds me of pace-wise how that St. John's UConn game went, and UConn put 95 on the board against Rick Pitino and St. John's. I think they can get above the 86.5, and I feel more comfortable with that, the team total over, than minus 11.5. So that's what I'm going to look at here, UConn team total over.
UConn team total over 86.5 and minus 115 for Bobano. Daby Cab, Crimson Tide, Huskies, State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Take it away.
Man, I couldn't agree more with how you just broke that down, because I do think UConn can get into the 90s, and I also think Alabama can get into the 80s, which is why this spread is something that, I am going to attack. I'm going to take it with Alabama. I'm going to take it in the first half. What I got is a plus 6.5 in the first half with Alabama. We could talk about this Alabama offense a little bit, I guess. Estrada, Sears. Obviously, Sears had the 7 threes in the last game, but he started ice cold. Bama last game, they were ice cold to start the game from 3. I like to see them come out here and push the pace a little bit early, like Bobano was just saying. Obviously, that's what they're going to do, because Alabama's defense, let's be honest, they're not stopping UConn, which is why I also agree with the team total that he was talking about there. Cam Spencer, he's a 3-level scorer. He can score from all parts of the floor for UConn. But then, you look on the Alabama side, one thing I want to talk about, what's his name? Our guy, Pringle, is that his name? You know, he hadn't been putting up very many points throughout the season, shooting the one-handed free throws. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's tough to watch. He doesn't touch the ball with both hands when he shoots his free throws. It's all one hand. But anyways, he stepped up big last game. We're going to need more of that from him if we're going to cover this first half spread. But I saw the life there in this Alabama team. You know, on the season, shooting 37% from downtown. But if you look at their numbers, you know, in this tournament right here, let me pull this up for a second. You got a couple people sitting at right around 44, 50%. Sears during the tournament, 44.7%. You look at Griffin, you know, he's their second leading scorer with 13.5 points per game. In the tournament here, he's shooting at 50%. Estrada is the one whose numbers are a little low in this tournament, but he could get hot at any moment. Absolutely. And he's somebody who's going to take you off the dribble anyways. I got Bama in the first half here. 6.5 points just seems like a number I can't pass with an offense that if they're hitting their shots, you know, they're in this game. It's that simple because we know what we're going to get from their defense. So Bama first half plus 6.5.
Bama plus first half plus 6.5 minus 105 available right now. Have you tweeted this action out?
No, I haven't. And I got something else for you here too, Jimmy. And for anybody who's followed, I've given out 3 different props here through this tournament. They are 3-0. And I've just told you, keep them off the record because it's a different thing. And it doesn't matter. You know, I'd love to have them up there, but who cares? What matters is we get it in our bank account, right? I'm going to take Sears over 2.5 threes at minus 117. I'd keep that off the record because let's just keep it how it is. Props are their own thing. But I like Sears to get his 2.5 threes also.
And so this is not part of your.
No, I'm just letting people know it's something that I'll have actually. I bet props a little differently, anyways. So, and I don't want to go over that right now.
No, I respect it. That's all good. And it's important information. Series over 2.5 threes at minus 123. Alabama first half plus 6.5 at minus 105. That is Daby Cab's action. Bobano on the Huskies team total over 86.5 at minus 115. BJ says UConn smokes these boys. Great run for the Tide, though. Run for the Tide, though. Going over it, we did highlight the action. I did the best I could highlight everybody's action in the chat, and there's a lot of great stuff in the chat. Doug leaning towards Alabama plus 6.5 as well. There's a lot of appeal to these dogs at this number. And that's what makes me not want to bet them, honestly. We just see this so often in basketball where they put out a number where like, whoa, that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points.
And then it's not.
Well, you said it, though. How much? 79% of the bets and 83% of the money's on UConn. So obviously people aren't that enticed.
On the UConn side of things, sure. But NC State at this number has 78 and 78 as well. So
I hope people keep loading up on UConn.
UConn is a juggernaut. There's no doubt about it. Joe Yurkovich says Sears probably attempts 8 to 10 threes. This Monday, hang out with us Monday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
It's going to be extremely enjoyable. You'll see Bobano and Daby Cab there, as well as Razor Sharp picks, Dutch Boy Fresh, Connor Mack, Jose Bouquett, Billy Brisbane, Dave Rogers, Troy Torrance, and Mikey Money. Great job, you guys. It is time to get into MLB. We are 40 minutes away from first pitch in the Bronx, home opener in the Bronx. Bobano, excellent work. Daby Cab will be back joining us for Best Bets in MLB. Bobano, thank you for rocking with us. Just stick around for a second, both of you guys here. Bobano, great work this year. And everybody, please support Bobano's new Twitter handle. He lost his old Twitter handle. It's Bobano Bets, at Bobano Bets, and support the Ice Guys. Bobano, any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Let's have a great weekend. Enjoy the Final Four. Enjoy the NHL, NBA, everything else going on this weekend. Looking forward to the live stream Monday night. I will be there. National championship game. Looking forward to that. Hopefully it's a great game and we make some money as well during it. So shout out to everyone. Daby Cab, good to see you again. Jimmy, awesome. Always good to be with you on Fridays. Have a great one.
There he is, a Bobano. And Daby Cab, you're going to be right back with us. So when Daby Cab comes in, we've got best bets for Daby Cab. And Daby Cab's best bet starts with the Padres Giants. So that's game 6 on our breakdowns. And then he's also on Astros Rangers. So we're going to do those games back to back. So that won't be in chronological order. Daby Cab, you'll be back here in a second. Any last words for the Cappers before you reappear here for MLB?
No, you guys, I'll give you last words when they're the last words. I'll just fuck off and be back real soon. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Sounds good. What a season those two have had on the show. And we're all very, very thankful. Very, very thankful for how successful they've been. It is time to talk MLB. Thank you guys all so much for joining us. We are about to pop off here with home openers for the New York Yankees and the Detroit Tigers. Kelsey, everybody is welcome here on our show. So let's get to work. That's what this show is predicated on and focused on, is the work. And this time of year, it can be difficult. And we do it together because we have 33 games that we're capping on today's show, and we are only through 8 thus far. Please welcome our star of MLB here on Pub Sports Radio, star of Say Hey Plays of the Day, has gotten off to a strong start to this season, and the stakes are high. It's extremely important. So please welcome from San Antonio, Texas, home of the Southtown 101 and Pub Sports Radio, Mr. Jose Bouquett to the show. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Jimmy, I'm all right. Can't complain. We took some heartbreak last night, but we're reading the board well at least. And I did, in fact, pull the trigger on some golf tournament tickets today. So after the show today and after the cuts, I'm just going there solo to fuck around and walk around for a bit. So that'll be interesting.
That is, look, this hammering baseball every single day for the season is not going to be easy. And right now it should be fresh and feeling good, and we should be pumped up to hammer each day.
It's not. Where it feels like it's been 4 months. It feels like we've just been battling the grind and just putting through the ringer every day. It's definitely emotionally trying, and it's not for the faint of heart. And it's very funny that I've just been conditioned for these things all my life. So it's been fun to watch, and I can't wait to keep getting after it, though.
Well, we have 2 monstrous games to start things off. We get started in 37 minutes for the New York Yankees home opener in the Bronx, baby. Kikuchi versus Stroman. We got the Stro show in effect. This is so much fun. We'll be able to live bet it as well if we want. If you have faith in Angle, and with what we've seen from Kikuchi so far this year, last year could be the outlier that we so fear here in
it
Toronto.
Ain't so. Not for Ella's sake.
Ella, as for those of you that don't know, this is Ella's favorite pitcher who's gotten off to a tough start. You say Kikuchi. Weather, 45 Fahrenheit, 15 miles per hour out to right field. Out to that short porch. I fear for Kikuchi. Fear for him. But the market is telling us that maybe we should back this Blue Jays baseball team here.
It might be my first time fading my Yankees this year.
I get it. We're going to be using Pinnacle lines here. So let's start here. Yankees open up minus 145. They're now minus 149. They got up to minus 161 at 9:30 this morning, and they have come back to minus 149. 4 cents of movement on the New York Yankees. From a total side of things, we are dealing with an 8.5. 8.5. This opened up at 8.5, moved to 9, and is now at 8.5. There has been a 7-cent move towards the under. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, now we know the Yankee tax. We know the public loves the Yankees, but this is wild. 85% of the tickets on the Yankees, 95% of the cash on the New York Yankees. So why has the line not moved further in their direction?
Well, I think the better question is, why did it move to 160 and then just plummet all the way right back?
That is a very, very, very important, pertinent question.
And I agree with Troy, by the way, in the chat real quick. If I didn't look at the market, this would just be throw all of my money on the Yankees here.
Yeah, I get that. Piker in the house. Piker, we've missed you dearly. It's great to
Yeah,
see you
shout out to
back
Pike.
rolling with us. We need
I hope
you.
he hasn't kicked any Little League parents' ass recently. So shout out to him.
No, I hope he has. I hope he's knocked out a couple dads. Nothing wrong with that. All right, Kikuchi. Last year, was it an outlier, Jose? 11-6, 3.86 ERA, 1.27 WHIP, 167 and 2/3, 181 Ks, and 48 walks. We said if he had a 4.50 ERA, we'd be very pleased. If he threw 130 innings with a 4.50 ERA, we'd be fine. He was excellent. In his first start after a horrific spring, these are his numbers over the spring. He threw 7 2/3 innings. Now, I know spring maybe isn't important. 7 2/3 innings, 14 hits, 14 earned runs, 5 home runs in those 7 2/3 innings, 10 strikeouts, and 5 walks. Then in his first start, he went 4 1/3 in a 5-1 loss at Tampa, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks. The Stroh Show, a pitcher that I've cheered for since we drafted him in 2012. I love small pitchers. We all
No
love
wonder
him
we
in
get
Toronto.
along well.
Yeah, I love small pitchers. And we love him in Toronto. We'll always love him in Toronto. We wanted to sign him in the offseason. 10-9, 3.95 ERA, 1.26 WHIP, 119 Ks, and 136 and 2/3, 52 walks. He was great in his season in Chicago. In his first start, he looked excellent. He had a very strong spring. In his first start, he went 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, none of which were earned, 4 Ks, and 2 walks. Here we go, Jose, the home opener in the Bronx. Now, is this, there's talk about the books playing tricks on us. And would this, are the Yankees about to beat the Jays 10-0 and yet this move back to the Blue Jays is to get a bunch of people off of backing the Yankees? Because there are people who truly believe the books do that to throw us off the scent. Jose, take it away. Home opener in the Bronx, Jays, Yanks.
Yeah, well, shout out to those people. If they're doing that, they're playing 4D chess and they're getting bettors like me, I guess. So I want to back the Blue Jays here, and I haven't bet anything coming into the card. If I found this card to be extremely difficult, and I do have a double up in our next game, I believe here. Shout out to Troy and Sharpie for the help in the next game. But I was just like everyone else. I wanted to bet the Yankees here. I was like, all right, I'm excited. Bet the Yankees. I've said Marcus Stroman, I think he's going to be bet on this year. But the market just put me, stopping my tracks. And I am leaning towards a Blue Jays team total perhaps as well. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to bet them here, Jimmy. This just feels like another Tiger situation from yesterday now. What's the market situation on the over? I haven't looked at it, I guess, or too much, because if it was like leaning towards or if it's pushing the money, moving this over, I could feel more comfortable about a team total over with the Blue Jays, hoping they score.
36% of the tickets, 60% of the cash is on the over. The wind is blowing out to right, but this over opened up at 5:44 p.m. yesterday on Pinnacle, over 8.5 minus 115, and now it's minus 107. It's never gone past that minus one. Oh, yes, it did. So last night it got to 9, and then it came back to 8.5 at 9:22 p.m.
Yeah, I think I'll probably end up moving on the team total over here. Oh my God, my fucking local's giving me minus 135. That's disgusting. All right, well, I guess not. I like the Blue Jays. I don't know if I have the balls to back them full game here, money line, but we'll come back to it at some point, I'm sure.
Troy Torrance says, I believe it 100%, but not here. The sharp trap, moving it back towards the Blue Jays. Make America Great Again says Blue Jays bats so bad right now. Wine Time Sports moved on the Blue Jays. Robert Franklin moved on the Blue Jays at plus 145. We got Pig Milk Play of the Day action in here. Look, the market is telling us to bet the Blue Jays. And I don't know. It's very, very difficult. It's so hard to do that.
Yeah, I think I'll take them full game.
On the home opener. Springer, Guerrero, Bichette, Turner, Schneider batting 5th. So one of the things about Schneider, you're going to wonder when Schneider's going to be in the lineup. Schneider, the story goes. Now, I think that people can change their story, but that he can't hit high heat. He can't hit high heat. Well, against Stroman, there's no high heat. So this should be a wonderful opportunity for Schneider, and that's why he's batting 5th behind Turner, Kiermaier, Kirk, Varsho, and Kiner Falefa. For the Yankees, Torres, Soto, Judge, Stanton, Rizzo, Volpe, Verdugo, Birdie, and Trevino. Wow.
Jimmy, quick, just a random trivia game. What would you expect the price for the series would be for the Yankees in this? We've talked about this in our past before and how it could be an indication of how it goes.
You're absolutely right. I do think it's an indication of how it goes. Is this 3 or 4?
It's also a good question. I expected it to be 3. I just assumed
I'm just
3.
going to check right now if it's 3 or 4 here. I should have. I thought it was. Okay, let me just quickly check if it's 3 or 4 here. Blue Jays.
3.
It's 3. Okay. And I'm not looking at the starting pitching rotation, but I think I know. I would say that the Yankees would be a minus 175 to win the series.
Minus 155. Gausman pitches in the series as well.
That helps.
This is the second game. So, yeah, minus 155. So, if anyone takes that, what it will. I'm on the Blue Jays officially. Money line. I took it at plus 136.
Wow.
It's one of those things. You have to trust the market. And the Blue Jays have just been playing so shit. And I've lost money on the Blue Jays now twice already when I was fading them fading the Astros, I should say. And their offense didn't do fucking anything. Absolutely nothing. So I'm hoping that they can get some done here and hopefully no earthquakes during the game.
Well, I'm going to have to, I just have to do the same here. It's
gross. It's gross. And I mean, we love fading teams that are playing shitty. Coming off of playing shitty, I should say.
We also love fading teams that are playing spectacular in switch cities.
Yes, and the Yankees have been phenomenal. And here's the thing: I didn't fade them that one day that they lost against the Yankees, but the first against the Diamondbacks, I should say. But the first fucking thing I wrote in my notes was Diamondbacks first 5. It's a Diamondbacks day. I believed in Gallen. And the market just feels like it's been telling us Blue Jays here. So I feel like I've had a decent read on my Yankees. So hopefully it comes out here.
Before I bet it. And the Kong Slips also on Volpe RBI. We do have another home opener in Detroit popping off here in 32 minutes. Before I bet it, Yankees versus lefties, your expectations this year?
Well, I expect them to be good again. That's part of the reason why I was like, oh, Yankees spot, of course. Last year, they were 6th, 115 weighted runs created plus. And really, they were trying to improve them against righties because they sucked ass against righties last year. And that's kind of why they got Juan Soto. So I do expect it to be good, a top 5, top 10 in the league again, for sure. I can't say exactly where, but they were 6th last year. I kind of expect the same, if not better. Like I said, I think this team's going to make the World Series. So,
do you think it's possible that it's just minus 150 is the fair line for this game, and that's why the line isn't moving? Because it's that's the right implied probability of Stroman versus Kikuchi. Lost the light there, but
probably, yeah, I think so. I was thinking about what I would line this at, and I think minus 160, minus 170 is too aggressive. I might go down to minus 140 or 30, but it's all negotiable, I guess. But yeah, I took Blue Jays full game money line. I'm on it. I believe in them here. I'm not hoping the market. Nate's saying it doesn't take the field, but I'm hoping that at least someone knows something.
All right, let's roll on. I expect to join you there. And Kong's Clips. Yeah, what is the ribeye play today? Says, show your face, pimp. I love it, Kong, my man. All right, the next home opener in the great city of Detroit. For those of you who haven't been to a home opener in Detroit, we've gone down and not even gone to the game. Seriously, it's magic. It's magic. It's just the.
Was this when they were actually good or they were still shitty?
Still shitty.
Oh,
it's
nice.
Magic. Absolute magic down there today. And shout out to all the great people of Detroit. And shout out to Green Dot Stables. the best place for lunch in Detroit.
Is there a nice horse track there as well?
There is not.
Oh,
There the horse track that was like within 40 minutes shut down like I don't know 10 years ago. Oakland Athletics 1-6 first road game of the year. Got off to a great homestand. Playing in Sacramento next year. What a mess of a franchise. I feel bad for the city of Oakland. At the Detroit Tigers 5-1 home opener in Comerica in Detroit. Let's get into the weather here in Detroit. It's cold, 43 Fahrenheit, but 14.1 miles per hour. I have no idea what it looks like outside, to be honest with you.
yeah, no, I know, Jimmy. I by the way,
yeah,
I similarly have not been outside in like 3 days now. And that's why I'm like, thank God I'm going to this golf thing. I need to get outside and just see some strangers, maybe walk around. And I'm going solo, by the way. So I'm just going to just have my headphones and listening to bass while walking around. So it's not like I'm getting away from it all.
Nobody will go with you.
No, I mean, like I bought a ticket by myself. Helga's not going to go with me. And I have no friends, obviously. So, that's how that works out.
So now, Perky also giving us the weather. He's got different weather he's got a little bit warmer weather than what Swish is giving us. But the weather.
I do like that he adds the beer prices, though.
I do like that too. $3 domestic beers at all big league grill locations.
I do like that though. Keep that coming, Perky.
What a guy. What a guy. JP Sears. So obviously I want to know your expectations with these two teams against lefties. JP Sears, 5-14 last year, 4.54 ERA, 1.26 whip. He had a pretty good season. 161 strikeouts, 172 in the third.
I backed his ass on a first 500 his first start, thinking he'd be good.
He had a really strong spring. Really strong spring. And then in his first start, he got touched.
Of course, and guess who? By the team that's touched me the most this year, the Cleveland Guardians. By the way, who are eighth right now, I believe, in the league in offense against righties. I know he's a lefty, but I wanted to look up and see who's crushing righties so far. The fucking Cleveland Guardians, of course, because they're just offensively great.
How many years in a row have they been the worst hitting team through the first month of the season? Like just like abysmal. So
yeah, it's disgusting. By the way, again, small sample size, only 76 plate appearances, 153 weighted runs created plus for the Guardians against lefties. So it's just ridiculous. They're on fire right now, and I can't believe I keep betting for first 500s with them and losing. It's so annoying.
Tariq Skubal. I know a couple of you guys in the chat took him to win the side, a huge number, and
I didn't, but I liked it. Fuck.
I like it too. He's one of my favorite. He's on my starting rotation without a doubt. First start, he was
the ace
spectacular.
of your staff.
He's the ace of my staff. He had a great spring, followed that up with a spectacular performance. 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, 6 Ks, no walks, and a 1-0 win at the White Sox. Let's take a look at the line history here. And while you are waxing, I'm going to bet the Blue Jays money line. God help us. This total is at 7. It's opened up at 7.5, and it dropped to 7. It's dropped to 7 once already, and it came right back to 7.5. Here we are at 7 again. You can pay for the 7.5, but it's at 7 right now. A cold weather, but the wind blowing out. Then from a money line standpoint, I'll have this set up a little better here in a second. I've got 80 pages open here. From a money line standpoint, we have Tariq Skubal and the Tigers at minus 232. Opened up at minus 230. Oh, now minus 241. So there's been a big move here in the last 20 minutes. So, but it's just a 3-cent move overall. Then from a cash flow standpoint, you have 22% of the tickets and 62% of the tickets on the over. On the money line, you have 10% of the tickets and 52% of the cash on the Oakland A's. And we've seen that year after year after year of, the big bets, the perceived sharp action on the A's. And we'll have to deal with that again all year again. So,
I mean, I get it. Like, if you're betting plus 200s, you only hit like 40% or whatever the fuck it is, and you're good. But I get it.
So take it away, Jose. Are you betting this one? How are you betting this one? And I got to get my Jason.
The chat, by the way, was asking about your knowledge about my waxing. So there was interesting about that, bikini waxes and stuff.
Waxing poetic is a term about, when you like a soliloquy,
Sure.
per se,
Sure. SAT words.
a long-winded.
Pimp.
But yes, take it away, Jose. Home opener in Detroit in 24 minutes.
Yeah. I like JP Sears. I like Tariq Skubal. I mean, this was like first 5 under written all over it. But shout out to our guy Troy. And I think I'm gonna have to dust off our drops machine and make a new one for Troy's new little thing here. He keeps dropping these cow emojis. This is gonna be Troy's cash cow play of the day.
Is it?
And yeah, I might have to do it. And I've got a pretty good cow. So it's good. And yes, thank you, Piker. Thank you. And I miss Piker having him in the chat. By the way, I did text Dami Gunn recently, and I can confirm he is alive. He is still alive, and he's doing good.
I was messaging him on the 1st of the month, every month, for
Just
6
to
months.
make sure.
Well, no, just 'cause I want to know we care, and then I was like, okay, if you don't have to be our friend,
Well, I guess the story of the gambler guy that you told me it sends the fucking form every month or whatever the fuck every year, and then one year the form never came, and then guy's dead. So I need to make sure that Dami Gunn's still alive with us here.
That was my initial not worry, but I just wanted to But he did reply, so he's choosing.
Yes.
He's choosing not to be here. But let's stay focused.
And that's okay. Shout out to Tommy Gunn. He's not going to see any of this.
And we love you.
We
love you wherever you
yes.
are, Dami, in
Exactly.
New York City. Take it away here. Is there an angle to get paid? Because it feels like I want to trust Sears against what we perceive is a tired Detroit Tigers team after the doubleheader.
Yes.
Doubleheader with travel. So why wouldn't the first 5 under be the spot and the bullpens are the ones that get touched?
Well, I am going to be making my first run line bet of the season. It is disgusting, but I've seen Troy cash long enough on it. Again, I don't know the exact parameters. Troy says it much nicer and cleaner than I do, but big home favorites like -180 to -200 plus. The line or the public's all over them. The line moves their direction. They cash at an enormous rate and they dominate. Tigers are in that spot here today. So I'll be taking the -1.5 full game, -125. And to incorporate a team total or to incorporate an under, Jimmy, like you mentioned, I'm just going to take a team total under for the A's. I never, I think this will probably be my first one I've taken in quite a while. But I will be on a team total under 2.5 for the Oakland A's here, a -110. I do not have first 5 team totals with my local, but that I would prefer that. But the thing with that is I'm sure it's like a half. If it was 1.5 under, I would be much more interested, obviously. But I'm just giving out obviously what I'm betting. So under 2.5 -110 is what we'll be betting. And I got the -1.5 at an unfortunately juicy -125, but that is how the cookie crumbles.
Tigers -1.5 and -125. I guess I'm just a little late here. I don't want the Tigers after the double dip yesterday in the travel and starting off 5-1. I think this.
The double dip in the travel doesn't make me feel great, but I'll tell you, anything is possible with Tariq Skubal on the bump. And by the way, I got -120 for the 1.5.
And the -120. Sorry, I said -125. And then I just missed the opportunity to take that first 5 under, and I'm okay not taking the first 5 under. If I got a 4, if there was a 4 available to me, I would have some interest. I don't want to pay too much for a 4. So I'm going to be off of this spot. No, Daby, he took the A's team total under 2.5 and the Tigers on the run line -1.5 at -120.
Yep.
So there we go. We have Jose moving on both of these 1 p.m. games. We have more afternoon action, so we'll move on to it. But on the first, these 2 home openers in the Bronx, Jose's on the Blue Jays at +136. I'm on the Blue Jays at +138. There's a bet online. And I haven't tweeted that out, but I bet it. Jose's on the A's team total under 2.5 -110, and the Tigers -1.5 -120. And I would like to I would like to move on. And BJ's right. Tigers don't have a bullpen right now. I would
Yeah,
like
it's
to,
disgusting. Trust me, BJ. I know. Like they just threw the most annoying part about losing that full game yesterday was in my head. I knew I was like, I want fucking Chafin closing the game for the Tigers. And when he threw in game one, I was like, God damn it, who is going to close for game two? And I had slapdick Alex Fado out there throwing in clutch time moments. Just was really, really quite frustrating. But this is me trusting Troy Torrance right here, the cash cow play of the day. And the hope that it cashes here. So I'm trusting my guy Troy.
well, I'm looking forward to that video that we will be building for Troy. Okay, I will be tweeting out that plus 138 on the Jays in a second. I can't late to the party, and that's fine. That's fine. Late to the party, and I'm not going to take that first 5 under 3.5 when I could have got the 4 at a decent price. So we move on. Staying off Oakland, Detroit. We go to 2:20 p.m. Eastern. We have the Los Angeles Dodgers 7-2, 1-0 on the road at the Chicago Cubs 4-2, undefeated 3-0 at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's get into the weather there in Illinois. We have 42 Fahrenheit and 14.9 miles per hour in left to right and in between 14.9 and 13.8 miles per hour. Let's get into the line. Sorry, I'm thinking about what Daby Cab was talking about with the wind. When the simpleton in me thinks, oh, this has got to help movement, because I don't understand. And interesting. For years and years of my life, I thought in hockey, when a team got a penalty with a few seconds left in the period, and then the opposition would have that clean ice for the power play, I always thought that was a huge advantage, having the clean ice. And I've heard recently that is just, again, not true, that it's too fast, it's too slick, it's too quick, and that you want a little bit of give in the ice on the power play to kind of slow things down. And I was shocked at that. But again, 2:20 p.m. Dodgers Cubs. We have Bobby Miller, 6'5", 25-year-old fireballer.
Oh my God, he's 6'5"?
Yeah, he's a beast. This guy was built to pitch, and the Dodgers have been the pitching factory over the last little while. In his first start, he looked spectacular. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 11 Ks, 1 walk. In a 6-3 win at home over the Cardinals, he looks so good out there. He's a very emotional guy, but it doesn't seem to affect him. It just seems to fire him up. At this point, we'll see what happens. In the playoffs, if he gets attacked by midges, in Cleveland, we'll see if he can handle that shit. Minus 160. Yeah, poor Jabba. Minus 160.
I fucking hated Jabba, by the way. Fucking hated him.
When the midges attacked him, it was one of my favorite things. It was my favorite.
I think I have a prejudice against fat pitchers. I think I'm starting to learn that. Why? I hate Manoah. I don't like Lance Lynn. My original first one was Jabba. I fucking hated CC Sabathia. I found it hilarious that he ate like 16 bowls of Captain Crunch a day, then got skinny, sucked cock, and then got fat again, and then got better. So,
all right. Well, let's stay focused here. I think you've upset a lot of heavy people in the chat. I think you're losing friends as you. Okay, but let's stay focused here. Dodgers open up minus 165. They're now minus 178, a 13-cent move towards the mighty LA Dodgers. From a total side of things, I'm on first 5, so we'll look at that right now. That's Bodog. The first 5 is under 4 at minus 109 at Pinnacle. It opened under 4 at minus 120. So we've had on the over, it opened at plus 105, now minus 103. So we have a move here to the over, which is something we never see. We never see when the wind's blowing in ever at Wrigley. Double-digit winds blowing in. I don't know if we've ever seen a move to the over. Let's see if there's a move to the over full game. And there is. This opened up at 7, minus 117 to the over this morning at 7:51 a.m. And now it's at 7.5. Now it's juiced to the under. But we have a move to the over with double-digit winds coming in, which is a surprise. Then we have, then from a cash flow perspective here, we have 95% of the tickets and 96% of the cash on the Dodgers. 95,
of
96.
Course.
But we do have a 13-cent move towards them. Then you have 64% of tickets and 85% of cash on the over. Fascinating situation. Kyle Hendricks this spring was horrible, but who cares with these vets, right? It doesn't matter. I'm sure he's going to go out and pitch fine, right? So he allowed 21 hits in 15 and 2/3. He allowed 10 earned runs. He only struck out 10. I mean, he's not a strikeout pitcher. Walked 5. And then in his first start, he went 3 and 2/3, 9 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 Ks, 2 walks, and allowed 2 jacks. Is Hendricks done? Take it away, Jose. Dodgers Cubs.
That's a great question. I don't think we'll find out in these first 2 starts because both of these starts for him are fucking tough. Texas is a great offense. I believe Young was still healthy, so that didn't help him. And then obviously the Dodgers are a juggernaut. By the way, shout out to our Perky Sanderson here. You can get a Super Claw, Jimmy, a Super Claw, White Claw seltzer, and a shot of whatever vodka. It's nice. And specialty tacos as well. So shout out to you, Perky. Thank you.
I love Perky. And the baseball trick for all you guys to know when you want to bring booze into a baseball game. It's the easiest trick now. And you need to have the see-through bag. The see-through bag, because then you get trusted immediately. They trust you immediately. And you have the water bottle, the regular old water bottle you buy for $1 or 50 cents, whatever, filled with vodka, and you have the see-through bag, and you are trusted implicitly, and you walk in with your full bottle of vodka. Take it away, Jose.
Man, I mean, fuck. Daby Cab once just strolled onto Rangers Park in the stadium with just like an eighth of weed on him. Not with nothing. He didn't have a receptacle to smoke it with. No papers, nothing. He just brought the weed with him as well. They're very trusting in baseball stadiums.
Blued up from the shoe up. Okay, but take it away here, Dodgers Cubs.
Yeah, I got nothing on this game by all, as you can tell by all this, side chatter here. I think Bobby Miller is really good, but I forgot who it was the other day, Jimmy. We disagreed. It was Crochet. Young pitcher, starts his season off hot. What are you going to do now after your second start? You're going to sit back, fat and happy, be fucking proud of yourself, fucking roster bait to all your Twitter mentions saying that you're so fucking good. Oh my fucking God, Bobby, 11 Ks, 1 walk. And are you going to come into Chicago with, probably a division winner? Are you going to come out there and lay an egg? I don't know. I laid off this game. I will be very interested to see the total though at the end of this game, because this is blowing in and the market's moving up. I have a feeling, I will not bet my feelings, that it's just people saying, oh my God, it's the Dodgers. The total's a 7.5, and they don't check the weather. So I lean under in this game as well, just because of the weather knocking everything down, but I've got no action.
Yeah, this does not appeal to me. The only appealing spot would be to back the Chicago Cubs. And
I don't want to, and just, again, if you watch the games when you're betting against the Dodgers and you watch the first inning and you're like, oh my God, this is Mookie Betts, Ohtani, Freddie Freeman to start off. That's just paying to start off the game. I don't want to do that. Every time I faded the Dodgers, I've bet them like team total on the other team at least, not even have to worry about the fucking lineup. So if I'm betting this game, I'd consider betting Cubs team total, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm off, comfortably off.
And God bless Troy's dad giving us the insights as well.
And God bless Perky. I'm loving knowing what the deal is at East Ballpark. I think it's fucking magic.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Perky, don't forget, we might need to know how much to get into the stadiums as well. We might have to add that in there as well.
I'm telling you, the clear bag, the clear actual ball bag, you get trusted immediately. They love you. We roll on 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We have another home opener, Coors Field in Denver, Colorado.
Woo!
Tampa Bay Rays come in 3-4. First road game of the year. They get out of the Trop against the Rockies, who've started the year 1-6. Home opener, and Zach Littell on the hill. What a year for Zach Littell! I really, really like him. Last year he was going to be a year ago he was going to be a reliever for Round Rock. And this isn't a young guy. Zach Littell's an old guy. And yet the the Rays sprinkle their magic fairy dust, because he went to the Red Sox before he went.
Yeah. No, trust me. This was the final straw for a lot of people with our pitching coach. He fucking comes to the Red Sox, was fucking awful. Horrible. and then immediately goes to the Rays and is just fucking phenomenal when this Red Sox team is begging for starting pitchers. Begging.
Yeah, he was designated for assignment by the Boston Red Sox.
Oh my God. It was so that, and then Ryan Brazier getting traded to the Dodgers and immediately becoming the best reliever in baseball was just horrifying.
We have 4 minutes to first pitch in the Bronx, and Mikey Money, your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play of the day, Toronto and the under 8.5 together. Toronto and the under 8.5 at plus 355 for our guy.
I know Mikey hates typing all that.
It's not easy for Mikey. He's
know,
a busy man. He's already smoked 8 joints this morning. I mean, he's a
probably a heater or 2 as well.
Oh yeah, he probably lost a few eyelashes, right? Lighting up that tiny because when it gets a little too so he lights his eyelashes on fire, and there's yeah. No, it's been a difficult morning for Mikey Money, but he delivers and he gets that cash. So here we go. He comes in, and the Rays make him magic. Yeah. Then he comes in this spring and he throws on the mound in exhibition February 27th and March 3rd, scoreless, of course. And then we don't see him again. So you would think something's wrong with him. What's wrong with him? He probably should be faded in that first start. And he throws 6 scoreless innings. He strikes out 6, and he's magic. Austin Gomber on the other side. We laughed at the spring that Yusei Kikuchi had. Listen to this spring for Gomber. 7 1/3, 21 hits.
Oh my God.
21 hits. 13 earned runs. 13 earned runs.
I mean, for 21 hits, I guess that's not bad. Oh my God.
21 hits in 7 1/3, 13 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks.
7 1/3 is crazy.
Nasty Nate's been watching Mikey Mighty, so it's just 1 joint, 5 cigarettes, and 2 cups of coffee to get started.
Oh, that's nice. By the way, I mean, we've gone long enough with saying Mikey's money name without playing that.
Cost you $10 if you want to park.
Do it.
But Jose, how much?
Yeah. All right. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This total is sitting at 13. 13.
Oh
Open
my
up
God.
12.5 and move to 13. Well, let's talk about the weather then. If it's going to be ridiculous. The weather in Colorado, 71 Fahrenheit. It's gorgeous. 17 miles per hour to right center, and gets up to 20.2 miles per hour to center. 20.2 miles per hour. And Jay Peasy moved on the Jays at plus 139. I love it. So the total's gone from 12.5 to 13. And then from a total side of things, from a money line side of things, we are sitting here with the Rays at minus 166. They opened up minus 159. We've got a 7-cent move towards the Tampa Bay Rays. And when we get to the cash flow then in this spot, on the total, it's 50-50 on the total, and 3% of the cash is on the over. 3% of the cash is on the over, and it's gone up a half run. On the money line, 93% of tickets and 96% of cash on the Tampa Bay Rays. Nordy in the house. It's great to see you, my man. Take it away. Oh, and off to Disneyland. Oh, man, that's so wonderful, Nordy. What a special time for your family. And we've all been sending as much positive energy and healing energy to Rebecca. And this is just the perfect time for you guys to just celebrate being a family and go off together. I just love it. I love it so much, man. So enjoy every second of it, and love and respect. Take it away for us here, Jose. 3% of the cash on the over, and it goes from 12.5 to 13. Take it away, Ray.
Yeah, I'd rather be on the over. I'll tell you that. I don't think I'm going to be on this game. I am definitely interested in that market move towards the over. 13 runs. That's so many. And I'll shout out Austin Gomber. He deserved this at least. He's the king of the first 5 innings last year. The most profitable first 5 pitcher. What does that mean for this year? I mean, it doesn't really mean much because those first 2 his spring and then his first start did not inspire confidence. I mean, he's not bad. And of course they won that game. And of course, I think he won the first 5 innings as well. But yeah, I'm off this game. I definitely lean over, but thank you, Perky, for letting us know that the rooftop deck and the Coors Light Silver Bullet Bar, 12-ounce Coors for $3. That's a great deal right there.
God, that sounds delicious.
Yeah, I've never been to Coors, but I'd love to go there. I'm sure they'd be very okay with us bringing in a joint or two and having several Coors Lights.
It's legal. It's
in
legal.
right field.
There.
Yeah.
It's legal there. They want you to smoke as much as possible there.
And there's no roof, so who cares?
All right. I like Zach Littell. I don't know when, he's going to turn into a pumpkin. I don't know. I don't know if Gomber is as bad as he looked. I mean, he didn't look horrible at Arizona. He did allow 2 jacks and 4 runs. I mean, I guess I could take the over, but I like Zach Littell. And
I'm going to write down the over for later in case I don't have any action that I truly enjoy, because that market move, I mean, that tells it all right there. If everyone's betting the under and we're still going up, Jimmy, as you would say, the books are inviting more under money.
God, they are. Oh, God, they are. Okay, maybe it's just bet the over and just let go. Okay, I'm going to need more time. That game starts in 3 hours and 3 minutes, so I can have a little bit more time on it. Okay, so no move for Jose, but obviously the over is appealing. I like Zach Littell. I don't want to fade him. And Johnny Gunn says Littell can perform well and the over still hits. Let's just see. Do we have confirmed lineups in Colorado? We have Colorado's lineup confirmed. Let me just see if I refresh this and can get Tampa Bay.
I could easily see both of these starters giving up 5 earned runs. We'll just start there.
Well, what about your thoughts on the Rays bullpen? I mean,
Rays bullpen can be fine, but it's the Rockies bullpen that's going to be the ones giving up the fucking bombs here. So I think that both these guys can give up 5. Rockies can and the Rays can just bomb off the Rockies bullpen, and we'll be fine from there.
Now, generally,
I'm talking myself into it.
Well, generally, I agree with what Mikey Money's saying. I like Rays first 5 in the spot. Fade Colorado first game back from a roadie. The thing is, though, I like backing teams when they go 1-6 on the road trip and come home. Just get refreshed. And remember, we're going to be talking about this later in the year. The highest ROI angle that I've seen in MLB in my lifetime, and we've talked about often, is fading the team that is on a 7 or more game winning streak that's switching cities, fading them on that first spot.
I thought we were talking Coors Field fade.
No, because that's not always worked. But again, for you guys joining us who haven't rocked with us for a long time, the Coors Field fade is you take the underdog on the alternate line -1.5 in every game. And the idea just being that the highest totals give you the highest volatility. It's just that simple. And you bet it blindly. And I did that once, but that was not a successful year for me, although the Coors Field fade did help a little. Ross Pitt says, what about Rays team total over 6.5?
Oh, my God.
I don't know. I don't want to sit here and hum and haw on the over. We've got too many games to cap, so we will discuss that more coming up. Smoking Tree on the Yankees first 5, which clearly X's and O's would be the play, but, the market got us off.
God, I wouldn't feel so annoyed if the fucking Blue Jays lose again, because I've lost 2 straight days with Blue Jays, I think. When I've bet them, at least. I don't think they played yesterday, but I bet them in the Astros those last 2 games and lost, and I will be so angry. But I believe in the market. As
well, if you believe in the market, then we should be on the over in Colorado.
We should be, and I have it written down. I have it 13 -115 for later on in the program when I probably add it on.
Let's roll on. 4:12 p.m. Eastern with the Baltimore Orioles 4-2. Their first road game of the year. We got them out of Charm City at the Pittsburgh Pirates home opener in PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a ballpark I still haven't been to. The only time I went to Pittsburgh was in the winter. And
yeah, and this better be a rowdy home opener because they're actually good.
This is going to be a fun cap. So let's start with Grayson Rodriguez. Last year, he went 7-4, 4.35 ERA, 1.34 WHIP, 129 Ks, 922 innings, and 42 walks. But that doesn't tell the story. He came up. He's one of the top prospects in the sport, and he got lit up and smoked. He went down to the minors, regrouped, understood that it's a privilege to play in Major League Baseball, and came back and earned everything that he got. Not saying that he didn't earn it before, but sometimes when you're that high of a prospect and you get sent down, you need to take another look and look and understand how special it is to play in the show. He came back and he was excellent. So accountable, so great all the rest of the season. In his first start, he looked amazing. He had a really strong spring, too. I mean, the K to walk ratio, 10 Ks, 8 walks, but I mean, it's spring. He allowed 16 hits and 14 2/3, but only 5 earned runs. In his first start, 13-4 victory over the Angels, he looked excellent. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 9 Ks, and 1 walk. The run was a solo shot. And he was pitching at home, in friendly confines. Then we have 22-year-old Jared Jones. So we talk about Grayson Rodriguez this spring. There's a couple pitchers who had spectacular springs. This guy had one of the best springs we've ever seen, and that's why he got to start. And in his first career start, I thought he was very good. In this spring, he went 16 1/3 and allowed 0 earned runs, 15 strikeouts and 8 walks, 0 earned runs. Jared Jones first career start went 5 2/3, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 10 Ks, 2 walks, and no homers. This kid can play. 22 years old, second round pick in the 2020 draft out of high school in California. You know what California is? They build pitchers out there, and he is so good. So he went from single A in 2021. He was okay. He then moved up to high A. He was just okay. And then it was in 2022. Then 2023, he was in double A and he was lights out in double A. Went up to triple A and wasn't quite as good. He started 10 games in double A and was spectacular. Went up triple A and 4.72 ERA and 1.32 WHIP. But this is a pitcher that I think is special. Jared Jones. Remember his name, 22 years old. He's earned this opportunity, and he had 10 strikeouts in his major league debut. I mean, this guy is huge, enormous potential. This total has gone from, opened up at bet line 8.5. Pinnacle opened up at 8, from 8 to 7.5. It is juiced to the over, but we have a move, towards the under. From a money line standpoint here, we have Rodriguez and the Orioles opening up at minus 136. They're now minus 117. 117. We've had a huge move to Jared Jones and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Kenny, Sharpie's been in our chat. His show is at 3 p.m. Eastern on his channel, the Odds Bunch, right now. We're going to figure all that out. We love Sharpie so much. But right now, his channel is on his show's on his channel, 3 p.m. Eastern, the Odds Bunch. And he's crushing it. He's off to a great start this year. So when we get to the cash flow here, the Pirates have 20% of the tickets and 11% of the cash. This market believes in Jared Jones. On the total, 40% of the tickets, 65% cash are on the under. Take it away for us, Jose. Orioles, Pirates.
Yeah. We just did a whole thing about believing in the market, so I'll believe in it here. Weird line. The line moves down. I'm on the Pirates. Now, again, here comes the ultimate question that we have to decide here, and it's the most annoying question for me about baseball betting. Do we take first 5? Do we take full game? And these situations, I just think we have to let the full game ride. I really do. Again, we talked about it, I think, yesterday, Jimmy. It's the full game money line moving. It's not the first 5 money line moving. It's like the full game money line. And I looked at it just now to check, and I didn't see much movement on it. I didn't really get a good look at it. But, yeah, I'll take full game money line here, Pittsburgh Pirates, plus 111. I don't love fading the Orioles, I should say. They're a really good squad, and so is Grayson Rodriguez. But my Pittsburgh Pirates, reverse line movement. Again, I can hear Troy saying it in the back of my head right now. 3 times is more profitable at home. Didn't work out for us with the Nationals yesterday, so I'll just come back with it here on the Pirates full game. And I definitely thought team total as well, by the way. Team total were 3.5 minus 120. But you mentioned the line going down.
Moving
for the total.
Moving too quickly to the under. So the other thing you could, and I forgot to thank you, Perky. I forgot to drop the weather. 13.9 miles per hour to right center. So I know it's cold, but it's the wind helps a little. So I get it. And not all the books have moved it to 7.5. There's still books that have it at 8.
Jimmy, I think you know what the people want you to do here. I think the people need you to pull up that flag, fucking batten down the hatches, raise the sails, and raise it with me today, Jimmy. Here, plus 111 already locked in.
I like it. I like where you're at. I think the Pirates are sitting 6-1. We saw what they did last year in the first month of the season. Everybody's on the Orioles. The line's moving. The Pirates are just welcoming money. But I'm not going to take the team total. I'm going to join you. So you got plus 111.
Yeah,
I'm going to join you here as well. And Justin Turner out. So inning over, I think, for the Jays. All right, so let's roll on here. Next up for us, 4:35 p.m. Eastern, with the San Diego Padres at the San Francisco Giants. And where did I put the? God, let me. I got to get our guy Ron. I don't know where I copied and pasted. Ron, can you give me your spreadsheet plays of the day again? I must have copied and pasted the wrong thing because I don't have them here, and I apologize. If you could grab them again, I would like to go over them all. Let's go 4:35 p.m. Eastern in our next spot, and we have a ringer coming in, a professional pitcher drafted in Major League Baseball, coming off a 61.4% season in college basketball, and we want the same here in MLB. Please welcome from Dallas, Texas, Mr. Daby Cab to the program. Daby, how are you?
Good, man. Good. Ready to get back to it. I enjoyed listening to you guys talk about that last one. Rodriguez, though, before you get in there, Jimmy, you talk about Bulldogs. He's one of the few pitchers I maybe would just stay away from. I don't know. You guys do you. I don't want to keep you off of it, but man, he can pitch.
I love Grayson Rodriguez. Obviously, I'm excited about Jared Jones, but I love Grayson Rodriguez. But I mean, we were in a similar situation yesterday. Yesterday we had, who was it again? Who had just looked spectacular and got just lit up in Pablo Lopez. But that's not the best example. Who's the best? There was who looked awesome.
That first 5 over is a good example though in that game. Shout out to that first 5 over.
Somebody else. I can't.
Did you end up cashing that cap?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, cashed it.
Oh yeah, because I saw it was close there at the end of the 5th inning. I didn't see
you got
how it went. So shout out. Yeah, I thought it was a sweat. I'm sure.
You got a bomb. Yahtzee.
Yeah, he got it. It was, and there was opportunity to get it earlier as well.
So.
Here we go. We're in Oracle Park for this one, and it is the home opener in San Francisco. It's 52 Fahrenheit, which isn't bad. 16.7 miles per hour to right field. It's left to right, but it is out to right field, and it gets up to 19.1 miles per hour by the end of the game. And Perky saying that the winds increased to 20 to 25 in game, and says it's a home run prop game. So Troy says the full game over should have cashed. The left on base was sickening. I was pretty fortunate. I was going to bet it at 7.5, and it moved to 7. And I messaged you, Jose, right away, and I was like, "Oh God!" It was like queued up, and I was like, "Oh God!" And so I was fortunate.
Well, I just thought that in my head after Troy said if this line closes at plus 110 or higher for the Pirates, he's going to be on the O's with confidence. So.
Oh yeah, no, that's because look, that his database is going to be very helpful, and so closes 110 or higher, he'll be on the O's with confidence. I mean,
I just think that's such a fishy line, man. Minus 120 for the Orioles. It's a good ass fucking team. Pirates aren't that good right now.
It's a fishy line. There's no doubt about it.
Pretty good right now. All you have to go off of is what they've done. Maybe the teams they beat suck, but I mean, at least they're winning.
Let's talk about Dylan Cease. What a question mark he is, and I can't wait to hear you talk about him, because if you do the eye test, he looks unhittable. If you read his stats, he had a 4.58 ERA and a 1.42 WHIP. Now, he had 214 strikeouts and 177 innings. 79 walks didn't help. In his first start, he went 4 2/3, 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 2 walks, and 9-6 loss home to the Giants. He had a really good spring. And then we have Jordan Hicks. I mean, when I watched that start, so these guys, they just faced each other, Cease and Hicks. Hicks, 5 innings, no earned run, 6 Ks, 1 walk. Hicks is a starter. And if you heard what he's saying, he's like, my whole life, this has been my dream. I'm fully embracing this. He had an incredible spring. I don't understand why you don't want players to feel good about themselves, John Tortorella. I don't understand why you don't want to give the players what they need to succeed. And Hicks wants to be a starter. The Giants are letting him be a starter. 4-year, $44 million contract. He's a very interesting case here. From a total side of things, we're sitting here at an 8 at Pinnacle. This opened up at 7.5. It was a 7.5 that was juiced to the over, but this became a pick'em, almost a pick'em at 1:30 in the morning. Now it's at 8. It is juiced to the under, but we've had a half-run move to the over. From a money line perspective here, we have from a money line perspective here, we have the Giants at minus 113. Now minus 110. So they opened up at minus 115. So we have a very slight move towards the San Diego Padres. And then from a cash flow perspective, you have 85% of the tickets, and this is moved to the 85% of the tickets on the under. It's moved to the over. And then on the money line, you have 44% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on the Giants. Perceived sharp action on the Giants, and this line's creeping towards the Padres. Daby Cab, best bet. Take it away.
Yeah, we did this same game on Saturday, and we'll be back, tomorrow. Say hey plays. Jose, I expect you to have a record. I told everybody we're going to keep it very clear what our record is on Saturdays. We had a nice 6-1 Saturday to start, so you can have that up. I don't know what the juice was on the one that you missed on, but 6-1. Get that record for us, Jose, tomorrow, because we're going to do the same thing. And look, maybe I got lucky when I cashed the Padres team total over in this game, because I got a couple substitute hitters that dropped bombs for me in the bottom of the ninth. So what? I'd rather be lucky than wrong. All right, I won the bet. That's all that matters. And I'm going to go back to it here. I think Hicks did great. 5 innings is, a good start for somebody who's been coming out of the bullpen notoriously in their career. This is just a spot where I know that I'm getting my full 9 innings worth of outs with the Padres. I expect them to get a couple off Hicks, 2 or 3 runs off Hicks. I don't think he's going to, put up another goose egg. So I'm going to get 2 or 3 off Hicks, and then I'm going to get 2 or 3 off a bullpen here. Padres team total over 3.5. Right now they're hitting 274 through the first week of the season as a team. And you look across the board, even though they haven't been putting up a ton of runs, their on base percentage is 8th in baseball right now at 346. Oh, I say not putting up a ton of runs. Excuse me. They're 2nd right now with 52. It just seems like they've left people on base too many times here, but 3rd in home runs. And you already saw what Perky said about the field, how it's going to play to the home runs in this. I just, Padres team total over 3.5 is something that I've made money on in the right spot over the years, and I'm going to keep doing it right here. So that's where we're at.
And spreadsheet play today is the Giants' first 5. Cab on the Padres team total over 3.5, and he's Scotty Rock on the same side as well. And I will line shop for you here while we listen to Jose's plan for the home opener.
Just a second ago at minus 115. So
minus 115. Okay, I'll just see if I can beat it, but let's hear what Jose has to say about this spot.
Yeah, I'm off. I probably lean towards Cab here. I typically think there's the pendulum theorem, whatever we're calling it, with back-to-backs here. Like, Jordan Hicks pitches well the first time, think he'll probably get touched up. It's the reverse. When the guy gets touched up, think he'll typically lock in and pitch better the next time. But yeah, I'm off this game. I lean under as well because both these guys are pretty good. Well, I wouldn't say pretty good. Both these are really good. And I think Jordan Hicks is going to be pretty bet on this year. I just think this is going to be a shit start for him back to back because, first time through the league, especially, I think Jordan Hicks will be good. And then after you see him a second time, you start to get a handle on it. So I like that play, but I'm not on anything here.
I am going to be on a move that correlates with all of this. I believe I'm going to be on the full game over. Bet the full game over on this one. If Jordan Hicks, if everybody who is scouted and all the coaches have been wrong about how they've used Jordan Hicks, then I just don't believe it. I do not believe it that everybody has been wrong throughout his career and that he should have been a starter all along and fucking blow me. Okay, let's move on. Daby Cab. So now we're going out of order here. we're going out of order because we have best bets with Daby Cab here. So we're going to switch to an 8:05 p.m. start for our next one. Houston Astros 2-5, their first game outside of Houston. Texas Rangers 4-2, 2-1 at home. We're at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. We know that if it's between 65 and 80, that the roof will be open. So right now in Arlington, it is. It opens up at 80 and it goes to 76, 73. So the roof will be open. Is it black and white there? Because I've been told that that's a black and white thing, Cab. If it's not going to go over 80 degrees and it's not going to go under 65 degrees, that the roof will be open every time.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just they want to keep it open as much as possible. So, and it feels great outside right now. I don't see any reason why it would be closed.
Okay, so the roof will be open, according to everything I've learned. That it's just a black and white thing. So Hunter Brown, 11-13, 5.09 ERA, 1.36 WHIP, 155 and 2/3, 178 Ks and 55 walks, and I know he's better than that. It was a very tough year for him, and I thought he battled and he got tired near the end of the year. And I'm very interested to hear what you guys think of Hunter Brown. In his first start, he went 4 hits, 4 innings, 1 run. It wasn't earned. 5 Ks, 2 walks, the 5-3 loss at home versus the Yankees. And then we have Cody Bradford for the Texas Rangers. I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on both of these pitchers, Daby Cab. Cody Bradford, 6th round pick in the 2019 draft out of Baylor, Aledo High School in Aledo, Texas. And he has been a bit of a surprise, I would say, that he's got into this spot. Now, last year at Round Rock, he was very good, 3.63 ERA, 9-2. He's earned it. When he was in the majors, he wasn't very good. He made 8 starts. He got in out of the bullpen in 12 other opportunities. He went 4-3 with a 5.30 ERA, but his whip was pretty good, 1.214. And he had 51 strikeouts and 56 innings, only walked 12 batters. I can see why they like him. In his first start here, he had an average spring, just very average, 13 Ks, 6 walks over 20 innings, 22 hits and 10 earned runs. In his first start, he went 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk, and 11-2 win at home versus the Cubs. Initially, I really believe that Hunter Brown, we all know how talented Hunter Brown is. We expect him to be able to step up here and deliver. And I kind of feel that he's more likely to than Bradford. But I want to hear Daby's breakdown. Let me just set up the line history for this one. We have the Rangers at plus 128. They opened up at plus 121. There's been an 8-cent move towards the Houston Astros. This move happened this afternoon or late morning. Then from a total side of things, this is sitting at, pull this up. Sorry, again, it's 8:05. This is sitting at 10, which also tells us that the roof is going to be open. And it opened up at 8.5, so the roof is definitely open. So we've got a 1.5 run move towards the over, which is huge. On the money line, 56% of tickets, 57% of cash on the Houston Astros. The total, it's 50-50, and we have no cash flow, but we know it's gone up a whole 1.5 runs. Yes, Leonard, we're going out of order here because we're doing the double dip for Daby Cab's best bets. So we're putting them together, and we're going to be doing that throughout the year, putting Daby Cab's games together so it doesn't have to come in and out. Daby Cab, take it away. Best bet number 2 here. Rant says Bradford was more of a bullpen pitcher last year. Stroh's nice bet. Take it away, Cab. A big one here. Battle of Texas.
So I'll talk about the bet first, and then I'll talk about the game because the bet, kind of is going to stand on its own. And I am doing I'm going back to the well here. And I want everybody to be clear. When I bet something, I don't bet it hoping like, oh, maybe today's the right day for this bet. Maybe today I got lucky. No, I bet something because I know that shit's going to hit throughout the season, and I know it's going to keep hitting, okay? So I go back to it, and I keep betting it. Obviously, there's certain things that I get wrong, and I'll get off of. But whether it's, Darvish first 5 or the Rangers first 5 over that you saw me hitting last season throughout the season, or right now how I keep going back to the Seager props, I'm going at it again. I'm going to take over 1.5 bases with Seager here. There was bad blood in the water, obviously. This is a rivalry with the Rangers and the Astros. And as much as I like both of these pitchers, Bradford and Brown, They're both young guys that are going against very, very talented lineups. And I think runs are going to be what we're going to see in this game, what we're going to see in this series, right? And I think Seager leads the way. You saw the, what would this be without the Astros? And then Seager responded, oh, what would the World Series be without the Rangers? Well, this is our first game since they had those back and forth. And Seager doesn't talk much. He usually keeps his mouth shut. He opened his mouth in this instance. I think he backs. He backs it. He wrote a check that he can cash. I like Seager over 1.5 bases. No problem here. Now, as far as the game, I'd probably maybe lean a little bit towards the Astros here. I do think Brown might have the edge over Bradford if I had to pick a side, but I don't, and that's why I like it. I'd probably go to the total. Rangers are doing well, even with Young. They lost Young. He broke his wrist. I don't know if you guys saw that on Monday. That's a huge blow to the lineup to lose Josh Young this early, especially for something like a broken wrist. But they've got a lot of young talent, a lot of guys that they're bringing up that there's a lot of excitement around. Evan Carter, obviously, we saw him through the World Series step up and play outstanding. But some of these other guys that are coming up, there's more hype around them than even him. And he showed up on the biggest stage possible in all of baseball. So to say that they have more hype around them is just crazy to think about. It's a lot of fun watching this team, this lineup. And I think Seager leads the way here. So there we go.
So what is the price for Seager over 1.5 bases?
I got -110. So not even much juice. And for anybody that's followed, I don't just bet this, Jimmy. When I miss it, I double my bet on the next time. I'm 2-2 betting this season, but both of the bets that I've won, I had double the amount of money on because I feel that confident. If he goes 0-4 or something like that, I'm going to hammer the shit out of it the next game.
That's important, and I love it. Mikey Money says Texas spot here, 14-3 straight up as a home dog with better winning percentage. For me, I think that it's that like the Rockies coming home, and we would deem that a bad thing after a 7 game, but they lost 6 of those games. I think it's good to switch locations. The Astros starting the year 2-5. I think it's good to switch locations now. To switch locations into this very high pressure situation is one thing, but I tell you what, I'm going to be on the Astros first 5 here. I'm going to back Hunter Brown to start the year off really strong. Can he continue it through the whole season? He's a guy who handled pressure, I thought, really well last year. Handled errors behind him really well last year. I always felt like he would be able to bear down. Now, that didn't come through with a 5.09 ERA and all that, but let's hear what Jose has to say. Take it away. Astros, Rangers at Globe Life.
Yeah, I don't have much. Daby, the Rangers fan, probably knows more than I do about these two teams. Hunter Brown pitched well against the Rangers. 4 innings, 10 hits, 3 earned runs. It's not good, but it's not horrible. And then 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, none of them earned. Cody Bradford actually didn't pitch terribly against the Astros either. He had 3 appearances against them. One was a true blue start. 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs on 2 home runs. So I'm off. I'll stay off and watch this. Well, actually, I won't watch this game because it's blacked out to Kingdom Come here. But I'll check the box scores and see who won, and I'll be interested to see if any shenanigans happens because it's Daby is right. These teams do not like each other, and this is gonna, allegedly, we'll see how the Mariners do because they're just offensively challenged yet again. But this will probably decide who wins the AL West and all that good stuff. So we'll see. It'll be fun.
Well, there you have it. Best bets from our Daby Cab. Seager over 1.5 bases at -110. And the Padres team total over 3.5 -115. And Ron Crawford spreadsheet play days on that San Francisco game. First 5 for Ron Crawford. There you go. Daby Cab. I love it. We rock again next week. You can see Daby Cab here Wednesday through Friday with best bets. And you can also see him on Monday, Medicate Mondays at 11 a.m. and then double dipping with our big live stream for the national championship on Monday night. Daby Cab, excellent work. Please support and follow Daby Cab on X at Daby Cab. Daby, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Oh, man, we don't have anything without you guys in the chat, man. Joe, Saturated, Rim Most, Perky, all you guys. Chase J. Love doing this with you guys. Love capping with you guys here on screen. Tomorrow, Say Hey Plays. I'll be there with Jose on Saturday.
And is that every Saturday? You guys rock every Saturday?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And we're
that's
gonna
dope.
keep the
That's
record,
dope.
like I said, for the Saturdays because Saturday is a day that I've usually done, whether it was been with CMAC or Ian or now with Jose again. And we've always had good Saturdays. So we're gonna keep that record so we know exactly what it is. We're gonna kill it this year. I'm telling you right now, Say Hayes on Saturday is gonna make a lot of money. Jose told me he won't bet the A's and he won't bet the Rockies. So I think we're good this season, Jimmy.
Yeah, fade them today. Fade them today. So we'll be
I
fine.
love
Thanks,
it.
Daby.
Anyways.
Yeah, thank you, Debbie, my man. All
And by
right.
the way, when
Yeah.
he says we're gonna keep the record, he means he's telling me to keep the record, guys. That's
Yeah.
what he means by that. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. All right, let's roll on. We roll on to 6:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the New York Mets, 1-5, finally getting out of Citi Field in New York. What a horror show! I mean, just the negativity that this baseball team has gotten over the last year and a half is almost unprecedented.
It's so
Cincinnati-
weird. I don't know why. Like, it's some weird thing with Mets fans, and they just keep like it's just a weird circle. I this is my first time, I guess, experiencing the full circle of Mets being like super excited, and it comes all the way down to just dread yet again.
Yeah, Mets fans are a beacon of sadness.
Yeah, shout out to their
Cincinnati
old brothers.
Reds 4-2, 2-1 at home. We're talking about Great America Ballpark here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here in Cincy. Let's get back up here. Sorry, because we skipped a bit. We have 45 Fahrenheit, 9.4 miles per hour to right field, between 9.4 and 7.2 miles per hour. Joe Yurkovich says Mets team total under, especially first 5. We have Quintana against Hunter Green. Let's get into the line history here. We'll start with the money line. On the money line, we have Hunter Green and the Cincinnati Reds at -118. They opened up now -117. They opened up at -124. We've had a slight move towards the New York Mets. And again, I'll say it again. I really find it appealing. And this is the one I find the most appealing is you're getting all this negative press, all this negativity. You start out the year horrible at home, and then you get to get away from New York. Get out of New York or get out of whatever city you're in. I do like this spot. They got the win, albeit it was pretty ugly, 2-1. But
the getting the win and getting it in walk-off fashion and getting out of there is a big thing, I think, for your sake there.
Well, I haven't bet anything here, but I do find this all pretty appealing. From a total side of things here, this is at 9. It's -108 to the over. It opened up -112, so we had a slight move towards the under. Smoking Tree says Raids money line all day, and Morgan Spooner says Quintana is a fade for me until the end of April, and that arm gets warmed up. That's fair.
I thought the same thing too, and he shoved it up my ass last time. So, or was that more the, Brewers' inability to hit? I don't know.
It's he went 4 2/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 4 Ks, 2 walks, and he allowed a jack. And the first 3 appearances in the spring, he looked spectacular, and then he got touched, over his last appearance against the Astros. But we know what they do to lefties. According to Perky Bumps, it is fireworks night. Smoking Tree says traveling to Cincy off of a doubleheader. The Tigers are going to be a good example of that as well. But I do think that it is important to get out of New York. But I completely hear what you're saying, Scotty. Hunter Green, 4-7, 4.82 ERA, 1.42 WHIP, 152 Ks and 48 walks last season. He showed some real potential. He had a rough spring. 15 innings, 12 earned runs, 14 hits, 3 jacks. Now 19 Ks in 15 innings. In his first start, it was at home. So we're going to talk about that more as the season goes on, having consecutive home starts and the helpful it is to stay in your routine. He went 4 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 Ks, 4 walks. So we have this move. What was it? It was a 7-cent move to the New York Mets. There was just a very slight, like 2 or 3 or 4 cent move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 14% of the tickets and 6% of the cash on the New York Mets. We have 71% of the tickets and 1% of the cash on the under. Pretty interesting market, Jose. X's and O's market combined. Did you move on anything?
Yeah, I haven't moved on anything, and we're hitting a stretch in these games where I'm not interested in much, honestly. But I do like the Metropolitans here. I just don't think I'm going to move on them, honestly. Because it's just the offense is a little scary. It just has not been there. Maybe it comes to life here, getting out of shitty fields and all that good stuff. But I've said it an opening week. This is a great American ballpark, and we don't see many nines here. Typically, these are 10, 11, 12. And in those games early in the season, when I said that those overs did cash, it was close. It was like 9, went over like 9.5, and then or went over to 10, and I had 9s or whatever the fuck it was. So I definitely lean over as well, but I just have no confidence in here. But I will say again, the markets are very interesting. And Troy is right. There's been a lot of, early reverse line movement spots and a lot of U-shaped line movements as well in baseball season. Maybe that's been a part of the success. I don't know, but I would rather just keep betting into those. So Mets here for me, but I'm not moving on it.
I'm not saying that those of you who are back in the Reds are not on the right track or anything like that. For me, in my bet here, this is about a combination of my belief in Quintana. I don't think what did he throw 75 innings last year? I mean, I think he'll be fine. He's a vet. He can handle pitching early. Getting that win finally, getting the weight that's been weighing you down off of your shoulders. I do not want to support this Mets bullpen here after it got beaten up. I'm going to be on the Mets first 5 in this one. I think you guys know that I like the psychology more than anything else. And I truly believe that they're going to walk into Great American Ballpark and they just feel better. Got the win. Let's get hot. Why not? Let's win. Now, I'm not saying they're going to do that. I think that Hunter Green is very vulnerable. It's not like you don't have guys in Alonso and Marte who can destroy, and Beatty even, but destroy high velocity. I'm on the New York Mets first 5 in this one. We roll on.
While you set this one up, I'm going to grab a laptop charger.
Okay, let's roll on. 6:45 p.m. Eastern is our next spot. We head to Nationals Park in D.C. Philadelphia Phillies 2-4 to start the year. Braves got them. But this is a good ball club. This is Jose's pick to win the World Series. 2-4 this year. First road game of the season. Going up against the Nats, 2-4, 1-2 at home. We have Aaron Nola. Aaron Nola had a bad season. And then he looked good in the playoffs. But 4.46 ERA. His whip was pretty low, but he got touched. There was a lot of barrels on him last year. 202 Ks and 193 2/3. He's a pitcher that is believed in, but that first start was ugly. He went 4 1/3, 11 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 Ks, 1 walk, 2 homers in the 12-4 home loss to the Braves. Obviously, this is going to be much more comforting for him going up against the Nationals lineup after facing the Braves lineup. By the way, Morgan Spooner says Quintana's addition of the sinker this year may be interesting to watch as he almost doubled his usage of it while cutting his four seam in half. Very interesting. And Leonard Porciunas has been thinking about doing a Tuade Latte edition of. Well, we missed Tuade Latte. I got to reach out to him. I miss him. He's a really, really fun guy to cap with.
Shout out to Mr. Pussy Coffee.
Yes, yeah, I miss him. He's just a great guy. Let's talk about Patrick Corbin. I know we talk about Corbin Day and all of that. His career with the Nationals has been atrocious. But the last season was, I guess, better. In 2022, he had a 6.31 ERA. And
I'll be honest. I'll take his fucking career. I'll take it. Go win a World Series, cash out, and be shit for the rest. I'll take it. Got the ring.
Yeah, he has a nice life. Nobody's worried about his life.
Yeah.
Opponents hit 321 against him in 2022. It's not like he was that much better in 2023. They hit 293 off him. His whip was 1.48. He's not getting strikeouts. He doesn't look good. In his first start this year, he went 4 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, all 4 earned, 2 Ks, 1 walk, and he allowed 2 more jacks. This is a a guy who's a very, very tough to trust. We're scoreless in both of our games, by the way, both in the third inning.
I've kept an eye on it. I've been a little annoyed that I didn't move on a first 5 under with you. I think you moved on it, right?
No, I did not.
No, damn. Well, it pisses me off. Yeah,
that pisses me off too. So his first start was against the Reds, and look, he got through 3 innings unscathed. He got touched up in that 5th inning, and that's just something that happens to him time and time and time again. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We're going to start with the total. From a total side of things, this is an 8. It's juiced to the over. It opened up at 8.5, so we've dropped a half run. If we're going to talk about that, let's take a look at the weather here in Washington, D.C. 48 Fahrenheit, 13.7 miles per hour, right to left. Excuse me, left to right. Jeez, what the hell's wrong? Left to right, between 13.7 and 10.8 miles per hour. And then when we get to the money line, we're sitting here with the Nationals and Corbin at plus 161. They open up at plus 159, so it's barely any movement at all. A tiny, tiny taint sliver of a move towards Nola and the Phillies. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 96% of the tickets and 97% of cash on the Philadelphia Phillies. We have 76% of the tickets and 97% cash on the under. And it has moved a half run towards that under. Justin McKelvey, though, on the other side. And same with Gerald Jones. They're both on the over. And Justin McKelvey stacks play today. Trey Turner over 1.5 bases at minus 109. Take it away, Jose. Phillies, Nats in D.C.
No action here. I will say Patrick Corbin has pitched well against the Phillies, pitched well against them last year. Only one time. 5 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, not earned. So shout out to Patrick Corbin, but obviously Nola pitched well against him last year too. Cushy bounce back spot. I just can't get there with either squad here. A little too juicy. It's funny. I say the Phillies are going to win the World Series, but I never bet the Phillies. I just never can find a good price to bet the Phillies. But yeah, no, I'm off this game.
Off of this game. I don't want the Phillies here. And I don't want to back Corbin at this point. But I don't see why he wouldn't be appealing first 5 or even first 3. He looks pretty good in those first 3 innings. And we saw it last year all the time. And then he would get touched up in the 4th and 5th innings. I mean, Nola looks bad. Doesn't Nola? I mean, what has Nola done? Nola's not look good.
The red flag will be right here. And I'll say this, Jimmy, there's been hot teams to start this season. One of those hot teams offensively, the Washington Nationals, 4th best against righties this year thus far. 129 weighted runs created plus in 163 plate appearances. Very interesting.
All right, I'm in. I'm going to take the Washington Nationals first 3. I'll figure out I can just tell you right now exactly what that will be. But
you're taking first 3 money line, not plus a half?
Not plus. That would be way too expensive, I imagine. I'll tell you what it would be, but it's just these are the spots where I should take, and it burnt me in my last first 3, where if I had to just I pushed the first 3. Remember, it was Crochet. I pushed the first 3 at plus 140. If I had taken the first 5 plus a half, I would have got plus money and cashed. So this first 3 on Corbin, oh God, backing Corbin, I feel a pit in my stomach already, is plus 140. If I wanted the first 3 plus a half, it's minus 135. And it's a 75-cent difference. I'm not going to mess with that. I'm going to try to get it. All right,
feels like a good sign, though.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Washington first 3 at plus 140. That's available at Bet365. That would be for me. Let's move on. 7:20 p.m. Eastern with the Arizona Diamondbacks, 4-3. They played all 7 games at home, heading to Atlanta, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. The home opener for the Atlanta Braves and Spencer Strider on the hill. Strider is so good early in the season, man. That first 5 under with Wheeler and Strider, I mean, that's as easy as bets get. And now he's great in pressure situations. He's really good in pressure situations. I imagine that he's going to. Joe, you're going to be saying the Philly pen is bad right now. I'm still worried about those Philly bats, though, getting out of, and then Bryce Harper going back to Washington. I still want to cut it down. I get that.
You guys know me. I don't bet player props, but Bryce Harper home run today. But shout out to Schwarber and the shortstop for Philadelphia.
Tommy Henry, a pitcher that a lot of high hopes for. 26 years old, 6'3" lefty. He looked good last year. 5-4, 4.15 ERA, 1.36 WHIP. Now he doesn't get the strikeouts that maybe you want. 64 in 86 innings. 64 in 89 innings. 35 walks, maybe too many. In his first start, and he was coming off a real bad start to the spring, and then he fixed it in his last 2 appearances, and he went over 2 appearances, 9 in the third, didn't allow an earned run, 6 hits. He got lit up against the Rockies. 4 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, 4 Ks, 2 walks, and 1 homer. He did not look good. And we know what the Braves do against lefties, and the Braves are just playing in freezing cold weather. So let's talk about that weather here. The weather in Atlanta, we have 59 Fahrenheit, 12.6 miles per hour to left center. Dies down to 9.2 miles per hour. It's warmer. I'm sure that they are excited to be home. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. From a line history standpoint, you have Strider at minus 290. He opened up at minus 310 now. He opened up at minus 254. So we have a 56-cent move towards the Atlanta Braves. Just a monstrous move towards them. From a total standpoint here, we have this sitting at 9. It opened up at 8.5, so we have a half-run move to the over. And then from a cash flow standpoint, home opener for the Braves, they have 97% of the tickets and 75% of the cash. Diamondback sitting with 3 and 25. 33% tickets and 92% cash on the under, and this has gone up a half run. Wow. Take it away. Justin McKelvey says Braves. Joe Yurkovich has that Nats team total over 3 at minus 133 locked in. Take it away for us here, Jose. Diamondbacks, Braves.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do here with a minus 300 fade territory here. I don't know if we're still fading them when they start out at 250 and go all the way up to 300. We'll talk about that at the end of the card, I guess. But it's crazy to me that the Diamondbacks are this big of underdogs. I'll tell you that. They're a good team, and I know Tommy Henry's not a good pitcher. I get that, but I don't know. I mean, he knows this. He's got like 1-2 more starts left because Montgomery's coming to take his spot. I think he knows that. They're not going to pay Montgomery to go fucking in the bullpen, obviously. So maybe he'll throw with a little bit of carefree attitude and get out there and just do his thing. But he gave 5 earned runs to the Rockies in the game they lost to the Rockies. And obviously the Braves are the Braves. So I definitely, I'll say this. If I had to put a gun to head bet, I'm taking the Diamondbacks. But I don't think there'll be any action here for me.
Chosen one leading the Diamondbacks first 5 plus a half. I was curious to see, what the Braves. Now, 365 does not give good lines. We know that. There's a reason why my local acts as this and not, Bet Online or Pinnacle. They give bad lines, but the Braves first 5 minus a half is minus 220.
Jesus.
The Braves first 5 minus 1.5 is minus 120. I mean,
I don't. Chosen one's taking the plus 1.5 in that first 5. That's interesting.
Yeah, but you'd need. The problem is I I don't dislike the bet at all. I don't dislike
dog
it at
in
all.
the favorite. I'm assuming you're getting minus money, right?
The Tigers have taken a 1-0 lead.
Good.
The first 5 plus 1.5 at 365 is minus 120. I would rather have a huge dog in a situation where you do something like that where I think that the starting pitcher is vulnerable. And I'm not saying the Strider isn't vulnerable at all. He just early in the season with his arm, full of energy. I fear him immensely.
He's a small pitcher too. We know how you go.
Yeah, no doubt. But Kong's Clips can get that at plus 100 at FanDuel, which is a much better number.
Nice.
Let's roll on. This one doesn't appeal to me. We head to Kauffman Stadium, Kansas City, Missouri. Chicago White Sox 1-5, 0-1 on the road at the Kansas City Royals, 3-4, 2-2 at home. We're, in Kansas City. We have Eric Fetty going up against Brady Singer. Fetty has been a pitcher that I haven't handled right. I've backed him at times when I 5.81 ERA in 2022, but we didn't see him in 2023. So he's back. He's back after a year off.
He was getting his mentals right in Korea.
Yeah.
Just
I like
dominating
seeing him
everyone
back.
in Korea. Yeah. And he was getting his confidence back, and he's got it.
7 strikeouts in 4 2/3 in that first start back. It's funny that he had this big strikeout numbers because in 9 innings in spring, he had 4 strikeouts. So, but he stepped it up. He looked good in that first start. 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs, 7 Ks, 1 walk, 2 home runs allowed. He looked good. Going up against Brady Singer. You guys know I love Brady Singer. And my ROI is fine with him. It's fine with him. I believe in this pitcher. I've always believed in this pitcher. I think he's going to be very good. I've said that. Look, I said it last year and he had a 5.52 ERA. But in 2022, do you remember the run I had with Brady Singer? I went on a monster run with Brady Singer. So what the hell happened last year? I don't know what the hell happened last year. In the spring, he had 3 starts where he was, unhittable, and then 1 start where he just got lit up. In his first start of the year, he was absolutely spectacular. 10 Ks in 7 innings against the Twins. I really believe in this guy. He's always had the talent. Now, at what price do you want the Kansas City Royals at? They opened up minus 177. They're now minus 181. There's been a 4-cent move towards them. From a total side of things here, this is sitting at 8. It's minus 105 to the under. Open up at 8.5, so we have a half-run move to the under, which, maybe you think that maybe the market believes that Fetty could have an okay start. From a cash flow standpoint, you have 67% of tickets and 81% of cash on the under. It's moved a half-run towards that. And you have 98% of the tickets here on the Royals. There hasn't been a big enough move. We don't know the cash flow, but there hasn't been a big enough move, to it. And then when we take a look at the weather here, it's 62 Fahrenheit. It's starting to warm up. Thank God. 9.2 miles per hour in. What do you think here, Jose? Take it away. Fetty, Singer, White Sox, Royals.
Yeah, I can't get there either. I like Fetty. Let me temper that. I think he'll be a decent pitcher to back this year. It's just you have to pick your spots with the White Sox. Obviously, their scoring will never be there, but I think he's a pitcher that can dominate some teams this year. He's got his confidence back. I think he looks pretty decent. And Singer, I was way off on him in his first start. I thought he was going to suck, and he went out there and pitched phenomenally. So I'll watch it here again. I feel like I don't have a good feel on the Royals. I'll be honest. I don't know what the Royals are this year. I don't think they're going to be a good ball club, but I just don't know. So I'm off this game as well.
Well, I'd like to see the move on the first 5 under. I think this is a great opportunity for Singer to put together, 2 straight good starts. The question is, are we too late to the party because it's gone from 8.5 to 8? I imagine that we probably are. With all of this money on Singer, I mean it's ridiculous to take the Royals and Brady Singer at this number. I mean, the only reason why you ever want Brady Singer is because he's a dog. This first 5 is not moved. First 5 open under 4.5 minus 100. It's now under 4.5 minus 103. This was at 9 in the morning under 4.5 minus 112. It's strange. It's and then again, just one last look. Sorry, let me just take one last look at the cash flow on this total again. 67 and 81 on the under. 67 and 81 on the under. So why is this not? If this under 4.5 was minus 112, and there'd been a 12-cent move on the under, I would bet it. Obviously, somebody's not being trusted by the market, and that's, I guess, Fetty. They're still juicing the over, even though the full game's dropped out front. Something's not right here. I'm going to stay off of it. Let's head over to American Family Field in Milwaukee.
Real quick, Jim, sorry. Jay Peasy said he's pissed off. He didn't get a Pub 3 shirt. Guess what, Jay Peasy? We're selling them on the store right now. It's a great time. We were selling them at Pubapalooza 3. You can buy them on the shop right now if you missed it or if you weren't there. It's a great shirt. I like wearing it. Jimmy, you can also buy your shirt right now in the Pub Sports Radio
I
shop.
love the shirt.
Jimmy has one. Pete has 3. He said, give me 3 of those Johns. I'll take them all. So shout out to you there. And Justin McElvey, I have no fucking idea what Fetty is. I was thinking Fetty Wap, and I don't know what that means. So yeah, there you go. There's that. Do you know what it means? I have no idea. I have absolutely. I know of Fetty Wap, but do I know what that means? I have just no earthly idea.
Man. Straight green, man. Okay, let's go. Next up for us, Logan Gilbert and Freddie Peralta setting up for a really nice pitching situation here. Freddie Peralta looked great in his first start of the season. 8 Ks, 1 walk. The 1 run he allowed was a solo shot. He looked really strong. Another pitcher that I sometimes fear about arm fatigue, and I like him here. So let's move on to the opposition. Logan Gilbert here. One of the 6'6", 26-year-old fireballer.
He's 6'6". Oh my God.
He was excellent. He's been great all in his career. I mean, 2021 rookie season. I mean, it's he came in at 22 years old, But last year, 3.73 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. He looked very good. 189 strikeouts and 190 and 2/3. In that first start of the year, he looked excellent. You watched that game. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, 1 walk. It's very similar numbers. Didn't allow a jack, but very, very similar numbers. Also, floodgates starting to open on Sears. Starting to open on Sears.
3-0.
Coin says good game here in Milwaukee. I've driven through Wisconsin once, and I never got to go to Milwaukee. I want to go. Logan Gilbert, Freddie Peralta. Let's take a look at the line history for these 2 good pitchers, 2 very talented young pitchers. I got the first 5 up, so why don't we just look at the first 5 right now? It opened up at 4, and it dropped to 3.5 at 8 this morning. It only lasted. And it was at 3.5. Now, it was not a fair 3.5, very juiced to the over, but it lasted for about an hour and a half before it got back to 4. Here we are at 4. At this number from the opening of the day, we've had a 4-cent move to the over. A 4-cent move to the over on the first 5. Let's get into the full game here. From a full game perspective, we're sitting here at 7.5 at Pinnacle, but that's a Pinnacle thing. The other books haven't done that. And not only that, but Pinnacle opened this at 7. So this went from 7.5 to 8, and it's back at 7.5, while the other books have just moved to 8. That's interesting. So obviously this would be the patented second half over from our days in Costa Rica. Pete Loshak hammering the second half overs in Heritage. I mean, that's what the market is telling us, is that runs will come, but you just have to be patient. So sorry, let me just pull up the cash flow then. The cash flow for this one, 87% of tickets on the under. We've seen it climb. 37% of tickets and 48% cash on your Seattle Mariners. Interesting. And we don't need to worry about weather because it's in American Family Field. Take it away for us here, Jose. Mariners, Brewers.
No action. I definitely lean Mariners, though. I just think this team's a lot better than the market says they are. But maybe I should trust the market more than myself in those situations. But yeah, I'm off this game. Freddie looks great. And it's not like he's pitching to get traded because he's on such a team-friendly deal that there's no way he's leaving. So I like I would say, obviously, I like a first 5 under here, but that was like my obvious play of the day here, and I don't feel like those ever win. So nothing here for me. I'm just hoping that our boy Kikuchi can strike out Mike Stanton and get out of this fucking jam right now. It's having me sweat a little bit. I feel like I'm being picked and prodded at the dentist right now.
Yeah, I'm going to try and stay focused here on the spot, but I can understand your concern. Let's go back to whether we should move on these Mariners.
Oh,
what happened? Gone?
No, there was an outside strike that was not called.
Oh.
Fucking automated umpires, please and thank you.
There's been no movement on this money line. Seattle opening up at plus 111. There was movement. This got down to plus 104. It's right back at plus 110. So from a cash standpoint, with how much is on the 37% of tickets for it, this feels coin flippy. but I think the Mariners could be we got out of it.
Yes, we did. Shout out to Ella.
Whew. Okay, I'm interested in the Mariners here.
Mike Stanton sucks, by the way, guys. Just a reminder.
I'm interested in the Mariners here. Interested. Okay. I think I move on the Mariners. I think I'm a Brewers 4-1. You got Gilbert on the mound. Peralta. Okay, I'm very, very interested in backing the Mariners here. Let's talk about the final spot on the board here. 9:38 p.m. Eastern. We have NBA next with Billy Brisbane. Boston Red Sox 5-2. 7 games they played thus far, all on the road at the Los Angeles Angels. The home opener in Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. We got Cutter Crawford. I'll let you drop the Cutter Crawford breakdown. Going up against Griffin Canning. I hate to romanticize certain situations, but I was really loved that Griffin Canning got back to Major League Baseball after the 2 years of back issues. Wine Time says, how do we not take the Angels when 1% of the money's on them in their home opener? The young guys are figuring it out around Trout and Ward. A lot of young guys playing with no stress. Wine Time on the Angels -110. Nasty Nate Red Sox smash in all Miller product drafts, 275 on Friday games until the 6th inning. Let's pull up. Let's pull up the line history here, and then I want to hear, obviously, your Cutter Crawford breakdown, your expectations of Cutter Crawford. Griffin Canning last year was good, 4.32 ERA, 1.24 WHIP. I love seeing him back in the majors. His first start was not good. 5 innings, 5 earned runs, 2 Ks, 1 walk. Couldn't get strikeouts, couldn't get outs. 5 earned runs, didn't look good. Allowed 1 jack. From a money line standpoint here, we have the Boston Red Sox at -102, now -104. They opened up -101. 3-cent move towards them, just a 3-cent move. Then from a total standpoint, we're sitting here with an 8.5. This opened up at 9. It's heavily juiced to the over, so it's sort of the same. It opened up over 9 at +102. Now it's over 8.5 -118. So, there's not much difference there. Weather-wise here for our final spot on the board, we have 54 Fahrenheit, 15.7 miles per hour to right. Now it dies down pretty heavily. It gets down to 10.5 miles per hour. And then when we get to the cash flow, you have 84% of tickets and 99% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox, and the line's not moving. 83% of the tickets on the under. Saturated in the house. Thank you for rocking with us. I love you, buddy. So take it away. Jose Bouquett, what are your expectations of Cutter Crawford, Boston Red Sox, Los Angeles Angels?
This market is screaming Los Angeles Angels. Jimmy, I don't know if you agree with me there.
I agree completely. I don't know how we don't bet it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be on the Angels here, especially buoyed by the fact that or should I say, I'm trying to get my shit together because I'm responding to messages. Sorry. Yes, I think given the fact that the Tigers are whooping ass right now, and it looks like I've got that bet in hand, I'm saying that fucking please, Jesus, come through for us. But yeah, I think I'm going to take the Angels here. Now, first of all, this line was shocking. Why the fuck is this? I obviously on the screen it was -110 even money. The Red Sox should have been favored to begin with. They're not. I think that's for a reason. And Jimmy, I think you've said this before, but these are fucking supercomputer sharp bookmakers making these lines, and they're putting these lines out there at a specific line for a reason. And if you opened up the Red Sox and Angels at -108 for the Angels, it feels like it's for a reason. You're trying to get as much Red Sox action as you can. Obviously, according to Action Network, they have mission accomplished. 84%, 99% of the money on the Red Sox. And Jimmy, I've heard this as well, and this is something that you've dispelled for me. These books are not trying to get 50%. They're like 50-50 action here. They're trying to beat us all the time. Like they don't. So this is easy. Angels full easy. Game. Yeah, I was about to say I don't know whether to take a full game or first 5, but I looked at the first 5 money lines and it actually moved towards the Red Sox. So yeah, full game Angels for me.
I'm right there with you. Nasty Nate. Okay, so you'll tweet out your Angels action, but we are both on the Angels with Wine Time Sports. Let's review all MLB action here for Friday, April 5th. Your grandma is wearing your sister's panties again.
Sisters. I missed cock o'clock. I missed cock o'clock there. I was excited for that.
And it's not insomnia. It's just the work that is required to cap all these games is heavy.
When cock o'clock comes, it comes.
It happens. Sadly, it happens. Your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play today is in business. Toronto and the under 8.5 plus 355. Jose and I are both on the Toronto Blue Jays. Jose is on the A's team total under 2.5, and the Tigers minus 1.5. Gotta feel nice, right? Gotta feel good.
Yep.
I'm gonna watch.
Shout out to the cash cow play of the day. That was a bad move. That was a bad one.
That was not your best move, but I think that I would like to get involved with you guys on these cash cows.
I'm getting better.
Satchway says Detroit first 5 has been hitting. Have you been on it much so far, Jimmy? Once. Dodgers, Cubs, Wrigley Field. We stayed off and the game's on right now. Tampa, Colorado, the over. I'm going to have to bet.
Yeah, I bet it just now as well. Over 13. 13 minus 110.
Jose is on the.
You betting many of those?
No, Jose's on the Pirates at plus 111. I am joining him. I am going to be on the full game over in Padres Giants. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play today. San Francisco first 5 minus 115. Let's give a shout out to our friend Ron Crawford. We have NBA coming up with Billy Brisbane, but let's give Ron Crawford his due and his love. Dabber Cadabra gave us a Padres team total over 3.5. Scotty Rock on that as well. That smoking tree. Daby Cab's on Seager over 1.5 at minus 110. And Troy Torrance says Pirates plus 111 is a terrible bet. Pirates plus 106 is a great bet.
Yeah, Troy, let us know if you're on the Orioles. Please and thanks.
You will.
I would love for that line to be 106 later.
Astros first 5 for me. Mets first 5 for me. Washington first 3 at plus 140 for me. Arizona, Atlanta were off. White Sox, Royals were off. The Seattle Mariners and the Los Angeles Angels is how I finish off my card.
Oh my God, the Blue Jays are such slow fuckers, man. Who was on first? I don't know. We just got a double, so we're on a second and third now. I thought we would score from first.
1 out.
Yeah, so let's get a productive out here, please and thanks.
JPZ says, "Tell me why you think the Canes are as motivated to get home ice as the Caps are to get into the playoffs." It's not that. It's the huge advantage on the second half of a back-to-back when one team's playing their third game in 4 nights and the other team's playing their second game since Saturday. Their second game in 6 nights. Both teams were embarrassed. Both teams are angry. Both teams didn't look good last night. The rest advantage will show. It will show. That's it for me. But, and I'm going to get my money back. But, if you feel uncomfortable, trust yourself, trust your instincts, trust your cap. So I've got a lot of action tonight, which is great because I'm not going to have to cap tomorrow's card and I can actually sit back and live bet and enjoy myself. That is our MLB breakdown for Friday, April 5th. Jose, I was so caught up in our shit, I didn't even look up at at your overall record. Where do you stand right now in MLB overall?
That's a great question, Jimmy. I'll tell you right now, I am 19, 15, and 2, up 3.5 units. Can't complain. The nice part about my spreadsheet this year, I've changed it a little bit. Learning Excel. I've changed it a little bit so I can now tell because I've got my bets categorized into money line, first 5 money line, first 5 total, et cetera. So I'm keeping a running total or running tally to see how we're doing so far. So that's been helpful. The only thing I've done negatively so far is first 5 totals, I should say. 2 and 3 so far to start the year, down 1.25 units, but everything else has been winning so far. So I can't complain. Excited to hear about the NBA. even though I'll never bet that fucking hellacious fucking sport. And I wish everyone the best of luck here. And if you see on ESPN some random guy at the Valero Open picked up a golf ball because he thought it was baseball rules, and you get the foul balls in baseball, you get to keep the golf balls. If you think there was some guy doing that, that's probably me at the Valero Open today. So can't wait to see everyone, and I'll show you guys very soon.
Respect.
Oh, and don't forget about tomorrow. Say hey plays. Daby Cab.
Oh yeah, of course. We will be talking all about say hey plays. Let's move on to NBA. We have a big, giant, juicy NBA card. Absolutely monstrous NBA card. And let's get ready to attack it. We have just the man for the job. He has been simply spectacular. Got off to a bad start here on our program and then won, I believe, 11 straight bets on the show. Let me pull up his records here. I believe 11 straight winners. And now he's 12-11 on the season. And yes, that was 3, 6, 9, 10 straight winners. 10 straight winners. And he's sitting here now 12-11 on the season. Come to us from South Jersey in the house. Please welcome a star on our channel of MMA. He's also got a women's Final Four action for us. Please welcome Billy Brisbane to the show. Brizzy, how are you, my man?
I'm doing good, man. Nice little Friday here. Hopefully we can roll over some dough into the weekend here.
Let's do exactly that, my friend. Let's roll. Let me make sure I got everything set up here. I got to get rid of all of these baseball why don't you take a second? Do you mind taking a second? Tell us how. Why don't you do this right now? Why don't you tell us while I can get this all set up so we can roll through quickly and nicely in NBA. Talk to us about your plan for the women's Final Four.
Yeah, the first game is South Carolina versus North Carolina State. I mean, I feel like that game is pretty straightforward. You take South Carolina there. But the second game of the day is the game of the day here. UConn versus Iowa here. Over under at 162.5 game is going to be on ESPN. These two teams played each other in NCAA tournament in 2021, which is Caitlin Clark's freshman year. Her and Beckers have been teammates since in the past, playing for Team USA. This is going to be a high-level chess match. UConn has the better defense, but the pace of play here is the story of the game. And I feel like Iowa is trending towards the over here. UConn's lack of depth should help the total. They only go 6-7 deep starters. They're top in minutes played for starters this year. Iowa's supporting cast isn't as talented, but Iowa's emphasis to get in transition and attack the basket is the reason why I like the over here. Iowa's offensive advantages are too much for me to glare over the total here. This line opened up at 1.5 for Iowa, going up towards -3. And we've seen UConn play various different styles. More of slow pace of play, but when they played USC on Tuesday, that's another high-level talented team with Juju Watkins. I think she broke the freshman record for points scored in a year. That game went way over the total. I think if I was going to be live in this game, this is going to be a high-scoring game. I got the over 162.5.
Over 162.5 for Brizzy in a huge game. For women's sports, man.
Say what you want. I made more money on the women's NCAA tournament than the men's this year, and I'm getting to the point where I think the women's NCAA tournament's a little bit more predictable.
All right, well, let's get this all set up and ready to roll. Get the last-minute player shoot around information out. Okay, let's roll. It's time to get to work. Stimmy OG is big on the Jazz plus 13.5 and the team total over 104.5 and the over 223. We're going to talk about that, but we get started at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. The Orlando Magic 45-31, 18-19 on the road. The Charlotte Hornets 12-58, 10-28 at home. Orlando 3-2 over their past 5. That was a very impressive victory against the Pelicans last out. 26th fastest pace in the league, 95.4 possessions a game. Charlotte 1-4, playing at the 29th fastest pace, 94.10 possessions a game. I mean, that was, a rock fight of the lowest quality. That home game against Portland, 89-86 was the final score. I've had a bad ability of pick when they're going to look who they really are. This is also a great spot for them, you would think. We're sitting here in game 6 of an 8-game homestand. Look, I know this is a bad hockey team, but if you switch sports, because it's the first thing that jumps in my head, the Arizona Coyotes were on game 6 of a 7-game homestand. Or was it game? Sorry, I guess I thought it was game 6 of an 8-game, but I realized I did it wrong. It's game 5 of a 7-game when Nashville got a point in 18 straight games and came in and lost 8-5. This is a great spot for the home team. The problem is the home team is the Charlotte Hornets, a very difficult team to back. Just about as ugly basketball as you could possibly imagine. Let's get this information from the shooter roundup right now. We have Orlando, a healthy group, and they sure look good against the Pelicanos. And Charlotte is just game time decisions everywhere. 4 of their starting 5 are game time decisions. And I'll go over all of them, but I'll do it when we're getting the breakdown from Brizzy. The main thing is Brandon Miller is probable. He's got the right wrist sprain. I mean, he's just crucial. Then obviously Miles Bridges is probable. He's got also a wrist issue. So, you got your 2 key scorers probable. Then, of course, Nick Richards is questionable. So he's missed 2 in a row. He's got the plantar fasciitis. He probably doesn't go. You have Mychich here, probable. So I would say that the expectation is Mychich, Treyman, Miller, and Bridges are in, and Richards is likely out. And they are in real depth issues at the 5 right now because Mark Williams, is shut down for the year, and it's
maybe throwing some JT Thor at the 5. He was the starting center in the last game, and he looked pretty good.
Okay, so we have some hope if we're interested in backing this squad. Let's take a look. Oh, and then the rest, of course, the rest situation here is the Magic had to fly all the way to New Orleans, which we thought, that's not that far from Orlando or whatever, but they delivered, and that was on Wednesday. Both teams played on Wednesday, but Charlotte's been playing at home. From a line history standpoint here, we're going to go back to Pinnacle line moves. We have Orlando minus 12, at opening up minus 102, now minus 104. 12 minus 102, now minus 104. And then we have from a total standpoint, this is sitting here at 205.5 and minus 111 to the over. Opened up at 206, now 205.5. Did drop to 205 at one point. So we have a move to the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we'll go to all markets. We have Orlando with 83% of the tickets, 68% of tickets on the over. We don't have cash flow on a lot of today, which is going to make things very frustrating. But what we know is Orlando is public with 83% of the tickets. Line's not really moving towards them, and 68% of tickets on the over, and line's moving towards the under. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Game 1, Magic Hornets.
Yeah, I'll be quick with this one. Third meeting between these two teams. The Magic have won by an average of 15 points in the first 2. The Magic, second best defensive NBA team. And that's kind of the story here. The matchup, hence the 205.5 total, by far the lowest total on the board. I'm leaning with this could be too many points, but I'm not betting on Charlotte, man. Friday night versus the NBA best ATS team, it's not really my cup of tea. I bet Charlotte in the last game versus the Portland Trailblazers. I thought that was going to be probably the last time that they win a basketball game for the whole entire year. And they ended up blowing that game. The rest of the season schedule isn't looking too bright for them. They play OKC, Dallas, Atlanta, Boston, and Cleveland all at the end of the season. So all teams that are playing for playoff spots. And you can kind of say the Magic are playing for a playoff spot to kind of move up in the East. So not my favorite game on the board.
It is an ugly one. Let's move on. Next up for us, we have the Oklahoma City Thunder, 52-24, 23-16 on the road at the Indiana Pacers, 43-34, 23-15 at home at Cambridge Fieldhouse, and Shea will not be in the lineup. So there's going to be no Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and Jalen Williams doubtful. So both not expected to play. Then the Miles Turner game time decision situation. I called that I didn't think he would be in the lineup last game. He wasn't. I don't think the fact that he went and got the second opinion on the finger means something's up. And I don't have the inside scoop on it, but maybe he plays tonight. I was very confident that he wasn't going to play tomorrow or last game here. And that was when the Pacers lost 115-111 at Brooklyn. As you guys know, I was on Brooklyn, cashed it, but they won outright. I mean, I took the points, but they won outright. That was, again, the home and home when the present home team gets destroyed on the road. It was just a really easy spot. And then the Thunder just got annihilated. BJ called it perfectly when he talked about the line being at 11.5, asking for Thunder money. The Celtics absolutely destroyed them. Both teams played on Wednesday. Feels like a nice spot for the Indiana Pacers, but I would wait, because I do not think that Turner will be in, and that might move it a half point better. This opened up at 5.5. It's right now at 5.5. There's just been 2 cents of movement towards the Indiana Pacers. My ROI on the Pacers, they become my best team in the league this year, just barely ahead of the Lakers. They're the two teams that I'm seeing the clearest. This total opened up at 233.5. It's now at 234.5. We have a 1 point move to the over. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, 87% of the tickets are on the Pacers and the line's not moving towards them. It's tricky. 81% of the tickets are on the under. I've got to take care of something because I'm supposed to pick up Ella, and there's no chance I will be able to pick her up. So I got to make sure that she's taken care of. So I'm going to be back here in 2 minutes, less than that. I'll be back here in 45 seconds. So Jose, don't worry about jumping on. I'll be back before Brizzy's breakdown is over. So Brizzy, take it away here. Thunder Pacers, and I'll be right.
Yeah, this game specifically, let me move the camera up a little bit. This game specifically feels like
I'm here with
Vegas trap spot here. OKC is going to be without their two best players. They've been obviously dropping games. This is the second to last game of a 6-game East Coast road trip. Their last game is on Charlotte Sunday. Their defense has fallen off as well. 118.3 points per game in their last 5 games, which is horrible. Indy won the first meeting between these two teams last month by 10 points. Kind of a trap spot game where everybody was betting Oklahoma City minus 5.5. They end up losing. I kind of lean towards the Pacers, but their consistency is just very hard to trust. They lost their last game as a massive favorite versus Brooklyn, and then they lost as favorites last week versus Chicago by 26 points. This game feels like a trap, but I think the under could be in play. But that wasn't my first look on this game. I actually kind of lean towards the Thunder winning out this game. This is a Vegas trap spot type of game.
That Bulls spot, we were all over the Bulls in that one. That was the end of a long road trip, very tough spot where we thought they just wanted to get home. Then we backed them against the Lakers and they smashed and grabbed the Lakers. The only fear I have of the Pacers is the fact that the Thunder lost by 35, got embarrassed. That's the only fear. And I guess the only other fear is that the Pacers are public after watching the Thunder get destroyed and the line's not moving towards the Pacers. So
it feels like you should bet on the Pacers, but the NBA is the NBA. Whenever you feel this feels like the nugget spot of last night. Like everybody and their moms goes to the window, bets the Nuggets, and then they're asking themselves, how the fuck did you lose the ticket after the game was over? I just feel like this is just one of those spots.
We were all over the Clippers.
The last time these two teams.
All over the Clippers yesterday. All over them. Wine time night, all over them. Bet them live immediately. That was the perfect spot in the world. 99% of the tickets on the Nuggets. I mean, it was a gift. Absolute gift.
The first time these two teams played, remember everybody was betting Oklahoma City minus 5.5. And what happened? The Pacers ended up getting a road win. They won by 10. It comes to a point where I feel like the Thunder's players that are in there, I think the SGA and Jalen Williams both being out kind of helps them in this spot. Now you have the continuity of not playing without them, and they've been getting their ass kicked. I feel like one of these two games that they're going to have in this last games of their road trip probably are going to be a win. They play at Charlotte on Sunday. I think that game is going to be a little bit closer than what the betting line is going to be. So I actually think the Thunder are going to win this game, but no conviction enough to go to the betting window with it, though.
I can't bet the. And I know, and shout out to the odds bunch, Scooball 8 or more strikeouts, cashing, respect. I can't, and Saturate's saying without Jalen SGA, have no fear, Jimmy. It's just the fact that they just lost by 35 and the line's not moving. It's not my wheelhouse here. This is not what got me a win away from the black. So I'm gonna stay off it. But that That's it. That's the only thing that's going to keep me off of it at this point. But let's roll on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Portland Trailblazers at the Washington Wizards. Blazers 20-56, 9-29 on the road. Wizards 15-62, 7-32 at home at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. Over the last 5 games, both these teams are 1-4. The Wizards had slowed their pace down. They couldn't handle it. It sped right back up. So they're now, over the last 5 games, second fastest in the league, 102.27 possessions a game. When they were winning games, they went down to like 99 possessions a game. They slowed it down a little bit. Portland, 98.20 possessions a game. Portland's an absolute mess. I mean, you have Thibault, Simons, and Sharp, and Brogdon out. And then Grant, a game time decision with the hamstring. He's listed as doubtful, so he's not going to be in the lineup. It's just a horrifically ugly group, but you got Scoot out there. But other than that, it's just ugly. For the Wizards, it's Richaun Holmes. So Bagley's out, Kuzma's out, but Richaun Holmes with the toe injury listed as questionable. He's missed 4 straight games. I don't see how he's not going to be in the lineup, right? I mean, I don't have that confirmation, but I would be shocked to rush Richaun Holmes back in the lineup for a team that's 7-32 at home and 15-62 on the season. It just makes no sense to me here. So we have, I think, and you could, you're the expert, but I think there's a skill advantage. Maybe I can't even say that with Baldwin and Kispert. There's no, I don't know if there's an advantage anywhere for any team. But the Blazers did just stop that losing streak with the 89-86 win at Charlotte. But this is a Blazers team that's been on the road for a long time. And we like to fade situations like this. They're not getting off the road anytime soon. This road trip began March 25th at Houston. This is game 6 of a 7-game trip. I mean, how are they just not a tired group here? Let's take a look at the line history for this one. You have the total at 224, opened up at 220. So we've gone 4 points towards the over. From a spread perspective here, you have the Wizards -3. They open at -101. They open -2.5, -102. And then cash flow here, Dodgers up 2-0 already. Wow. And at 3-2 in that A's Tigers game. Wow. Then from a cash flow standpoint, we have 61% of the tickets on Washington. It has moved a half point towards them. You have 76% of tickets on the over. And no cash flow information. Take it away, Brizzy, because I kind of want to bet. Proof Bet says the over here. I've missed that. I mean, those of you who got on it, a 4-point move. I used to have a rule about 2.5 points is the most I would, but now I'd let that go. I just let it go. But here, why are the Wizards not to play?
My theory is not my favorite game. Battle of the Tanks, worst team. You get a team with the worst record and at home. Kind of feels like a Wizard spots. But Portland's on a 6th game of a 7-game road trip with a trip to TD Garden on Sunday. And the way it looks like, if you look at the rest of the season schedule, this might be their last shot of winning a basketball game for the rest of the season. So that's why I kind of didn't get to the betting window with the Wizards here. Battle of the Tanks, I kind of lean towards the Wizards. But, man, if you look at the Portland Trailblazers rest of the season schedule, this is probably their best shot of them getting a win here. But one player that's been kind of the emphasis of the Blazers has been Scoot Henderson. If you've been listening to anything Chauncey Billups has been saying, they're basically letting Scoot Henderson do whatever he wants and having the leash as long as it can go. Over his last 3 games, he's had a massive 96.7 touches, which is number 4 in the NBA with a 37.7 minutes per game average, which is absolutely absurd. It's getting to the point where I might have to add a Scoot Henderson points and assist prop here. If you look at the way he's played against bottom 5 pace teams, it hasn't been the best, but Washington's top 5 pace of play, everyone's betting over. I think that's the right move in direction. If someone's got to help towards the over, it's going to be the guard play in this game. And if you look at opposing guards versus the Wizards, Green 40 points, Fox 25 points, DDR 27 points, Cam Thomas 38, Schroeder 21, Cade 33. I mean, damn, from the recent trends and stuff like that, it looks like the Wizards are allowing a lot of points to guards. I think this is a Scoot Henderson prop game.
That makes sense. Well, that makes sense. And as always, if you decide whatever you decide to do, if you tweet it out, if you tag myself or Pub or anything, we'll include it in your action. My problem is that if Rashawn Holmes and Bagley aren't there, I can't trust Ayton getting stopped. Ayton will just get what he wants. Look, I do not trust Ayton. I don't trust him at all, character wise. I don't want to have any assent on him. But I can't take the Wizards in this situation. I need Bagley or Rashawn in. So I'm not going to take the Wizards in this situation. I'm not going to do it. Let's roll on. Next up for 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the Sacramento Kings 44. Yeah, jump in, my man.
No, I was just saying that's what I was getting towards as well as the front court depth issues right now. No, Kuzma is probably the biggest key here in this game. Like I think I plug my nose and bet Portland, but it's Friday night. You can bet on better things, I feel like, than that game.
Yeah, I don't want Portland in this spot on this trip, coming off a win, game 6, 7-game road trip. But I can't take Washington without support at the 5. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. We have Kings Celtics. Kings had their 2-game winning streak snapped last night. What a tough trip. So we're sitting here on Tuesday. They play the Clippers at home. They win their second straight game after the Mavericks taught them, who's boss. And then they fly on Wednesday to New York. They play the Knicks on Thursday. We had Troy all over the Knicks. They fell apart late because they're exhausted. And then if that's game 1 of a back-to-back, they go right to Boston. I mean, this is just a horrific situation for the Sacramento Kings. Horrific. Celtics winners of 3 straight, beat the Thunder by 35 on Wednesday. And from a who will be in the lineup standpoint here, Malik Monk out, but that's it for the Kings. For the Boston Celtics, Jaylen Brown will not be playing. Either will White. So Hauser will be at the 2. So it's Drew, Hauser, Tatum, Horford, Porzingis. That is the 1 through 5 there. From a line history standpoint here, we have the Sacramento Kings sitting at plus 9.5. They opened up at plus 10. There had been a full point move towards them, but it's come back a half point. Interesting. It's one of those spreads where you're like, well, it's too big, but maybe not against the Celtics team. This total is at 226. It moved to it moved to 225 for a cup of coffee, but it's back at 226. And then from a cash flow standpoint, and don't forget, we have our horse race at the end of today's show. $50 up for grabs for our gold members. $50 up for grabs. Cash flow, you have 57% of the tickets and 50% of the cash on the Sacramento Kings. You have 92% of tickets on the over. I do not know how the Kings are not exhausted and fall apart late. I don't care that Jaylen Brown's not in the lineup. This is a number that I think the books are playing a trick where it looks like, how could the Kings be this big of a dog? But I want to hear what you have to say, Brizzy. Take it away.
No, I'm right there with you. At first, for a national TV game, it feels like too many points, but the Kings just aren't in the best of spots rest advantage-wise. They're 4-9 ATS second half of back-to-backs this year, while the Celtics are 9-6 ATS when they have a rest advantage, 6-3 ATS when opponents are in a back-to-back. On paper and by the number, it feels like a Celtics wire-to-wire spot, but their end-of-season schedule seems like they could be in cruise control. We saw a little bit of that last week versus Atlanta, but they got a couple of tune-up games next week versus Milwaukee and New York. The spot kind of reminds me of that OKC game, like you were saying, where it felt like it was too many points and they wanted you to bet OKC. And if you bet OKC, 35-point blowout on national television. I mean, it's the number's correct. I feel like if I bet the Kings, I'm going to end up screaming it. I'll be turning off the game by the third quarter. But if I end up betting the Celtics, it could be just one of those ones where they just win the game by like 4 or 5 points. Not my biggest convicted game. One prop that I do have circled, though, I think I'm probably going to use it on Sunday when the Kings play the Brooklyn Nets to conclude this road trip. Keon Ellis, there's still some value on his prop, 6.5 points. A lot of his shots are coming from the line from Sabonis's passes. He's only attempting 6.4 field goal attempts per game over his last 7 games, but 4.2 of those attempts are from the 3-point line. So basically, you're betting on him to hit 2 3-pointers and a layup. And he's been shooting 50% over his last 7 games. So If you look at Boston, they have allowed in their last game versus the Thunder were really scoring from the 2-guard spot. Josh Giddey had 10-plus points, Aaron Wiggins had 10-plus points, and Isaiah Joe had 10-plus points. So basically everybody in their backcourt had 10-plus points. Keon Ellis is a name to circle for the player prop market. I would pull the trigger tonight if you think the Kings are not going to get blown out. But I think that Sunday spot against Brooklyn Nets over 6.5 points is probably going to be a smash spot for me.
I mean, if it's so important to do this as a team and to do this as a group. It's so important. And I guess with the trends that Mikey Money's talking about, I guess I've got to stay off the Celtics here. Big dogs off of a loss as a dog are 18-0 to the over. So, I mean, that's a good thing. But he says teams often against the spread win versus the Thunder are 122-1 against the spread if the line is shorter than the previous game or longer by 2 or less points. You know what? Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to see the Kings start out okay and get a chance to live bet the Celtics because I just don't see how they're not going to be exhausted.
Yeah, no, it's a horrible rest spot, and it would be different if the Celtics were on like some. They've been sitting at home chilling for this game, so not my favorite of favorite spots. And then if you look at Boston's rest of season schedule, no look ahead. They play Portland on Sunday as their end of their 7-game road trip, so it's like this is probably a cruise control weekend for Boston. How comfortable are they going to get?
Huh. Okay. Damn.
Saturday asses Boston first half in this spot. I think if you're betting Boston, the cap would be the rest advantage in the second half.
Full game. Yeah. Have to be. So,
if anything, I lean towards the Kings first quarter. They'll probably show a better effort in the first quarter than anything else in this game.
Yeah. And Mikey Money just giving us the profile, not official yet. Okay. Let's roll
for this game, Nasty Nate.
Let's roll on 8 p.m. Eastern with the New York Knicks 45-31, 20-17 on the road at Chicago Bulls 36-40, 19-20 at home at United Center in Chicago, Illinois. New York 2-3 over their past 5, playing at the 28th fastest pace in the league, 94.73 possessions game, while Chicago 2-3 playing at the 19th fastest pace, 96.30 possessions a game. Let's get this set up properly. I love Bulls games. I love having action in them. They're another one of my best sides here where I feel like I've got a pretty good read on the squad. The Knicks, snapped their 3-game losing streak, took control late, beat up on a tired Sacramento team, and got back in the winners column. The Bulls did not look good versus Atlanta, but that was back on Monday? That was back on Monday. So we have a rested Bulls squad who beat Minnesota in Minnesota and then came back and lost at home to the Atlanta Hawks. So tired Knicks squad versus a rested Bulls squad. And for the Knicks, let's see if everybody is expected to go. Just Anunoby out, but Brunson, McBride, DiVincenzo, Hart, and Hartenstein all good to go. For the Bulls, White, Ayo, Caruso, D'Ro, and Vooch all good to go. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We'll start with the spread. From a spread perspective, we have the Chicago Bulls sitting at -1.5 at -107. It's now moved to 1. Weird. A half-point move towards the Knicks. Let's just take a look at the money line to see if that, and we'll look at the money line and the spread when we're looking at the tickets. But from a money line standpoint, the Bulls right now are at -118. Now they just went to -105. So it was 4 minutes ago. There was the Bulls went from -118 to -105. 4 minutes ago, this became a pick'em at Pinnacle. That's just throws me for a loop. This total is at 212. It opened up at 211.5. We have a half-point move towards the over. When we get into the cash flow, which I'm hoping is going to illuminate the situation, cash flow-wise, we have they're not going to tell us anything about the cash, which is just so annoying. But ticket-wise, 87% of the tickets are on the Knicks. on the plus 1.5. 58% of tickets are on the Knicks at plus money, and 63% of tickets are on the over. This is very confusing. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Knicks, Bulls.
Yeah, this is where we're opening up the card today. I mean, Chicago and Atlanta, they're pretty locked into the 8 versus 9 matchup, playing for home seeding, basically. But the Knicks are trying to stay out of the play-in tournament. This is the second half of the back-to-back traveling into Chicago. This is actually a first of 3 meetings in a short amount of time to close out the season between these two teams. The Knicks' end-of-season schedule, though, is fucking brutal. They play at Milwaukee on Sunday, at Chicago again on Tuesday, at Boston on Thursday versus Brooklyn on Friday, and then they conclude their season at home versus Chicago again. But the Bulls, after this game, 4 out of their last 5 games are going to be on the road. Their end-of-season schedule at Sunday at Orlando, Tuesday versus New York, Thursday at Detroit, Friday at Washington, and then at New York. With both teams being in the bottom of the NBA in pace and playoffs right around the corner, I think this is going to be a physical game, and I wouldn't be shocked if neither team cracks 100 points. The public is convinced the Knicks are just a better team, but they're only 4-7 ATS, second half of back-to-backs. 3 out of their top 5 guys on their starting lineup are top 10 in the league for minutes per game. I think that's all going to count up for them eventually. The Knicks had to do a lot to come back and win that game versus Sacramento last night. Don't let that final score fool you. Chicago's been on 4 days of rest. I'll trust a rest advantage spot here for the home team. DeRozan's been on a tear of recent, 28.5 points over his last 6 games. I think the ugly, low-scoring game favors Chicago here. Rarely is Chicago out shooting other teams from the three-point line, but they can rebound the ball well and shoot well from the free throw line. Containing and betting against Brunson is my favorite thing to do, but I think this is a Chicago spot here. This is a Chicago smash spot. I got plus 100 when this line opened up last night.
Did you tweet it out?
Nah, that was the line I got. If you bet on points bet during happy hour right now, I think you can get plus 100 on the money line.
Well, this line's moved back here, so let me just refresh this. From wine time on the Bulls, Troy almost getting there. I absolutely get it, and I can't for the life of me understand why this market isn't moving towards the Bulls. And maybe it's just a head fake or something, but at this point, I'm not going to do anything. Brizzy is on the Bulls at plus 100. I agree completely. And sorry, Saturated. I meant to answer that. Yeah, the Bulls need to win this game. They want that playing game to be at the United Center. So they're only a half game up on the Hawks right now. That's really important. Joshua Alexander says Bulls spot, low total favors Bulls in the spot. Look, I agree. I agree on all of that. And that's saying money coming in the rest of it. Look, I agree with it. But I need certain things to be really confident. And look, it's not you're not going to get the perfect situation all the time, but let's use that Clippers game again. What was it? 99% of the cash on the Denver Nuggets, and the line was moving towards the Clippers. I mean, come on. I mean, how long? You don't need to be in the game for that long to understand that. Oh, the public's going to lose their shirt here. And I also got in plus 10.5 at even money. What I should have done there was take the money line, but again, ball's just not big enough.
The biggest thing to note for this game is that this is a first of 3 meetings. There's only 6 to 7 games left in the season for all these NBA teams, and these teams are going to face each other 3 times within the next week and a half. I think, if anything, if you're Chicago, you have to win this game. 4 out of your last 5 games of the season on the road. Those aren't penciled up W's. I get a couple of those games are against Detroit and Washington, but I mean, you play basically Orlando and the Knicks twice to end out your season. And your last 4 games are going to be on the road, damn near. You would hope to win this game tonight, regardless of if this game is still locked in 8 versus 9 for Atlanta and Chicago. I think this is an emphasis to get a W here. This is a big rest advantage spot. When they play New York again, they're not going to have the same rest advantage spots. So if you told me that these two teams split and New York went 2-1 and they ended up losing tonight but winning the last 2, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, good call, Troy. I should. One of the things though is I just don't have all I want to do is win my bet if it, minus 110 situation, I just, one hit, I would like to be at 55%. So I just don't seem to be, when everyone's like, oh, if I'm going to, Bobano talks about all the time, if he's going to take a dog, he's going to sprinkle a little on money line. That's not me. And I moved my NBA unit size up to 250, and from 200. And look, my bankroll just isn't quite big enough for me to stretch things too much. And I never, but I should add into my artillery. And I hear what you're saying. I love it. Top set, my man. Respect. Thank you, my friend. I love when we cash together. You're right. You should want a higher ROI. You're absolutely right. One of the things though is, I wonder, if I was going to sprinkle on the money line and on the spread, would I make? I think I would start cutting back. I know how but I hear you, and I've got work to do in that regard. Let's move on. 8 p.m. Eastern, Miami Heat 42-34, 22-16 on the road. The Houston Rockets 38-38, 26-13 at home. We're at Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. You guys were excellent in the chat. BJ was so good getting me off of the Rockets. I needed the help. I was pretty close, and I really needed the help, and you guys delivered it. Let's get into this one here. The Rockets looked bad last night. And one thing that I've noticed so much about the Rockets, which, you guys, the Rockets fans, LJ, all you guys, they just don't seem to care when they're down. There's no sign that anybody cares.
They're not good enough to, overcome big deficits.
Well, but they don't care. Whitmore cares. But I'm watching everybody else. I'm like, look, does anybody care? They're having fun or laughing. Sick crossover, bench all laughing. You're down by 19.
You knew it was over when Tari Eason came out with the video last week. Warriors come out and play tonight. And boy, did they come out and play and put the season's over for the Rockets. Like, it's over.
Season is over for the Rockets. 3 straight losses, lose by 23 at home to Steph. The Heat on the second half of back-to-back, losing 109-105 last night, snapping their 3-game losing streak. So both teams on the second half of a back-to-back, except the Rockets didn't have to travel, which, of course, is a big deal. Let's go to the line history here for this spot and the cash flow and hear what Brizzy has to say about it. We have Houston at plus 3.5 and minus 105. They opened up at plus 3. So we have a half-point move towards the Miami Heat. Then from a total standpoint, we are sitting here with the let's get this here with the 215.5. Open up at 215, so we have a half-point move to the over. Then when we get to the cash flow, we have finally a little bit of cash information. 51% of the tickets, 69% of cash on the Miami Heat, 58% of tickets on the over. And Dan Kelly, we talked about it off the top. It's just a big surprise. I was, I respected the thought of him going in the transfer portal and giving another shot here in college, but I guess time's a factor if you want to hang out with your pops. So then we take a look at who might not be in the lineup. First off, we have Tyler Hero's missed 20 straight games, and
you should be in the lineup tonight, though,
which is wild with a minute restriction. So Hero will be in. That's wild. Scary Terry was so good yesterday, and he's been so good. He's probable to play, left knee contusion. He's been everything that they wanted and more. Duncan Robinson, also a game time decision here, probable. So these 3 guys are in the lineup. No worry that Buckets is going to not be there. Everybody's going to be there. So we know that Sengun.
Amon Thompson was out. He didn't show up at shoot around today. He isn't going to play. He's
ruled out. Yeah, Amon Thompson has been ruled out. So let's get into this here. 4-4 A's Tigers. Wow. So here we go. Heat Rockets. Both teams playing almost the exact same pace. 98 possessions a game over the last 5 for Miami. 97.96 for Houston. Miami 3-2 over that 5. Houston 2-3 over the 5. And we have this move towards the Heat by a half point. I'm very interested in the breakdown because it was so hard for me not to bet the Heat last night. I wanted to bet the Heat. I was high. It was stuck with me. It stuck with me all day, and then I felt like I'd made a mistake not moving on them. And of course, Sixers come late. Take it away
Nah.
for us here, Brizzy. I can't wait to hear your breakdown. Heat.
I hope the Sixers team is definitely a top 4 team in the East. But this isn't my favorite game. I feel like the Rockets basically saw their season come to an end last night versus Golden State. More than likely, they're not going to make the playoffs. What's the effort level? What's the psychology heading into this one? Amon Thompson's probably going to be out, so Cam Whitmore in the lineup, is that an addition or a subtraction? The Heat are widely just inconsistent. Once you think that they're turning the corner, you bet them, and then they end up fucking losing. Second half of a back-to-back, traveling into Houston. Feels like the wrong team's favorite, in my opinion. Like, I know the Rockets just had their end of their season. This line probably closes even higher for the Heat. So if you like the Heat, bet it now, because once Heroes rule back in the lineup and all that, I actually have this game lined up at 4.5 -5 for Miami. So my numbers would tell me I should be backing the Heat here. But, maybe the Rockets just want to play spoiler to end out the season.
1-0 Jays. I don't see why we're not. I don't see how we don't back the Heat here. The Rockets, they don't care when they're losing. The Rockets don't care that they're not going to playoffs. Udoka, he cares. Look, he cares a lot. But I think this is the Heat.
Yeah, this is a Heat spot. I just don't like throughout the years historically, when I think I'm right on the Heat, I end up betting them at these short lines, and then I'm always pissed off by the end of the game. So it's just like a psychological ROI thing. I gotta love it to be betting on the Miami Heat. Like, don't love.
Well, tonight's my night to back the Heat. Now, in saying that, do we have everything we need? So we have the half-point move towards them.
Yeah, that's more being in. I think that line closes up even higher. Like, I have this is lined at 4.5. I think this closes a point higher.
Okay, I'm on the board, man. Thank God. I want action so bad, but I'm not going to force it. And I'm on the board with the Miami Heat. Good. Let's roll on. Go Jays! Sorry, my girlfriend's going to pick up Ella, and I got Carter in here. I don't want to scare him. Detroit Pistons, 13-63, 6-31 on the road at Memphis Grizzlies, 26-58 and 28 at home FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. The thing is, when he looks at what we're doing here, it's in his blood, man. It's in his blood.
Little does he know.
It's in his blood, man. I just So I don't know. I can't.
It's generational too, so it's just like
his blood, man. It's in his blood, man. FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Detroit 1-4 over the past 5, 98 possessions a game. That's 12th fastest in the league. Memphis 2-3, 98.7 possessions a game, 7th fastest in the league. Saturate says, when's the little man going to make his capping debut? That's another. I really would love it if he. Well, I mean, it's just he's got no choice, right? He's just gonna.
You got to stir it up old school style with the football. You know how you get the football pool picks and stuff, and you got to pick against the spread. That's a good way to get started into it a little bit.
But I mean, think about some of the moments we've had in our lives. Scary, so scary. I mean, I think if Kunitz hadn't scored that overtime goal against the Senators, hey, what's up, guys? The show is still on. Ella wants to say a quick hello. Okay, I got to keep going.
Bye. Wait,
yeah. The horses. That's the horses in the boat.
No, that.
What?
That paper right there. This.
Oh yeah. That's Billy, our friend Billy. Billy's got the same thing. Yeah, he's got the same thing. He works
So
for
this one's on. Why is it on your table?
It's on my table. We can't talk about it. We got to keep capping. You got to keep this professional as possible. Carter, yeah, nice dance moves. Nice dance moves, Carter. Nice dance moves to Ella. Carter, you can say what up. Say what up here. Come here.
Okay, Coochie.
What up? Do you need the base workers?
Workers? No, not my workers. Okay, I love you guys. Close the door. I got to get to work. Welcome back. It's Friday. Let's party. Close the door, please. I got to get to work. We are only 4 hours in. Mondays. Oh, professionally Monday. Dope. Okay, let's go here. And I apologize for that, but we are 4 hours deep, and I didn't pick up Ella's goal. Pistons, Grizzlies. We have let's get into the rest advantage, and Carter's not in here anymore. But back to the horrific moments we've had in our life through capping. I don't really wish this on my son, and there's no difference than when I was a comic. I didn't want my son to become a comic, and now I'm a gambler, and I would prefer if he found something that was a little more consistent. Heat. Oh shit! Sorry, Heat Rockets. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. Let's get back to this Pistons Memphis spot here. We have the Pistons coming in off back-to-back losses. On Wednesday, they lose at Atlanta 121-113. They lost at home to Memphis 110-108, and that came on the heels of a game that seemed like they cared about beating Kuzma and the Wizards 96-87. The Grizzlies have won 2 straight. Watching them beat Milwaukee 111-101 was, I just couldn't believe my eyes. I could not believe the shock and awe. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. And they're playing with heart. They're out there trying. This is a Memphis team that cares about being out on the floor. Why wouldn't they? Trey Jameson, Jake LaRavia, Gigi Jackson, Goodwin, Pippen. Why wouldn't they care about being out there? Now, Desmond Bane is out. JJJ is out. I mean, but they care about being out there. And Cunningham is out. Fontecchio is out. Taj Gibson's game time decision. I mean, who scares you on this Pistons team? And the answer is nobody. Let's get into the line history here for this.
Don't disrespect Malachi Flynn like that. Coming off the 52-point game, y'all gave him the boot in Toronto. He said, I'll pick up my own bags and go across the bridge here in fucking Detroit and light up the scoreboard. I mean, if you're putting up 52 points off the bench for any NBA team, that's impressive to me, man.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's a complete legit. Total opens up at 210.5, now 212.5. And we're gonna come on. And then from a spread perspective here, we have Memphis -1, -101. They opened up at -2. We've had a 1-point move towards the Pistons. That does not make the Grizzlies appeal to me whatsoever. We have 96% of the tickets on the Detroit Pistons. How is this even possible? Brizzy, you got to shine some light on how this is possible. Now, listen to this, though. We only have 5,179 tickets in, so it's not a lot of tickets in. 96% of the +1.5 is on the Pistons, but on the money line, only 22% of the tickets is on the Grizzlies. So that's on the Pistons. 22% of the money line tickets on the Pistons, 96% of the spread. That makes no sense. 45% of the tickets, 60% cash on the under. This makes no sense to me. Why wouldn't it's Friday night in Memphis at FedEx? Why wouldn't
it makes all the sense? The players on the court want to play, but the people in the front office have put their fucking foot down and they said, great season, boys, but this is the battle of the tank. You always bet the team with the worst record. It makes them a little bit closer in draft lottery odds. And off of that alone, I kind of lean towards the Pistons on the spread. But I actually got a player prop on this game. I went with Jalen Duren over 25.5 points and rebounds here at -115 at PointsBet. Memphis is resting Triple J, Clark, and Aldama for this game. That is going to leave the likes of Gigi Jackson, Trey Jameson, and Lamar Stevens. If Duren could stay out of foul trouble, he should smash in this spot. Memphis has allowed the second most rebounds and the 8th most points to centers. 8 out of the last 11 centers have gone over the rebound prop versus Memphis. He's been averaging 26.7 minutes per game over his last 10, 1.5 point spread. This should be a close game. Perfect spot here for Jalen Duren.
Jalen Duren over 25.5 points here. So you think my Malachi Flynn? It's been so long since I looked at what they're worth. I can't even remember what the name. What is it? I was collecting them 2 years ago, year and a half ago. They're not cards. They're like online sports cards. What are they called again?
Oh my God, I know you're talking about the. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I can't even remember what they're called, but I have the Malachi Flynn rookie card there. I believe it's worth NFTs. Thank you. Yeah, but what they're called? I haven't even looked at that. That market just disappeared. Over 25.5 points in the rebounds. And what's the juice?
-115.
All right. I can't. I'm shocked at that spread. I'm shocked. I really am.
Yeah,
And
but
I'm
the money line seems like it's coming in on the Grizzlies. So it's like one of those ones like where people are like, I'm not gonna bet the money line, I'm gonna take the +1 like it really means a lot. And then the people that are betting Memphis are just saying, fuck it, give me on the money line here. So it's one of those type of games.
yeah, which I guess we're gonna have to stay off. But here, Pinnacle opened up Memphis money line -120. This was -103 an hour ago. So it's just this is no go zone. No
This
go
is a
zone.
battle of the tank, though, man. If you're Memphis, kudos to you for coming off with 2 dubs against Detroit and Milwaukee, but you ain't going to face Detroit a whole bunch of times to end out this regular season. If you're looking for the future here, like they should be, this is a game that you intentionally lose, and they're doing everything on the injury report tells me that they're intentionally trying to lose this game. It's like, what team is trying to lose more? Cade Cunningham, sit your ass down for this one, and then we're going to bench our whole entire front court and anybody that's half decent for the Grizzlies. It's just like, man, battle of the tank. More times than not, bet the team with the worst record, and it'll lead you to positive ROI.
I'm off of that spot. Yes, Billy, thank you. NBA Top Shot. NBA Top Shot. What a joke. Check out my Malachi Flynn rookie. All right, 8 p.m. Eastern. The Milwaukee Bucks are very thankful that the Toronto Raptors are coming to town. The Raptors are the worst basketball team we've ever had here. They're worse than the Damon Stoudemire-led Raptors that won, what? I don't know. They beat the Bulls, but that's all that they did. This is just it's just disheartening watching them. It's just sad watching them. Raptors 23-53, 10-27 on the road. Milwaukee Bucks 47-29, 29-9 at home. Pfizer for Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They're playing 10th fastest pace, 98.3 possessions game. Milwaukee 99.36 possessions game, 5th fastest pace here. And the Cubs have taken the lead. Oh, this is so wild, so wild. Okay, so let's set this one up here. I watching the Bucks lose to the Grizzlies was shocking. Then Dan Kelly has just moved on the Cavs at +600 to win the Central. I actually need the Bucks to win the Central. That +275 that Dan got me on in the All-Star break is pretty important to my bankroll at this point. The Raptors lost at Minnesota on Wednesday by 48 points. Darko's not trying. I took and this was stupid. This is a mistake I make. I love sports so much. I romanticize moments. When RJ Barrett came back, I took the Raptors first quarter, and then Darko pulled both IQ and RJ Barrett at the same time with 3 minutes left in the first quarter. I mean, we're not trying. We're clearly not trying. He knows his lead is safe. We're coming off of a 48-point loss, and the Bucks have to get right. The Bucks
Don't
are
you guys
losing.
have that draft pick incentive if you guys finish as a bottom 7?
We got to get to the lottery.
Yeah, and then if you guys don't, the pick goes to the Spurs.
Yes, we need to lose and lose and lose. Court Wiley in the house. What up, Court Wiley? So, let's roll. Now, Dan Kelly says, so much for the wind blowing in at Wrigley. Well, Dan, this was, I say, the first time that we saw the wind blowing in and the line moving up. There's people who believe that I'm trusting the market too much these days, and that they may be right. But the market sure helped in that one. Well, but I mean, to get me off of something. We're sitting here with this total at 229 minus 101 to the under. Open up at 224.5. Now it's at 230. This total has gone up 5.5 points. My goodness, 5.5 points.
Yeah, Dame Dollar is suiting up tonight for the Bucks. That's probably why.
Thank God. Thank God. Just get me that Central Division title and then do whatever you please. So we got the information from Brizzy. Dame will be in the lineup. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with on the spread. We have right now a 14.5 minus 14.5 for the Bucks. This opened up at 15.5 and has moved to 14.5. God, I'm a Kelly Olynyk fan just because he's from my province in British Columbia. And watching him out there, it's He's just so dumpy, and he's got so much to do out there. Watching Grady Dick, we're trying to get Grady Dick to go to the rim with authority and confidence, and when he does, he gets thrown down to the ground so fast. He can't
Shoot threes. Just stand there and shoot threes and keep on making videos with Drake for the fans.
Jonte Porter too, with this whole gambling thing wrapped around him. I mean, this is just the saddest season in the Raptors' history, and Giannis Antetokounmpo right now is doubtful. So that's why Dame coming in, but Giannis going out. That's why this total is going up, because it's just like when John Wall left the lineup for the Wizards back in the day, and Bradley Beal said, everybody eats. And we use that as our tag for the show. Everybody eats. Dan Kelly says, I'm saying if you look at the schedules of the Bucks and Cavs, the Bucks could easily lose their last 5 games after tonight. And says, how Doc Rivers would that be? Adrian A saying the Dick and Anthony Black jersey swap was too funny. That's the only good things coming out of is just that we get to laugh when Grady Dick hands somebody a jersey. I mean, it's just sad, just sucks. And from the community standpoint, there's a lot of people who make their living, and I've got a lot of friends who do it, that sell Raptors tickets. Well, they took a bath this year, and I hope they like lukewarm baths, because they're going to take one again next year. 39% of tickets, 67% cash on the Bucks, 70% tickets on the over. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Raptors Bucks.
Yeah, is this too many points for the Bucks? Nah, I don't think so. They need a tune-up smash spot here. If you look at their last 5 games this season, I think Dan Kelly said it. Yeah, their last couple games, these next couple of weeks are not easy going. They lost back-to-back games versus Washington and Memphis, and there isn't a better matchup in the league than Toronto here. They lost 15 games straight by an average margin of 19.1 points during this 15-game losing streak. I actually think the over is the best bet, even though it's trending towards 230.5. I don't think it's too far off. Both teams have been trending towards the over. Toronto 4-1 towards the over under last 5, and Milwaukee 6-3 over under last 9. So I think Milwaukee and the over is the best bets.
Why don't we move on Milwaukee here? Giannis out of the lineup.
Points in an NBA basketball game. At that point, you might as well just grab the 11 plus and put it with a parlay.
Mikey, we're still selling out Air Canada Center. Sorry, I was defending the team moving. Sorry, say that again, Brizzy.
I don't blame you. You got to have some type of Canadian representation overseas.
We're still selling out. We're still selling out. And you know what? Now we can afford. Now I can take my family to a game. Brizzy, why are we not on the Bucks minus 14.5 here?
I think it's the spot. Like, would I be lying to you if I threw the Bucks in a couple of parlays today? No, yeah, I did, but 14.5 points. I think this line, once this line settles down a little bit, I think you can grab 13.5, 12. Like, I think this line's going to come down. Like, people are actually betting the Raptors. If you see it in the community, I feel like there's a lot of trendy sharps trying to say that the Raptors are live plus the points here. I don't see it, man. Milwaukee, after everyone's bet them in the last fucking week and have gotten their pockets burnt, they're going to start smashing in this spot tonight. I think this is a Milwaukee blowout, regardless if Giannis is in or out. I actually think one of those two being out helps the offense better because Dame's more of a pick and roll type of guy.
Yeah, I think that they're overanalyzing how bad the Bucks have been, and now Giannis is out of the lineup. I'm going to wait for this to settle, but I think this is a Bucks. This is a Bucks first half full game. To me, you can't. Like that first 9 minutes against the Raptors, when IQ and RJ were in the lineup and RJ was all excited to be back, they had the lead. They won the race to 20 against the Lakers. Now the Lakers weren't trying very hard, but they won the race to 20. I think the Bucks get right without Giannis on the floor. Get right's not the right term. I think they get right for a night. I don't know. I'm very interested in the Bucks.
Do wire to wire on sports books because this would be a wire-to-wire spot here.
Dan, what do you think about this spot? I'd love to hear from the chat. I don't see anybody moving on this.
Nobody wants to bet this game, but I'm telling you, I think Milwaukee smashes. I'm with you.
Can I hear from you guys in the chat, please? This is important. Okay, we move on. 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the San Antonio Spurs, 18-58, 8-30 on the road at the New Orleans Pelicans, 45-31, 21-17 at home. And Ron Crawford moving Bucks first half. I like it. I want more. Jared Bessie on over 229.5 in Bucks full game. Justin saying no opinion. Keep it coming. I really want to know, guys. Troy saying you want the Bucks without Giannis. Yes, that's no question there. That's a statement, right? Yeah, and Tori says I agree. Milwaukee smash. Dan Kelly says I got nothing. It's only important if you live in Ontario or Wisconsin or have a Central Division future that you so lovingly put into my pocket. Spurs Pelicanos. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. We have the Spurs coming in off an impressive 110-105 loss. Back-to-back losses in impressive fashion. I was on them +9 when they won in overtime straight up against the Knicks. I wasn't on them against the Warriors and the Nuggets. That spread of 16 scared me, but the Spurs showed that they were easily ripe to stay in that game. And I know a lot of you guys moved on it. Mikey Money says Pelicans are 2-20-2 against the spread versus a team on a 3 or more against the spread streak if the total is less than 222. Here we go. For these Spurs, we have Chetty out, Johnson out, Barlow out. You know, we've been comfortable with this stuff. BI out, a Grand Theft out for the Pelicans, and Zion, a game time decision listed as questionable. X-rays came back negative. I do not think he plays. I don't think there's risk. I don't think we risk injuries here at this time of the year.
I think he might play though, because this line opened up at 10.5 and it's gone up to 12.5. I feel like that's telling you Zion might play.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I hadn't even gone into the line move. That is very, very telling. Very telling. So let's go over this line move. We right now at Pinnacle, we are sitting at minus 11.5. It opened up at minus 11. So we have a half-point move to the Pelicanos. And then from a total standpoint, we are sitting here with a 219.5 at minus 112. It opened up at 218.5. It did drop. You're absolutely right, because this was down to 217.5 with, I guess, Zion expected not to play. So I think you've nailed it here. So then let's get into the cash flow for this one. We have, come on, sorry about this. Too many games up here. We have 71% of tickets on the Spurs, a half-point move towards the Pelicanos, 75% of tickets on the over. We watched it dip and then come back, which may be player-related. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Spurs at Pelicans.
Yeah, you know it's a rough day in the NBA when the three most public dogs are the San Antonio Spurs, Toronto Raptors, and the Utah Jazz. That's a rough fucking Friday for NBA dogs. But I actually kind of lean towards the Pelicans in this spot. This is a clear Pelican spot. It's just how many points are they going to win by? A 3-game losing streak dropping into the 6th seed in the West. I would say motivation is really the key here. There's not a lot of penciled wins for the Pelicans left in the season. So I expect the Pelicans to win this game. It's just it feels like too many points. I don't feel convicted enough to lay the chalk, but I'm hoping and praying Zion's out. You know, maybe get that late questionable turns into doubtful, and Zion chills for the weekend. Because if this line goes to 7.5, 8.5, we kind of want to bet the Pelicans. But I feel like if everyone's betting the Spurs, we get 71% of the spread bets are coming in on the Spurs, but the line's moving towards the Pelicans. It tells me Zion's probably going to be in, and the Pelicans probably smash. But it's just, how convicted are you really to laying the spread? I mean, if you look in recent past head-to-head history, the last game against the Spurs, they only won by 1 point as 8.5-point favorites, but the other games have been blowouts. They covered an 8-point line, 13, 14, 8.5 line. So the odds makers are pretty spot on in these Pelican Spurs games.
Yeah, this is not appealing. This has got danger written all over it. Obviously, the Spurs have been covering these big numbers. Why wouldn't you want to back them? The public's backing them and has moved another half point away from them. I do not want it. Let's roll on to a big game. Golden State Warriors, Dallas Mavericks. Warriors beat Dallas on Tuesday. It was a great basketball game. Warriors are playing to the best of their ability. 6 straight winners for them. Both teams coming off the second half back to back. The Warriors dominated the Rockets last night, and Dallas was a similar in a 109-95 victory at home over Atlanta. And the Warriors had to travel. It's not very far, obviously, Houston to Dallas. And Kawhi out again, says Ron Crawford. Simi OG is on the Pelicanos. And OG upgraded to questionable for the Knicks. Interesting. Saturated says, want to get my money back on the Pels first half, but I don't trust it without BI. The Warriors, 97.6 possessions a game, the 17th fastest in NBA over the last 5. Ron Crawford says Warriors now looking over their shoulder, or not looking over their shoulder now. Mavs -5. Dallas 4-1 over their past 5, playing on the 4th fastest pace in the NBA. Hard to believe that the 4th fastest pace in the NBA is just 99.6 possessions a game. It's playoff time. Everything's slowed down. JPZ, I would like that more than anything, to start the day like that more than anything. But let's stay in our shoes. Saturated says Mavs are playing defense. I reminisce of the days the Mavs unders were an auto bet for 2 years. Are we there again? Let's take a look at that total first and foremost. We are sitting. They got a wrong lineup at Pinnacle, so I'm going to go back to our friends at Bet Online for this total. It's at 226. Opened up at 228, down to 225. So 30 minutes ago, it just dropped another point. We're down to 225. So we have a 3-point move towards the under. From a spread perspective, we are sitting here with the Mavs -4.5 and -108. It was a 5 an hour ago. We're back to 4.5. So we've had this opened up at 6:30 in the morning, -6.5. No, that's not a real -6.5. That was -126 to the +6.5. So it's really a 6, let's say. Very, very, very interesting here. Let's get to the cash flow here. We have 85% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on the Dallas Mavericks. So everybody on the same page. Everybody expects Dallas to Rebenga. 67% of tickets, 96% cash on the under. Dan Kelly says, when the Dubs had 12 games left in their season, I needed one more loser to catch my futures on them, which also includes 7-leg parlay 102-1, and he still needs that one loss. Let's just get you that cash. Look, I don't ever want to be on the side with 99% ever, Brizzy. I mean, I don't care if it's the right side. You guys have it. You guys take the money. I don't need it. Fuck it.
I'm kind of right there with you. I didn't get to the window with the Mavericks on this one. This line actually was 5 on FanDuel, went up to 5.5, dropped down a point despite all the money coming in on Dallas. Big red flag alert. It feels like Golden State can finally breathe after winning that game versus Houston last night. But I actually think the total is the play on this one. This total opened up at 230.5, and it's dropped down to 225, 224 in some places I'm seeing right now, 224.5. I mean, Tuesday's game went way under 232.5. So I feel like the odds makers have kind of adjusted to the correct number. On January, February, March 13th, it went under 234 as well. So the odds makers have been way off on these Warriors and Mavericks games. But both teams have been trending towards the under. The under has hit in each of the 4 last games for Golden State, and Dallas has gone under 7 out of their last 8 games. Playoff atmosphere, Golden State's last 5 games, they rank 3rd in the NBA in defensive rating. And then the last 5 games for Dallas, they rank 5th in the NBA in defensive rating. When you first see the names on these teams initially, you would lean towards the over, but I actually like the under here. That's going to be the play here, the under 226.
I get it. Open up at 228. Let me just make sure that we can get. Do you have a 226 in front of you? Because Pinnacle just moved it, or Bedline just moved to 225. Let me just make sure there's a 226 here.
I see 225.5, bet 365, points bet, and bet MGM.
You know what? I mean, how much does this make you think of last night with the Clippers? Robert Martin, they're both on back-to-backs, my man.
Well, it's a little bit different because the Mavericks just played the Warriors a couple days ago.
You're right. There's the revenge. Yeah. No, you're right. But I'm telling you, sitting here right now, I'm going to wait, let this mature, let this marinate. But I want back the Warriors. If 99% of the money's on it, it's moving towards 99% of the money's on Mavericks, moving towards the Warriors. Wow. Yeah, Robert. Both teams on back-to-backs. 5-4 Tigers, says Dustin and Jamie H. I like that. Jared Bessie also saying can't find a 226. Wow. That was not what I expected to see. So this, I'm telling you what this is screaming. Mavericks win and don't cover.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. This is a Mavericks win, don't cover. But I actually think the under stands out a lot. If you looked at the stats and you erased the names on the players of the teams, both of these teams have been fucking locking in on defense. I mean, if you look at Warriors games, these teams are not going past 100 points. And if you look at the Dallas games, it's really them doing the scoring. Their defense has been locked down. I actually think that this is going to be one of those games where I think the under ends up hitting pretty handsomely. I think the trending down towards I actually had this open up at 230.5. And it's just going down, down, down. And I think it's just the correct I think the market's moving towards the correct way. I think the under, regardless who wins, is the right move.
And we're not sure about Wiggins, but we do not expect Kuminga in the lineup. Is that fair?
I don't think Wiggins is either.
Okay, so more things to figure out there. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. Another big one. 10 p.m. Eastern with Minnesota Timberwolves 53-23, 25-13 on the road. The Phoenix Suns 45-31, 24-14 at home. We're at Footprint Center in Phoenix, Arizona. Minnesota 4-1 over their past 5, playing at 20th fastest pace, 96.20 possessions a game. Phoenix 3-2, playing 23rd fastest pace, 95.80 possessions a game. The Timberwolves, they got me the cash against Houston first half, but that was really thanks to Loshak. I just didn't have the conviction to first half full game, and so I went with him on the first half, and they didn't cover the full game or at push, depending on where you got it at. I fear I would have got the 7.5 and lost, but then they just destroy the Raptors, just embarrass them. And then they head out on the road. The Suns, both teams played on Wednesday. The Suns looked really good against Cleveland and got me the under. They looked really good against the Pelicans. Booker's playing out of his mind right now. Let's take a look and set this all up here. We have Allen and Nurkic game time decisions. Allen is probable. So, missed one game. He's probable to be back in the lineup. And then Nurkic is questionable with left calf soreness. Saturated says Dallas Mavericks have the best defensive rating by a team in their last 10 games with a 106.5 rating. Dan Kelly's got a future paying 53-1 on Minnesota and Orlando winning their divisions. Oh my God. That would be just magic. Dan, your futures have just been so sharp this year. Let's get into the spread here for this one. We're dealing with a 4. That's where it opened. It's that it hasn't left that 4. It opened -4, -107. Then it got down to -3. Then it was up to -113, back to +100. It's been all over the place. Right now we have 6 cents of movement from a total side of things. We're dealing with a 216.5, a -107. This opened at 218 at Pinnacle. It opened at 219 and 219.5 at Bet Online. But a 1.5 move towards the under. And there's our guy AOD in the house. What up, AOD? Then when we get to the cash flow, 77% of tickets and 99% of cash on the Phoenix Suns, and this line, it's not moving. Minnesota Timberwolves, here I come, Brizzy.
I'm right there with you. That's actually what I have written down. That the total could be a move too. This game opened up at 220, went down to 216.5. The first meeting between these two teams was more of an outlier performance. That total was at 223, but the game finished with 248 points. Both teams shot really well from the 3-point line. We've seen a slow pace for the T-Wolves without Towns in the lineup. While both teams are hot, I kind of like Minnesota here. The Suns haven't been able to close out games. They ranked 30th in the NBA in fourth quarter points, and that's how I kind of see this one playing. Suns having a lead, and they kind of blow it in the fourth quarter. The Minnesota has been pretty good recently in this spot, 12-7 ATS as road underdogs this season. The market's kind of moving towards Phoenix, but the only hesitancy is Phoenix's own Minnesota head-to-head wise. They've won 8 out of the last 10 games head-to-head and 7-2 ATS. I think this line goes higher, though. Nurkic gets ruled in. I think we start seeing 5s across the board. Hard lean towards the Minnesota Timberwolves on the card today.
Yeah, and I waited till about an hour and a half before the game before I moved on the Clippers. And then, I was capping for today. And then about 45 minutes later, I looked and it would move to 3. And I was like, well, not at all books. 365 moved to 3. And I was like, oh, God, Clippers are going to cash. Clippers are going to cash. Clippers are going to cash. And I don't mind kind of waiting here as well. Now, if it moves a point towards Phoenix and Nurkic is announced in, then we can just count that as not market related. But the Timberwolves, this is right in my wheelhouse. Unfortunately, market wise, the Warriors are right in my wheelhouse. But again, we have the Rubenga. Very, very interesting. Timberwolves right in the old wheelhouse. Let's move on to the final game on the board. And then we get into our horse race. 10:30 p.m. Eastern with the Utah Jazz, 29-47, 9-28 on the road. The LA Clippers, 47-28, 22-13 at home. Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. If you ever have action on if you need James Harden to play well, all I have to do is bet on the Clippers. Every time I bet on the Clippers, Harden is stealing the ball. He's locked in. He's just playing well. And then when I'm not on Clippers, he's just out there loafing around, not caring. It's uncanny. Pink shoes on last night. He played spectacular. And Paul George stepped up. I mean, it got a little sweaty late, but Kawhi out for the Clippers. For the Jazz, no Markkanen, no Kessler, no Collins. So it's Yurtsev and Hendricks at 5-4. Clarkson out too. So it's a Colin Sexton show. Let's get into the situation here. The Clippers can't be trusted. I mean, you've heard Kawhi say that he doesn't know the character of this team. Like they played really well last night, but I don't know what to make of them. I'm so thankful I had nothing to do with futures on them. You can't bet futures on the Clippers until an hour before game 1 of the playoffs. And even then, someone's going to get hurt at some point. The Jazz come off that 129-113 16-point loss at home versus Cleveland on Tuesday. If you go back to Sunday, they lost by 19 against the Kings. They played well at home against the Rockets, but that was a really bad spot for Houston and a great spot for Utah. This is just a team floundering and giving up. The Clippers bounce back, but they're in the second half of back-to-back, and then you have to be concerned about who's going to be in the lineup. They're telling us don't be. They're saying Harden's good, Powell's good, George is good. So just sit back and relax and dare Russell Westbrook to hit threes. 8th fastest pace in the league for Utah over the last 5 games, 98.4 possession games. Clippers have been playing really slow, and it slows way down, in the third and fourth quarters as well. 94.9 possessions a game, 27th fastest in the league. This is sitting here with the Clippers minus 12.5. I don't know who in the world would ever want them at this number. Open up at 13, move to 12.5, a half-point move towards the Utah Jazz. From a total side of things here, we are dealing with a 223.5. This opened up at 222.5. It's gone up a point. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, from a cash flow standpoint, we have 81% of the tickets on the Jazz, a half-point move towards them. I wish we got cash flow. We don't. 60% of tickets on the over. Action Network doing us dirty. Take it away for us here. Brizzy, last game on the board, Friday, April 5th, Utah Jazz, LA Clippers.
Yeah, I'll be quick on this one. This is not a game that I have on my card, but I will say though, was that last Friday? Damn, time goes by fast. Last Friday, me and Tone was in town. We went to dinner somewhere. I got a cheesesteak. He got like some calamari shit or whatever, and we're talking about games and stuff like that. And he kept on telling me, man, dude, I keep on making money on Paul George while this Kawhi shit's been happening. And he's been cashing with the Paul George shit, man. And I don't see why you wouldn't go back to the well here if you're looking for action in this game. Probably be Paul George, 28 plus points in 5 home games in his last 5 home games versus Utah. And he's been kind of putting it on for the Clippers. I'll give Tone some credit. It was something that I noted, and from last Friday to this Friday, Tone is fucking right. Paul George has been snapping. I wish I would have bet Paul George and not James Harden the other night.
I don't know why the Clippers care at all. I don't see how they care at all here to win by margin. But 81% of the tickets on the Jazz, we have a half-point move towards them. I'm going to sit with this a little longer, but I have interest in joining the public, which is something I never say. So I'm certainly not betting this when the show ends. But I just don't see why do the Clippers care about winning by margin? They couldn't care less.
Yeah, and then on top of that, they play Utah again next Friday at home. So that's probably the Clippers smash spot game, second to last game of the season. I don't think it's a smash spot in this spot, but the books are kind of like pricing me out of playing Jazz props because one way I've been getting on the Jazz is Bryce Sensabaugh. They've been posting his fucking player prop at like 10.5, 11.5 points, and his usage rating is just way too high for the Utah Jazz, and he's been playing really good basketball. I think it's 3+ 3-pointers in each of his like last 4 games played. They finally moved the 3-point prop line from over a half to – how do you go from over a half at even odds to 2.5 at plus 142? That means somebody's been fucking up, and the books have been getting slammed on Bryce Sensabaugh props. And they finally priced it correctly. Maybe a Taylor Hendrick prop. If you like the Jazz here, I would go player prop over side because the player props have been profitable for the Jazz in this last couple weeks of the season to end out the year. They're kind of really clinging on to their younger guys like Keontae George, Bryce Sensabaugh, and Taylor Hendricks.
What the hell happened to Taylor Horton Tucker? I thought he
isn't good at the game of basketball. Chris Dunn took those 10 minutes a game.
I thought he was you think with all these injuries that he would have a chance to play here? Okay. I'm interested in the Jazz. I'm very interested in the Jazz. I just don't see the Clippers need to win by margin. Let's review all action here in NBA. Then Jose will join us. We'll have the horse race, and we will sweat out this 9th inning in the Bronx. You know, I've been to one Blue Jays Yankees game in the Bronx, and it was 1-0 Yankees. Finished off when R.A. Dickey was on the mound for the Blue Jays. All right, let's roll in NBA here. Magic, Hornets, no action. Thunder, Pacers, a tricky market, no action. Blazers, Wizards, we stayed off. Look, I have interest in the Celtics, but I'm going to wait on that one. Brizzy gets his card started with the Bulls plus 100. I'm going to be on the Heat. Brizzy is on Jalen Duren for the Pistons Grizzlies. Duren over 25.5 points and rebounds. I think I'm going to be on the Bucks first half and full game. I'm not sure if I move on it right after the show. I'm certainly going to move on the Heat right after the show. Then Brizzy's on the under 225.5 and Warriors, Mavs. We stayed off Pelicanos, Spurs. I have interest in the Warriors. I'm going to wait, but look, I get it. I get it from the X's. We talked about it. Oh, the Mavs are going to smash them when they play each other next. But now everybody in the world saying the same thing, and the markets are saying, oh, welcome. Come in.
It's just crazy. That line actually came down from 5.5, and it's now down at 4.5. So it's just like the market tells you the Warriors are alive. But it could just be one of those type of games, though. Like you said, Dallas wins by fucking 2 or 3 points. Everyone that bet the 5 is looking at themselves like, what the fuck?
Losing their shirt. Timberwolves, Phoenix Suns. Because even in that Clippers game, you know, I sent a wine time a message yesterday. I was like, I'm moving right now on the 10.5 even money. I almost got it at plus 120, but it moved to even money. I was just
me and Mike, we were talking about it last night. I was saying to Mike, dude, like, how do you bet the Nuggets at the spot? You got to go Clippers. Like, it's just too much money.
Exactly. And this Timberwolves Suns, you know, I'll be looking very closely at. And then I just don't see why the Clippers have to win by margin, but 81% of the tickets right now are agreeing with the Jazz. And I don't want to have 81% agreeing with the look. Now, there has been a half-point move towards Jazz, but I'm going to need a little bit more time on that one. Brizzy, it's great to have you back in action. What a roller coaster ride you've had here on the show. 10 straight winners you had, and you're 12-11. So it's just a battle, buddy. It's a battle. But
Don't
get that
forget
cash.
about the women shooty hoops tonight.
Yeah,
Caitlin
the over.
Clark, Paige Buckets. They're going down at it. But those Iowa games. Fuck aside. Points.
Yeah, I want Ella. I want my daughter to watch that basketball game. I've been showing her clips of both of them, so I want her to watch that game. Brizzy, it's great to roll with you. Brizzy's going to be with us on Monday night for our NCAA National Championship live stream. Brizzy will be rolling with us front and center as we get that cash all together and have some drinks. Brizzy, thank you for the time. That is Brizzy's handle on X at getting_bills_. Brizzy, any last words for the Capper Sport and the show?
Yeah, UFC 90 tomorrow night here at Pub Sports Radio. Make sure you join the live stream. There's a good start off to the weekend for PFL. For the people that don't fucking understand regional scene MMA, sometimes I've learned you just pay to fucking play. It's either you want to play the parlay, you pay the minus 185, 200 fucking odds, or you add the fourth fucking leg and then you watch your minus fucking 800 get their ass beat by plus 900. Regional scene MMA, you do as you please. We went 3-0 last night. If you don't like the fucking odds, then go to another capper and go bet some fucking dogs that are going to lose.
I love it, Brizzy. We all love capping with you, my guy. Thank you for making time for us on a Friday. Billy Brisbane, South Jersey in the house. Jose, my friend, how are you? Are we sweating this out? Top of the ninth here. Varsho at the plate. Dennis Santana on the mound. By the way, remember when Kent Davies gave you his looks? Did you bet them?
No, I don't. I don't. I didn't. No, I didn't know how to bet him. I'll be honest. I was like,
because he gave us Batya, who
isn't that the guy who's leading?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it's a big deal. Yeah, I'm. After I do all of our stuff here, I'm gonna go catch like the last 9 hole from all the slapdick players and maybe. Oh, look how nice! By the way, who taught her how to point?
You got something to say? Oh no!
She's looking at the whole. I was like, oh my god, why is she pointing with that big finger?
Stop, man. Rem Most in the house as well. We still on. You're damn right we're still on. 440D. What are we back in San Antonio, man?
Well, no, there would be a lot more booze in the situation. Right now, though, Jimmy, I'm sweating out because I would love if the A's tied this up because losing the 1.5 by 1 run I will jump off my fucking 2-story balcony right now. I will fucking jump.
It's a hilarious thing to do. Jumping off a 2-story balcony is hilarious.
Because I'm not dying. I'm not dying.
Okay. I have bad news. I have terrible news.
Don't give me that news, Jimmy. Do not give me that news. Well, at least we have, because I cannot believe that I'm really about to lose both those bets. That is so fucking annoying. And Scooble was the asshole that gave them to me, gave up the home runs late. But oh my god, I bet 1 run and a half. Of course, I bet 1 run and a half the whole fucking year, and of course that we lose it like that. So that's classic shit right there.
At least you can blame Troy. Huh?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Troy. My trust level for Troy has just.
He did tell you. He told you first 5-1 though.
Oh my god, what a disgusting display by these fucking teams. Okay, we'll move on. I'm not gonna.
Whatever. The Blue Jays cash.
Yeah, no, if the Blue Jays cash, it'll be okay. It'll be okay now. Yeah. Having a double up on that hurts, but it's fine. I do have a special announcement though, in honor of Mike M. I think Mike M complains about him not having a drop, and he's right in some instances. But in honor of Mike M, I've done him one better. We've changed our situation here. We've gone down. I don't know what horse tracks are called. We've gone down, or the dog tracks, I should say. We've gone down to the dog track for this race.
Oh, nice.
We're on the dog track now for this race.
We need 2 minutes then, dude. I need 2 minutes, man. Come on.
All right, well, we will run for 2 minutes. This is going to slow down my computer precipitously, but it's okay because we need it. We're going to the dog track for this one, and who knows? There is rubbing in this as well. We've seen in real life. Dogs can get shoved off the track, and who knows what happens.
Oh, this is too funny. How many do we have? This is so good. What a great move, man. In honor of Mikey Money. God, was that I had some big laughs at the horse track this week. It was extremely enjoyable. Extremely enjoyable. And that dog race with his dog just took off.
Boom, just shoved off. And he was in the lead. He was in the lead, feeling good about himself.
Oh, right. Oh, God, that got me. That got me. All right, so how many do we have racing today?
We have 66 doggies out there today.
Greyhounds.
I don't know greyhound racing terms.
Okay.
So I'm struggling here.
Okay. So Jose, you open up the first minute and I take us home. Thank you to everybody that is a gold member and for supporting our channel here. We have absolutely nothing without you guys. And Ron Walsek, of course. Ron Walsek, so it's about time you switch to the Greyhounds. For those of you who don't know, Ron Walsek, back in 1984, was the first person to start moving the retired racers, the retired Greyhound racing dogs, to families. He found families all over North America for the retired Greyhounds, and this is also for Ron Walsek. So Ron Walsek, our guy Ronnie Walsek, and Mikey Money. This is for you, and. Jose, I love it. Great call, my man. Nice way to end the day. I feel like the pressure is lifted. It won't be lifted until next Friday's show because we have another week of the hardest capping of my life. So one more week.
Yeah, no, it's a grind, and the weekend is especially a grind for me because we have all the baseball games, and I find the weekend exceedingly difficult. I don't have my papa with me, so I don't have my anchor. You know, it makes it difficult.
Well, we have a big Greyhound race. We also have 2 men on. Oh, come on. 2 men on would be nice.
I'd appreciate
a little insurance.
I'd appreciate
a little bit
to make me feel a little better.
But don't worry, because we got Isaiah Kiner Falefa at the plate, not Matt Chapman.
Yeah. Fuck off, fucking IKF. But all right, guys. Yeah, shout out to
there was a passed ball. Or they just now runners on second and third, which is wonderful, which means we've opened up the sack fly. A lot has just opened up. Nick Birdie coming out on the mound. I think we get some insurance here, buddy. Okay, thank you again. Sorry, Billy, for your sorry, buddy. Sorry. Let's go. Jose, take us for the first minute, baby. And thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for it was great, Mike. I can't wait till next year. And we missed Wally at the track, but Jose, take us home, my man.
Yes, let's get after it here. The first annual and Dav Fan. God damn it, this is still fucking live.
Damn right, you right, Dav Fan.
You just came right at the perfect time, Dav Fan. We've got 2 minutes on the clock. The hounds are hungry. And we're racing here at the Memorial Inaugural Mike M. Horse track in beautiful Rochester to some. Beautiful to some Rochester. It's going to be a great race here. We have K. Wolf, of course, in the league. Philly Eagle Flyer. Mike M. in the mix here as well. Fernando Mendoza top set at the bottom of the screen, feeling good about himself. Jeff Slaughter in there, the 53 in the mix here. I love we can clearly see the numbers here now, and we can just see how many doggos are on the track there. Jose Bouquet's dog makes a charge and then immediately falls back. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. Craig falls back. Rude Boy in the mix here. Sammy Coleman. Oh, Jimmy the Bag. Oh, my goodness. He's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
Smoke and mirrors and Rue Boy up front. And there goes Wally. Wally making a power move. Johnny Guns coming up with Rico Lopez. Kelsey made an appearance moving backwards. There's Lexicon. There's Big D. Big D making a move down the center of the track, but Fat Wally has the lead. Can Fat Wally bring it home? 40 seconds left. A long way to go. Can Wally bring it home? Ricky Bobby trying to get involved. Here comes Kelly McKinnon. And here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Kenny Ken moving forwardly. Sean, and there, Wally. Wally, say it ain't so, Wally. Say it ain't so. Sean Pulliam now takes the lead. Here comes Saturated. Saturated making a huge move on the outside. Right in the perfect time with 19 seconds left in the race.
Insurance from the Blue Jays.
Saturated, but here comes Jeff Slaughter. Jeff Slaughter making a move. Now, Bo Jackson also making a power move. Toronto's on Bo Jackson, but if Jeff Slaughter wins, there's going to be $100 for our race on Wednesday. Will Slaughter get it home? Ricky Levine trying to get there. Trying to get to the water. And Ricky Levine. And it's 2-0. Get this thing off to a winning start, baby. Ricky Levine, our winner, $50 richer.
Oh, look, Nasty Nate in the top 10.
Oh, Nasty Nate with his finest performance. No, Nasty Nate won't ever let us go back to the horses. Then I loved seeing the dogs out there. This was a brilliant idea, Jose. This filled me with energy during a 5-hour show.
Well, with the pups, running the pups is always fun to see. Jimmy, you were 12th. I mean, it's just fun to see Kelty in 18th. Saturated there, 22nd. Ragu, by the way, sneak preview. Big Ragu joining us on Sunday morning for Say Hey Plays.
Nice.
Jose Bouquett in 44th. And the old last place finisher. Oh, my God. Fat Wally.
Oh, no, Wally. You had the lead for so long, Wally. No. In memory and recognition of Boys in the Hood, let me do it one more. There you go.
I still have not seen that movie, unfortunately.
Oh, God. Really? You haven't seen Boys in the Hood?
No, I haven't. I've circled it. I've considered doing it, but I have not watched it. Yeah, no, unfortunate.
Have you seen Menace to Society?
No.
That's mine. That's my movie, man. That's my baby right there. That Mustang Cobra, 1990 Mustang Cobra GT, navy blue. That's the dream car.
You know, my dream car would be a car that gets me to the fucking finish line for this fucking winning season right now. Because I am so annoyed that the fucking Tigers just did that to me.
Yeah, I got to do it one more time for Ricky. One more time. There you go. And when you watch Boys in the Hood, near the end of the movie,
I'll understand.
There you go.
Okay, I'll have to watch the video or the movie now and be like, Helga, we have to watch this now.
Yes, you do. Can we go back to the movie? Because I know I lost you guys with the Three Amigos. That was my fault.
Oh, you know. Speaking of the Three Amigos, I forced Helga to watch. I made her watch the Steve Martin documentary with me, and there was a big portion of it, or not like huge, but it was a nice portion of it on the Three Amigos, and I was like, "We watched that," and she was like, "Yep, we did."
It was culturally insensitive. I understand that now. I'm learning too. I'm learning how to be a better person. I'm learning how to be a better person. And
sure, I am too as well. You know, never comment and never say that a woman needs a sandwich. You know, we learn these things, et cetera, et cetera. And even if you're worried about her well-being, and you don't do that.
No, you don't.
No,
you don't. But it was a mistake, a big mistake, and it cost me the ability to give movies to you and Helga. I am so sorry. Yeah. I am so sorry. I'm not sure if Helga likes me at all. I did get a chance.
I don't know if Helga likes me, so that's a great question.
Oh yeah, as Sanchez said, you haven't been watch Raw yet. You failed as a father. Okay, let's go back. Let's go. Boys in the Hood. Let's get you to watch Boys in the Hood. You guys
Sure.
watch it, give us a review, and see if I can get
I'm
back
sure
in
she
it.
might have watched it already. She had parents that are from here and know these things. My parents would be like, "What's Boys in the Hood?" They've never heard of this before in their lives.
Well, Menace to Society, that's ours, man. That's ours. That's
You
ours.
could tell me these
Okay.
are rap albums or movies. I wouldn't know.
Well, speaking of rap albums from those movies, New Jersey Drive. I gotta find. I get, obviously that CD got ganked from my Ford Escort back
Yeah.
in the day.
That was a sad day. Oh
No,
no, that's
this-
wrong. That was wrong car that got ganked.
Well, no, this is back in like what year did my Escort got ganked and my and I never bring any of my albums on the road. It was just that when I would go with the much older. Oh shit! I got it action in 15 minutes. Okay. When I would go with an older headliner, sometimes it'd be like, "Hey, why don't you bring your hip hop discs and teach me something?" And so I brought all of them, and of course we came back from the road trip. I forget where we were gigging. Powell. No, I forget where we were gigging. But it was on the island. We came back. We went to this lounge, Urban Well, the downtown Urban Well, and I scooped picked up a. I won't say her name, but I'm thinking of it, and
Sure.
and we were walking to my car, and I could see the door had been like messed with, and then I was just like, oh no, all the music I've collected my whole life. But speaking of which, New Jersey Drive album, that New Jersey Drive soundtrack, God, I love that soundtrack so much.
You know what would be nice to do if you love music? Put it on your phone.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that shit. I don't know. 3-0 Blue Jays here.
Yeah,
Oh my
with
God,
no
oh my God.
hits.
Wait. I got what the fuck. When is the 4-10 games? I might have to get an action here. Okay, the over in Tampa, Colorado. I haven't bet that yet. The Pirates, I got to bet that.
Yes.
okay.
Well, I'll wrap
gotta-
up the show while you put up the bets. You do your thing.
Okay.
We appreciate everyone.
We do.
All of
we
you
can
guys.
go. We can go right now. We can call it Gerald Jones, Billy Friedrich, Wine Time, Jay Peasy, Kelsey, Mikey Money, AOD, Lil Domo, Good, Julian Cesario, Rem Most, Doug, all you guys, Craig Wilkinson. You guys
Don't
mean
forget
so
to
much
tell all
to
the
us.
play of the days.
Saturated. Thank you
Yeah.
guys. Wine Time, Paul and Boats, Lexicon, Dustin and Jamie
Mhm.
H, Philly Eagle Flyer, Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper. Thank you guys.
Yep.
Justin McKelvey, all of you guys. Dab Fen, Manzi Man, all you guys. Thank you so much. Fanatical Jim, Ron Walsek. Thank you guys. Mikey Money show pops off at 6 p.m. And Jose, you do such a great job. I can just imagine, people don't like being a part of 5-hour shows. And thank you for sitting here and always supporting it. It means a lot to me, my man.
It's all right. No, and I am going to. We have stuff to do after the show, and then I am going to go fuck off and walk around alone in this golf round. So it'll be very interesting.
So instead of the leche to close the show, in our homage, in our ode to Boys in the Hood, let's close with one more.